How are you doing today? This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Good to be with you all. How are you guys doing? Happy Lionsgate 8-8 today. Just want to check in with you all, and I see you guys are saying hello in the room. Go ahead and put in where you are from on this planet. We have over 600 people registered today, but then we're also live on Alan Steinfeld's YouTube channel, on Twitter, on Instagram, on our YouTube channel. So we have a lot of people out there that are connecting today. It's very interesting as well because we do a lot of events, we do a lot of free events as well, but this one is really, really well attended. A lot of people are joining to be a part of it, and I want to get into that in a second of what's going on, why the energy is picking up. But first, I want to just check in with you all, see who's here. So keep coming in with the hellos. Also, if this is your first time on Portal to Ascension, drop know who is here for the first time. Drop an 1111 in the chat room. And all right, I'm back. I'm gonna bring Joan on just in case I disappear again. Joan, you can hear me?
Yeah, I was going to say, bring me on.
It's crazy, guys. I've been married to Mexico. I've been going around all day looking for a co-working space. Spent 3 hours jumping in 4 different places looking for a place to find internet. Come back to my hotel room, internet drops. So but we're here now, so Joan will be the backup just in case. But yeah, go ahead and I want to see who is new here. Welcome to everybody that's new. What we're gonna do today is I'm going to show you the website, Portal Ascension website, and I want to get into a little bit about the history of Lionsgate, because here at Portal Ascension, I like to show some like history and also science as much as possible to really just bring in the other dynamics and the factors of what's going on with today's date and other events as well. So let me start out by sharing screen. Actually, Joan, if you wouldn't mind, could you share screen and go to the website, and I'll kind of just talk it through just in case my internet drops.
All right, hold on. Let me open it. That is a good plan. Okay. Hold on. Share screen.
All right, and who else do we have here? We have Sarita from Oregon. Welcome. Joan is coming in from the UK. We have Texas in the house. All right. So for all of you who are new and all of you who aren't so new, we have launched our new Portal Ascension platform, and we're going to just take a look at 2 pages here. Let's start out with the Stream Now page that you're on, Joan. I'm going to make this full screen. You guys have access to hundreds of hours of content on the Stream Now page. All you have to do, since we just launched a new website, we haven't put it behind a login yet. It's completely accessible without you even having to log in. In about a couple of weeks, you're gonna have to log in to do it. But since we're launching a new platform, we want the world to see without having to go through extra steps. So you can see here, this is all the free events. There's hundreds of hours here. Scroll down, Joan, so you can see the topics. You can search by category, our interviews, documentaries, our conferences, and then click the topic button down on the left-hand side underneath the search tab. Down, 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 down. There you go, down, yep, topics.
Topics.
Yeah, and then you have all these topics there: ETs, UFOs, advanced technology, channeling, conspiracies, experiences. So we are a one-stop shop for consciousness, not only for the people that are waking up right now, but also for the people that have already been on this path for some time, so that you can learn extra tools and not only for your own spiritual growth, but also because everybody here, guys, like all of us tuning in, whether you are just listening and you've been listening for years, we're all going to be the teachers of this new paradigm, right? There's millions of people waking up, but there's billions of people on the planet. So there's a lot of beautiful things in store, and this platform is here for you in order to go deep and done in a beautiful way where you can add things to your watch list as well. Now jump over to the events page. Here's some things we have coming up. We have 6-dimensional channeling with Zazar coming up this weekend. We have the Star Children Summit, which is going to be in a couple of weeks from now, August 22nd, 23rd. That's going to be about the new Earth, the new educational system, telepathy, the gifts coming online for the new children. We have Laura Eisenhower, the Hidden Timeline of Venus, Portal to Inner Alchemy, which will be a 2-day event. We just had Matt and Joy Khan. Matt Khan has just joined in for that one, which will be great. We have Inner Realms of Antarctica, going in depth of what actually happened in Antarctica with Brad Olson. Then in September 19th, Debbie Solaris, the Galactic Elohim, continuing with Althea, multidimensional channeling, Mary Rodwell, Beyond the Five Senses. October 24th, ET Races and Civilizations. So, and the list goes on. We have a lot of stuff. And then the 11/11 event as well. So go ahead and stop screen share. So what I noticed, like yesterday, I was hanging out with Nana Kasha, and she's actually one of our MCs here today. Stop this screen share, Joe. Let's bring Nan on as well. And the stage, hey, Nan.
Hello, welcome. Happy Lions Day.
What I realized is that it seems like every year that passes, we have made Lionsgate even more of a thing, right? And same with 11/11. Go back 10 years, go back even less than that. 11/11 day, you have a few people doing that event, but now it seems like everybody's doing an event on 11/11, and now 8/8 as well, right? I'm on 4 events today, guys. It's 10 a.m. here Central Time, and I'm going until 11 p.m. on events, jumping from event to event to event, and this is the first 8/8 event I've ever created. So what I'm noticing is we are now creating our own holidays in the consciousness space.
Yeah,
that's brilliant. That is so brilliant.
It's because, guys, what was once alternative is now freaking mainstream.
Yeah.
Right? Like the conversation about UFOs, the conversation about interdimensional energy, the conversation about what do the components of quantum physics, entanglement, non-locality, double slit experiment, what do they represent for what our reality is? We're finally going into, oh, this interesting, to, whoa, what does this mean? Who are we really? And what is going on in the cosmos? And as this is becoming more and more mainstream, I hope more of you are just coming out and being freely yourself and speaking your truth, because now you can strike up a conversation with many people and just say like, oh, this is what I'm into. And chances are you can have a really great conversation and spark that level of consciousness in people. So I'm excited to see just the energy picking up. And what we're going to be sharing today is really going deep and providing a transmission, an upliftment as these energies are aligned for us. Now, I just want to go ahead and share a little bit about Lionsgate, okay? Before we get into our speakers today, we have a great lineup. And some of you might know that Lionsgate is actually in alignment with Sirius, and it goes back to ancient Egypt, because what they would do is around on 8/8, they would observe the star Sirius in the sky, not too far above the Sphinx, looking at the direction of the Sphinx, which is interesting because the Sphinx also had the face of a lion back and a lioness, and was also aligned with the Leo constellation. So 8/8 being in the Leo, we have the Sphinx as well, and we have the alignment with Sirius. So I'm going to read from this right here just to give you kind of a little bit more context of the ancient history. Let's see here. All right, the fascinating part of the Lionsgate Sirius story is there's a real ancient astronomical foundation underneath it. But the modern 8/8, Debbie Dashinger emailed me today saying it was never celebrated in the past. It was a day of reverence. We have now changed a day of reverence in the ancient past to a day of celebration of an awakening. The ancient foundation, Sirius, disappears and is reborn. So you guys might know about Christmas time with the winter solstice, how the sun pretty much stops and then is reborn, which also reflects and manifests in the Jesus story. Now, this is the same kind of story, but specifically with Sirius, and it marked the beginning of a new year in Egypt. Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. So to the ancient Egyptians, Sirius was actually called Sopdet, and the Greeks later called it Sothis. It became one of the most important celestial markers in Egyptian civilization. And what makes it especially interesting is what happens because Earth is orbiting the sun. Imagine Sirius essentially fixed against a distant stellar background, while Earth circles the sun. From Earth, the sun therefore appears to move approximately 1 degree eastward through the stellar background every day. So even though the stars in the sky were all moving, Sirius always stayed central. It was always locked and aligned with Earth. And now to get into the metaphysical component of that, I've heard this for some time now, and now science is actually proving this astronomically, is that Sirius, and then the star that Bashar's people are from, the Essassani, and Earth, all form a triangle in the sky. Earth, Sirius, the Essassani. All of our stars and planets are moving in multiple directions all over the place, right? But for some reason, we are locked. We're locked in this triangle together. So as all these other planets are moving, we're moving simultaneously together. So there's this deep, deep connection with Sirius, even reflected in the way we move through our solar system. Now, the Syrian channelers and also the Essassani channelers all say that our ascension process for all three of them are completely tied and connected together. That when Earth ascends, Sirius ascends to the next density, the Essassani ascends to the next density, which then just creates this kind of brotherhood where they have an invested interest in our evolution because their ascension is directly tied to our ascension. So not only is it an Egyptian connection, not only is this the Lion's Gate, a revered story for over 10 to 12, at least 13,000 years, because that's when the Sphinx had the face of a lion, right? All the way till modern day. We talk about Christmas being a celebrated holiday for thousands of years. Imagine Lion's Gate, 13,000 years plus. We've been revering this moment, okay? And now here we are today on technology, on Zoom, on StreamYard, speaking about this conversation, and it's just a beautiful thing. So I invite you all to really just receive the transmissions for today, uplift yourself, be in a celebratory spirit, and let's, no matter what chaos there is externally, just see how you can create that peace within you. Nan and I were speaking yesterday as well about how I feel that part of our evolution of consciousness is how to live in oneness while we walk in duality, becoming the living paradox. And no matter what happens externally, how can you still be that 0 point? So hopefully today you guys receive some tools that can really support you in that. Yeah. All right. So we're going to start
renewal too.
Yeah.
You know, this was about the renewal of the Nile. This was the start of a new cycle, you know,
yes.
and also Regulus, which is the brightest star in Leo, is the heart of the lion. And so those energies are very powerful. So this is an opportunity for a renewal into a new cycle today.
Right. That's what I've been feeling. So my presentation is actually on renewal. Although I didn't title it, but you'll see if you stay around long enough, it's going to be quite uplifting and leave you with a lot of happiness. But when I woke up today, I started putting on all my Egyptian jewelry, everything that I bought when we were traveling in Egypt. So I'm very excited. This is the headdress, the crown of Hathor, and agate from right near the pyramids. So I'm bringing that Egyptian energy with us. So oh my God, that's the Isis I gave you.
From Egypt. It was in Egypt with you.
Beautiful. I brought her home for you.
Yeah, so okay, let's get in for today. And just on that point, Nan, like Sirius was a celestial clock that announced renewal, fertility, and the beginning of another cycle. So not only is it happening annually for ourselves, it's happening collectively for the whole planet. Earth and humans, we're ready for a new cycle. So let's hold that intention for today. Joan, do you want to go ahead and introduce our first speaker?
I absolutely will. And I just want to thank you for reminding us that everything that goes on for us internally right now is impacting globally. And that's how powerful this day and this time is. So I'm happy to introduce Jessica Taylor. I met her at the Conscious Life Expo, fell in love with her. We've kind of become friends, and she's most amazing. So she is an intuitive channel, an energy translator. She's a spiritual guide dedicated to helping others reconnect with their multidimensional essence, sharing transmissions from higher consciousness, including Pleiadians and the Sirians, offering insight into humanity's. I'm hearing someone speak, unless it's my echo. Blending grounded wisdom with cosmic perspective. And she bridges ancient knowing and awakening. And let's just bring her on for all of her beautiful wisdom. I am happy to see you. She channels personally and galactically.
And just FYI, Joan, Jessica can't hear you for some reason, so there's an audio issue. But Jessica, you can hear us?
I can hear you and I can hear Nan, yeah.
Okay,
beautiful.
Good.
Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you for having me on at
Hello?
Happy
No?
Lionsgate.
Yes, yes.
100%. Well, since we have some audio issues, we're just going to take ourselves off,
Hello?
Jessica, and
Can you
you
hear me
take
now?
it away.
Okay, I'm channeling a light language transmission towards the end of this. So if someone can interrupt me to bring me back if it doesn't kind of happen automatically. But other than that, we're good to go. Okay. Well, what I love about the Lionsgate portal is the fact that it's aligned to the star Sirius and that star system, because really it was the information about the Sirius system that really started to awaken me about 20 years ago, because one of the first most curious stories I heard was about the Dogon tribe in Africa who had knowledge of this particular star. They understood its mass, they understood its density, where it was located, and that was the star Sirius B. And the Dogon tribe have had knowledge for thousands of years throughout their writings of Sirius B, but it was only able to be seen through a telescope in, I believe, the 70s, maybe a little earlier than that, might have been the 50s, but we didn't discover that until obviously much later than the teachings of the Dogon. And a lot of their teachings align with the teachings that come from Egypt as well, particularly related to the Sirius star system. And the Dogons understood that, I think Sirius B is a white dwarf, I might have that wrong, but they were able to describe the star and the kind of conditions of it. And they said that this knowledge was brought to them through beings that came to visit them thousands of years back, who they called the Nomos. And these were amphibious type beings that they said had come from the stars and from that system, and they were giving them the knowledge of that system. And then when you start to look through some of the teachings of the Egyptians, it's quite amazing how much the Dogon have the exact same information in their ancient writings as the ancient Egyptians also had. And I'm sure many of you are going to be aware that this is a pattern that we see quite often throughout ancient civilizations. There are so many who have knowledge or insight and wisdom that align with something that is somewhere that at the time supposedly they would have never been able to access the information from those people. So that gives us that kind of mystery, as where does that come from? And so 20 years ago there wasn't a lot of information about that, and there was certainly a lot less being channeled that I knew of or that I had as resources about those different star systems. And now we get to where we are now, and we're discovering so much more about ancient civilizations, about the knowledge that many of them held, and of the different star systems and different beings and races that are out there, that are in the cosmos. And since then, I've always been interested in the Sirius system. And although it's predominantly Pleiadian consciousness that I channel, when I speak directly, when it's direct voice channeling, I do channel sound, tone, and frequency from Sirius, and also energy transmissions where it's I move my body's energy into the frequency of that system, and that creates a transmission that way, particularly when it's directly in person. So I love working with the energy from Sirius, but for me it's a very different way that it presents itself to the Pleiadian, which is all very verbal. But the energy of beings from Sirius, I think, is becoming a lot easier for many of us to pick up on. I think in many cases, it's what we understand as being Christ consciousness. I'm not saying that there's not Christ as a being that's bringing a consciousness through, but I think it is an energetic signature that plays out that is quite possibly tied to the Sirius frequency. And when we look at the stories of Christ and the virgin birth, etc., a lot of that mirrors stories from Egyptian mythology also. And I've worked with Horus from Egyptian mythology, but as a being from a star system rather than how we understand him in conventional Egyptology for many years now. I work with that energy. It comes through quite often when I'm doing transmissions. And my understanding is that he is from the Sirius system, as well as Anubis, who I used to work a lot with, although I haven't done so much recently. They, as two different beings, they carry a kind of like Horus can bring through rebirth, the kind of awakening aspects, and Anubis is more from that kind of the side that's seeing you into the process where you have to go into the shadow in order for Horus to then bring that rebirth through and bring the higher kind of frequency, higher states of consciousness and awareness through. And I feel the energy of Horus a lot more strongly than it used to be as well. And I get a lot of signs and synchronicities to do with that energy too. And I think it's a little like the Christ consciousness. They are connected, at least in some way, to the Syrian system. We're going to have our take on whether they are direct beings from there or whether they are forms of consciousness that come and are still having incarnation experiences now. And that's how I kind of understand it, that a lot of the beings from these different star systems that were initially making contact, particularly in the times of, I think, pre-dynastic Egypt, I think we're going earlier than where our teachings and writings come in, that there were beings who were here helping to create a certain level of consciousness, or at least try and uplift and hold a certain level of consciousness after the fall of Atlantis, which was a time where humanity then got plummeted into a kind of darker state of being, into a lower vibration, and was moving really from the from seventh to fifth dimensional consciousness into third and second. And now what we are experiencing as a collective is the reversal of that. So it's like the events seem to be very, very mirrored. During the fall of Atlantis, you hear reports of things such as cloning, problems with artificial intelligence taking over, misuse of technology. And now we are experiencing similar things, but the consciousness is going in reverse. So we should start to see the uses of these things become much more in alignment with higher states of consciousness. So it's as though a lot of the ancient beings that come from other star systems, particularly the system of Sirius, are that they were aware that at some point in the timeline of humanity there was going to be this interweaving, there was going to be this mix where we would come into this reversal of the fall, and that we would start to be moving into from third dimensional consciousness into fifth, into sixth, and in some cases into seventh. And so they came back at that time because they had the perspective of time in as being non-linear. They were able to perceive that everything is happening in a now moment, and although in a body on a planet they were experiencing what seems like the future and the past, they knew that they could transfer their consciousness into a certain point in the future to aid when there was enough cosmic energy and energy from Gaia to aid the progression of this consciousness back into fifth. So it's as though they kind of implanted energetic technology through a wormhole, essentially. So they're not looking at it as being this climb in time. They're looking at it as something that is merging straight in, and they could implant that kind of technology, also knowing that there would be people who are incarnated at this time who could start to understand that, who could start to tune into that, who could adjust their energy field, who could adjust the energy fields around the planet. And by that I don't just mean the energetic grids that we understand as being ley lines and you know, that kind of Gaia grid work, but there's another grid that was laid over the top of that that carry these kind of energetic codes from Atlantis for us to awaken now. So I really see the time that we're actually in as being this mirrored event in reverse, if you like, of Atlantis. And I think that's why there are so many people who are now starting to tune into Sirian energy, into Pleiadian energy, Lyra as well, a little bit with Orion too, although it carries a different frequency. Orion always feels like a more physically based experience. And when I astral travel, I quite often go to a place that is in the Sirian system, and it's a realm called Anareth. And I first started seeing this before I ever started direct voice channeling, but I'd have these very, very vivid experiences in Anareth. And this is like a dimension that looks physically more like the Orion system. And there is a giant pyramid made out of crystal there that is much, much bigger than any that we have on our planet. And there is a sphinx in this realm, but the sphinx is of Anubis rather than the lion. And the Syrian system, of course, is represented by the dog. It's called the dog star, Canis Major and Canis Minor. So it's interesting that I'd always perceived that Anubis, who is canine, was connected to the Syrian system. And this particular realm, this Anareth, is like a transitional kind of place where souls can move into and out of, and going through the pyramid there allows them to have some kind of choice into what frequency they are going to go through and experience. And that doesn't necessarily mean in the reincarnation process, although it could be that, but that we have multiple aspects of ourselves throughout all different parts of the cosmos. And some of those aspects of ourselves are going to be much more aware that they have a choice as to which dimension they want to travel to, which thing they want to experience next. And Anareth is a place where it's easier to be able to move your physical body into a lighter state so that you can move into dimensions that are much higher in frequency, or experience them much lower in frequency, because there are beings who want to do that. They want to experience what something is like when there is a lot of darkness. They want to experience what something is like when there is a lot of polarity. And some of that is the human experience, and some of that is lower aspects of the human experience in realms that we might understand as being dark, negative entities. And then there are other layers within the Syrian system. One of them is called Karaloon, and that one, when you travel astrally to that, it is much lighter in terms of the color, the sounds, the frequencies that come through, and it feels lighter, it feels brighter. It's definitely a different frequency to NRF. And there are buildings there that look like small kind of sand huts. But when you go into them, they become these vast, almost bigger than cathedral-like buildings with huge amounts of detail, huge amounts of crystal, huge amounts of light. And so Kara Loon, sorry, is like a dimension that as you go through it, the purpose for going there and for being able to tune into it is to understand how much the way that we perceive something affects the experience that we have of it. So when you go to Karaloon and you see something as being this small stone, small sand like building, and then you can go into it and the whole thing completely changes, shows how it's a demonstration of how consciousness is changing the reality. It's just that showing it from a perspective, from a realm where it's much easier for us to perceive it, because when we go into that altered state through meditation, we're able to be more malleable, we're able to experience in this different kind of way, because we are essentially not restricting ourselves with the sensory perceptions that we have in the human body. And then the other dimension that I travel to quite frequently in the Sirius system is, and it took me a long time of traveling there before I actually even realized that that's where it was. So that wasn't clear to me for a few years. And it's one of these dimensions that I can only access every so often. I have to be really in the right kind of state. And often it's at a time when I need to get deeper understanding of something, deeper knowledge or insight, both on my own journey and for the collective. And then it seems to kind of open up and allow me in. And this dimension it's as though you're in water, but the water looks like white smoke. And it's a kind of plasma. And there are beings in this dimension who kind of look like giant octopus, although with not such long arms, and they will move through the body and pass through certain layers of consciousness. And when I've gone through and had those experiences, then suddenly after coming out of that, I will have just a huge amount of depth of understanding about something. Sometimes it's something I've asked a question about, but quite often it'll be a completely new perspective, a completely new level of understanding of how reality works, how we can create reality. So many different aspects of the human experience come into that. Now, the reason that I'm talking to you all about these different dimensions is because they are accessible to everyone. And when you can access them, you can really shift your own frequency and your own knowledge and understanding of the cosmos, what you're capable of actually doing and creating, how you work with your own frequency, how you attract, how you cross dimensions when you're in states of meditation. These are all accessible to people through different states of meditation. And I think that it's probably quite likely that some people that are listening to this will have had experiences in something where they think, oh yeah, it sounds a little bit like this place that I feel like I've been to. But maybe you didn't know where that was. It took me quite a long time to find out. And these are just these most profound spaces to get into, to be able to really start to shape your reality from your own perspective. And now, with it being the Lionsgate portal, and we have the alignments with Sirius, the Sirian energy is coming through much, much stronger at this time than it would do at any other. It's a great time to kind of tap in with that intent. So even if you've not been to those places before, not experienced it directly, when you start to put your intention into, I want to experience this type of frequency, I want to experience this dimension of consciousness, or I want to experience NRF, the dimension where I can move into denser or lighter physical states, then you might see it differently to how I see it. But I think that really allows you to actually just by having that consciousness, by setting that intention, that allows you to start moving into those kind of frequencies and experiencing it in a kind of direct way through the astral body. And some of these experiences can seem very physical, and you really start to feel that change happen within your own energy system. And of course, everything shows up in the energy before it shows up in the physical body. So frequently when we have gone through a kind of energetic transition, or particularly if you're someone who concentrates on manifesting a lot, you'll start to feel something come into the energy, but you don't see it immediately in your reality. And if you're trying to manifest, that's where a lot of people end up stumbling, because they go into a state of frustration and then they don't manage to stay aligned with that frequency. And going to some of these kind of dimensions, or choosing that intent, or asking to step into the frequencies of Sirius in particular, which is why the Lion's Gate is so potent for manifestation, is a way that you can like hold that bridge, that you can keep yourself more strongly in alignment with what it is you're trying to create. Or if it's just that you want to be in a higher state of consciousness and that you want to be experiencing fifth dimensional frequency much more often, then by tuning into the energy of Sirius and the beings that come from there, it makes it a lot easier to do that and to hold that. And I've seen increasingly actually people that have come to me for sessions, when we go into their like their kind of lineage or their starseed families and cosmology, that there are so many people now who have Sirian energy as a part that is trying to kind of start making communication, but it's very, very high frequency. And so sometimes what will happen is we will first tune into Lyra or Orion, because although Lyra is very, very high frequency too, but it seems to be a little bit easier to get transmission from than Sirius can be sometimes. And because the Sirian energy as well is very, very much heart-centered too, and it works kind of through that portal. So quite often it's harder to access when you still have a lot of work to do on keeping the heart center open. So I would say anyone that wants to really kind of anchor that in, working on the heart center and opening that, and the solar plexus as well, because that's where the energy can start to ground, will help you to access that energy. So this Sirian connection is clearly wanting to start coming through to humans at the moment, because they're there so often. They're just on the edge waiting to make communication with people. And so if you begin by working with the energies that are maybe a little bit closer or more accessible, possibly, if you've had a reading with somebody and they've told you that they can pick up Orion, that's probably because Orion is the energy that's the most directly close to your frequency at the moment. And so you can use that energy as a kind of portal. And I think the Egyptians, they also had a lot of reverence for the Orion constellation, although it was predominantly Sirius that they worshipped. And I think that they recognized that Orion was like a way that you could kind of transition into the energy of Sirius. And also the dimension NRS, which feels very much like an Orion dimension, but is actually Sirian, is indicative of that as well. That there is something about Orion that kind of helps us to move through into that high frequency that comes through with the Sirius dimension. And when people start tapping into the energy of Sirius, it becomes so kind of profound and changing, because it often gives you that feeling of tapping into source. And it's not always directly that's what it is, because source is an even higher frequency, but there is something that is just so high and so pure that comes from Sirius. And the the ethereal kind of feel to it as well when you are in those kind of dimensions, or even just feeling that energy come through, is so expansive that it allows you to start feeling into what it feels like, into that kind of level of excitement, into that level of love and joy, that you can, and then you can kind of start tuning back into that. And of course, like, your human experience is going to come and get in the way, and you're going to have like bills come in, breakups, like whatever it is that disrupts your kind of flow. But if you are aware of how potent Sirius is, how magical it is as a star system, and start looking at the reasons to why it was worshipped by the Egyptians. Okay, that's teaching that kind of came later, and it's all knowledge that was like Chinese whispers passed down later from the kind of original beings that were there. But it's still rich in the understanding of why Sirius is such a profound system, why it's so worshipped, why it's so revered, why the alignments that it creates help us to manifest, why we are able to tap into something that is far outside of ourselves when we start connecting with that energy. And the return of a lot of beings from Atlantis that have come back now with these kind of codes, so many of you are going to be very strongly connected to the Sirian system. So whether you consider that a star seed, or whether you it depends on whether you look at things in a linear way. I tend to look at all of our incarnation experiences as happening simultaneously, because that's how I understand it to be at the quantum level. But when you know, so many of you are going to be called to certain places, called towards certain people, and finding your family, finding your galactic family here on Earth and how they're incarnated, so that you can start connecting with one another. And often that leads you to then going to places or discovering what it is that that you're here to actually tap into. So then you get into that state of really starting to understand your purpose. So really, you listen to Sirius, you listen to the call of that frequency, and you start to understand your soul's purpose in a whole different way. You start to open up your heart in a whole different way. You start connecting with everybody. You find your family. You start shifting that kind of loneliness that you may have had for years, thinking, I've been here for ages, I've known all this stuff, and I've been able to realize that there's much more going on, and I don't know how to find everybody. A lot of that is happening organically now, but a lot of that is the pull of being one of these beings who is energetically linked to the Sirian system. And maybe you incarnated in Atlantis so that you could come back into the human experience and pick up that knowledge and that wisdom and come into it at the time. Or well, I think that's probably how it is for a lot of us that have that connection to that energy system. And so I feel like we should kind of make a network now of like anyone who feels that they're connected to Sirian energy, because there is something that is almost recognizable about it. And some of the people that I have come across who carry strong Sirian energy, the synchronicities and the just profound experiences that had to happen in order for those people to find each other, for me to connect with them, for them to connect with someone else, whatever it is, have been that really kind of pure, true evidence that we get for how incredible it is, how much more there is going on there, how much there is higher knowledge, the higher self, choosing to make these connections, choosing to make these particular things come in. And so I've got 15 minutes left to speak, and I'm going to use that time to do a light language transition for a few minutes from Sirius, to really help you to use this energy at the moment, because it is the energy. It's 8-8. This is infinity. This is everything that you want to experience, all dimensions happening at once, all versions of yourself happening at once. So this is strong energy for manifesting, but through vibration, through aligning with the vibration of the Sirian system. So the transmission I'm going to bring in is to align your energy with that Sirian system, so you can start to feel that, and that's going to work through your energy, right? It's going to start making alterations in a positive way. So if that's not something you're comfortable with, then step away for the next 10 minutes. But this is not anything that's going to like cause you huge amounts of shadow work or anything like that. This is just a transmission to align you with this higher frequency at this very, very powerful and potent time, with like reverence and appreciation for the beings that are in Sirius at the moment, that are here to connect with us and help us on our human journey, and also lift the consciousness not only for our own human experience, but when the consciousness is lifted in the human experience, it's also then lifted throughout the rest of the cosmos. So by choosing to work on ourselves, by choosing to lift our own vibration, we are performing an act of service as well to the collective, not just of humanity, of everything that is incarnated. So if you're just sitting listening to this, just sit comfortably. You can close your eyes if you wish to, just let it move through your body. And we'll begin. Asham hore sonia piatos miane ara ashmiane hore enes niato mitewa oa yakawa ele tuea de pesnia amikumaniata sumana hor. Se teoria kometes numia natalia musnia kania ania tudumiti ania dotis ne retios de mine arabeto ale kala komene osni ana hore emitu ale kasmia. Sillä kun me tene konstimiana ali kun me rätötusmiana a kanewa awe e le tua a kama a sin tua hore e lasnumnia kana a ya tua are me la tore ala kameste ana a se la ko preno snume ane tua wa astuko awa e hoya kane lo hua. Situaasno ko anelo ko e le tum rano kostumine akala en tua aneno mo korre to kosnia ala ko a sere prata stovle kana ali ro protida snumiana ka ayako le tosne a ka anaka seniko ala a me to ko ala ka awa ashtika ani to awa awi ko awa. Sila kua ala kana ani lera tostume kana ana arana miana akastamana alia to ala retoto astume kana awa a se to alela kua awayana tostume ane ka alela to aliena prento ka yangosh no awa en ko awa a mia anara to ala kua ala stume karalo. Tierra no musta kana lele ko awe ela kana bana kan yisimia tata rat koshne ala ka wi ko ala ka yananta an min to ko ane ana kona wana ana kain tumunin tan kalias no ko ane erre to awa le pato rat koshne mi ala ka ami ana kani sana oile to ko awa yadla ko ales ni me ala ko ana tesni o imperator me alla rate corre desto coa awa oia coa awa. Reto tosto me enela a kamana ega no nia kona awawe anto wala kala elele dosto wala ka si preto tuasne awa aleko anewana aikoa ana awa a mia koha ana tostoa. Ala kole khani koni wea no me kani me rete tushni ala kawa awa kana ana anekoa ana redeko mere nia me konash me ana a rata me le kala e le costa ala ko alia la to are a rete tushmi kana e kotu oa a Sikolia koa ewa ya no ko ani na sto ko mene kala. Si toat ko me ele ko ana a. Si to kanela koreda toshme ala kane a yame ko awa. Sire arradne ko alela ala e mene kone arredashtamene ala ko awa e arredne ko ale ko ale a ko awa sta ko o ale ko ani tu ama yawe. So thank you to all the beings in Sirius that come through for that transmission. We were bringing in a lot of different energies just there from that system and asking them to connect our higher selves with our human experience, asking our higher selves to be able to bring in and ground everything that we are thinking of focusing of, and starting to call in to give us the kind of clearing, the clarity that's needed to be able to ground that into our human experience, so that we are not just imagining things and thinking of things, we are actually bringing it through and starting to live that through that embodiment, bringing in the embodiment of the Sirius system and the high frequency beings that come from there into our human life, into what we wish to have and come through with and create. So I hope that you found that a useful transmission and allow it to come through. It'll come through in the energy, of course, before it starts to move through into the physical. But that should help with those kind of aligning you into those higher frequencies, so that you can hold that bridge between what you are currently experiencing, what you want to experience, and also have that heart space open so that we can truly kind of become these pillars for this higher frequency. Because those of you who are carrying Syrian energy, which is probably going to be quite a lot of you, even if you don't know it yet, become a kind of training post, a frequency post for beings who are not quite yet shifting into 5D, because energy always trains into something in a higher frequency. Energy always wants to shift up a gear, which can be sometimes why we feel the piggybacking from lower entities. And yes, there's various kind of ways that can play out, but quite often it's because they are actually trying to ride a higher vibration and be pulled into that, and that can feel like a drag on us and feel like we're being pulled down lower if we're not suitably kind of protected and holding a high enough frequency that those lower energies can't kind of attach to start with. And so that transmission should be helping to lift frequency, so that things that you maybe have been struggling with, or if you have been having kind of psychic attacks or any difficulties with that kind of thing, so that the like negative kind of entities and stuff aren't able to align with your frequency and piggyback in that way. Although, you know, who knows, we're humans, we are looking to shift into higher frequency all the time, so to a degree we're probably doing that. But I think beings that help us from much higher frequencies are so kind of strong in their field that they are able to lift us without kind of being pulled down as well. Obviously it works very differently in a human realm to what it works in an energetic realm. So I'm going to say thank you so much to everybody for listening to that, and I don't know whether there are any questions from either Nan or Joan from the audience before we close out.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Jessica.
You're so welcome.
A beautiful, it's always so fun to listen to the light language and just let it go through, right? Not try to conscious mind. You know, it takes us to that other vibration too. What I was curious about as you were talking was Sirius aligns to the Queen's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, right? Which is about Isis. And so when you're doing these travels, since Isis is the mother of all priestesses, right? The mother of all the sacred feminine energies, what have you encountered around that concept?
Well, I work a lot with the energy of Sekhmet and Hathor, but as the two different aspects that come through with that. And I think that, so through mythology, we've learned to perceive them as different entities, the different goddesses as different entities. But I think actually it's more that each goddess is a representation of an aspect of consciousness that can kind of be transferred. And some of them were in a more physical form. So I think Sekhmet was in a much more physical form, but Isis was a consciousness that could be brought through and worked with in that capacity as well. Although she's not one that I predominantly kind of work with. And when I tap into Sirius, I tend to connect a lot more with the energy of Horus. And it's something I'm still learning about. You can go through this stuff for years and years and encounter these beings constantly. And then only recently, I kind of started to realize that there's like a connection as well with Apollo and Minerva, and that Minerva is like a representation of Sekhmet, and Apollo is in a different way connected with Horus, even though in our mythology Horus isn't a sun god. There is differences there. Yeah. But energetically, these beings are all although some of them were here in physical bodies, they're able to connect through consciousness. That's their primary source of connection, is through consciousness, through telepathy, and through energetic signatures. And so they might have slightly different signatures, but when we start to tap into them and work with them, we are, especially when we start to make that very conscious, we're tuning into different aspects that is relevant or needed for what we're bringing through in the human experience at that particular time. So, one day I could be channeling them, and the collective that I'm working with has a very closed third eye, so Horus will come in really strongly. Another time you'll be channeling women who have had a lot of disempowerment, Sekhmet will come through. And another time you'll be dealing with everyone who's looking for their soulmate, and you'll tap into Isis,
Yeah.
And the way that they worked in the past as well, I think they had that understanding that when we did start to tune into them again, we were going to perceive them according to what we were working with as a collective.
Yeah. Well, everybody perceives from their personal belief system, right? So the Greeks and the Romans and the Mayans and the Egyptians, everybody, they had the same pantheon with different names.
Yeah. So I think that it's interesting though to see the kind of changes that and how the further through time we went, the more human the qualities and attributes were. So if you look at the Greek pantheon, they are it's quite an egoic collective, right? It's a lot about having beautiful things and war and stuff like that, whereas the early perceptions of the Egyptian gods, before they kind of got corrupted later on, but I'd say that they're more kind of godly. They're a little bit less of this is how we want to live the ultimate lifestyle. Really, that's what the kind of Greek gods are quite bling.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see how as our human civilization became more egoic and more materialistic, that was reflected in the depictions of the gods.
Yeah, definitely.
I have a question for you, Jessica.
Yeah.
It's something you mentioned sort of towards the end, but how would you actually know if you're Syrian?
For
everyone out there.
I think a little bit is learning to discern between the different energies. So like when I first started channeling Kistos and the Pleiadians, like the energy that I could feel, it was a certain type of blue, but it's like a kind of mid blue, and I'd see that color first, and I started seeing a lot of synchronicities, like to do with, like I'd see symbology that represented the Pleiadian system, or I do oracle cards and the Pleiadian system would come up, and that was like my first kind of like learning how to work out that's what it was. And then when Sirius started coming through, it was a much lighter blue for a start. It's almost white, like an almost white blue, very kind of, it feels high frequency the second that you see it or encounter it, and it's like this kind of very light consciousness comes in. I think we'll all perceive it differently, but you know, a lot of it is trusting the words that you hear. Like, you know, I'll hear, oh, these are Syrian beings, and once you start to learn how spirit communicates with you, and spirit communicates with everybody slightly differently, but there's kind of some universal markers. So like if you're doing mediumship, which is where I started, talking to ghosts essentially, they'll often use the same symbols as representation. So like if I'm working with somebody and I see black horses, I know that they've had a recent bereavement. If you see brown horses, you know that money is coming in, stuff like that. And they are actually quite universal to a lot of people. And so although there'll be certain ways that we perceive things that's going to be differently to how somebody else perceives it, I think trusting that when you're hearing that, you can, obviously you've got to learn how to discern between negative entities that are maybe trying to misuse the situation, but that's a whole like level of teaching. But once you can start to kind of recognize and perceive those different energies coming through, I think a lot of people perceive Syrian energy as being angelic, and someone, 50 years ago, if they were channeling, would have just thought that was angels. But now we have that open state of consciousness where we can perceive that maybe it's actually to do with other dimensions, frequencies, and star systems as well. So it's not something that you can kind of answer, oh, this is exactly what they look like. Like, we maybe have a stereotype, but if that stereotype is what you're seeing because you've been looking at star seeds online and you've seen Syrian beings, well, if that's who's connecting with you, that's probably how your consciousness or how they are going to portray that to you, so that you know that that's who they are. Like, they know that we're humans that are sitting here trying to work out who the hell's in our living room all of a sudden. So they're going to kind of do it in a way that that our consciousness can go, oh right, yeah, it's you, okay, I recognize you. Like when I channel Kistos, he kind of looks like a much more pleasant, smiley version of Draco Malfoy's dad in Harry Potter, but he's dressed in blue.
Oh my gosh.
But I was, once he started coming in, and that was it. I could recognize that the energy is very, very different to Lucius Malfoy.
Yeah, hopefully, yes.
We start to see and start to recognize and start to know our own guides, and learning to trust your intuition and develop your intuition, and learning how to be protected, I think, is a really big part of that discernment.
We have one other question right here. We have a couple of minutes. So an Egyptian being with feminine energy came through, and I felt something move in my solar plexus. This being gives me a pastel blue object. Any idea what that might mean? Was
that during the transmission, do you know?
I think maybe, yes. Let's assume it was, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because when I was doing the light language transmission, they did send a lot down to the solar plexus, to kind of anchor the Syrian energy. So we went up, but it came through the heart and went through there. What they probably gave to you was called the Wand of Kara Loon. So when I was talking earlier about the different dimensions, and I said about the one that's like Alice in Wonderland, where you go in and then it suddenly opens up into this big space, there is something there called the Wand of Kara Loon, and it's like it just looks like a staff with crystal on the end. And they first started showing me that to do massive clearings on people's energy, and it's like just something that I'm kind of using energetically and pointing that to clear out things from the energy system. So without asking that person more detailed about that, it's hard to be specific, but I would think it was probably the Wand of Kara Loon. And I don't know specifically who will have brought that through, but there were beings coming through from Lyra as well as Sirius during that transmission, and some of the beings from Lyra, because the of the Lyran wars, a lot moved to different systems, and there's often a strong triadic connection between Sirius, Lyra, and Orion. So some will perceive Sekhmet, for example, as being from Sirius, some will perceive her as being from Orion, but that's because she has an intrinsic energetic connection with both of them. So it's most likely that it was Sekhmet energy that was bringing that through.
Yeah, that pastel blue sounded like the blue you were discussing, right? That kind of pale blue.
Yeah.
That you perceive from the other place too. So yeah, and then Shyama, who asked that question. It's a fun day to take this as a renewal, right? Going into new cycles. So there's some gift there for you for that renewal, for that threshold of the heart to move forward. So, and what does it mean to you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Jessica Taylor Intuitive.net, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Perfect.
Find me there. And on Instagram, it's at Jessica Taylor Intuitive. So if anyone wants to pop on, there you go.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me. It was lovely to connect with everybody.
Okay, good. Well, this is so fun because the energies today have opened everybody up to a threshold in your heart, right? And how you perceive them, how you receive them, everybody, all these different speakers are going to be having this different perspective, but bringing through multidimensionally, like she was talking about, bringing through that multidimensional aspect of speaking to you, and we each have a different way of perceiving and receiving that. So I did a Lionsgate channeling this morning on my channel, and it was so beautiful because we were moving through this portal, this threshold into the heart. So keep sharing, what you're experiencing, and take these, and remember to come back and watch them again and share them with other people, because this is a gathering of so many people's wisdom, and we all have different intuitive of our 360 senses that are awake, right? So good. Well, we're going to move to the next wonderful speaker that we have, and this is Jerome. And Jerome is a metaphysical practitioner specializing in advanced galactic healing. So this is going to be fun because we're going to have a whole other different perspective now, right? Hi, Jerome.
Hello.
Healing technologies, right? DNA activation, which we're all definitely going through right now, getting rid of that ancestral trauma woven into our DNA so we can be a bigger being, and facilitating close encounters with galactic, interdimensional, and transdimensional beings. So welcome, Jerome.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So what are you experiencing so far on Lionsgate, because it's been going on for a few hours already?
It's been a wave of energy, that's for sure. And the channel's already open, so I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to transmit today for everyone.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being here. Is there anything that you want to share, or should we just let you go for it?
I'll just jump right in if you guys are ready for that, because I've got a lot to cover today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So I just wanted to start by saying thank you, everyone. Welcome for being here for this event, and for taking your time to spend it with us today for this activation. So whether you've joined us live or you're watching this later, I truly believe that when we gather with clear intention and we create a collective field that supports growth, healing, and meaningful changes, today is far more than just about manifestation. It's about transformation. Many people approach the Lionsgate portal hoping to attract more money, more opportunities, more love, or more success. While those desires are completely valid, manifestation doesn't begin by asking the universe for more. It begins by becoming the version of yourself that can recognize, receive, and responsibly steward what you're asking for. The greatest obstacle to abundance is often not what's happening around us, but more of the unconscious beliefs, the emotional patterns, the inherited conditioning, and the habits we continue to carry within us. Today, we're going to shine a light on those patterns. So today, we're going to be doing a clearing and activation of the light body, and then we're going to pull out some contracts for those of us who are ready to release those. And so we are going to be exploring vows, agreements, loyalties, identities, and stories that might have kept us operating from scarcity instead of possibility. We'll examine patterns such as overgiving, fear of receiving, guilt around prosperity, fear of visibility, perfectionism, self-sabotage, and the belief that struggle is somehow required in order to deserve success. We'll also work on the light body. We're going to bring awareness to the energetic centers that influence how we relate to safety, creativity, confidence, purpose, communication, vision, and our ability to receive support and opportunity. As we move through today's experience, I'm going to invite you to remember something important. This work is not about blaming your past. It's not about blaming your family. It's not about blaming your circumstances. And it's not about giving away your personal power. Instead, it's about recognizing the old patterns that might still be influencing your choices and deciding that you are no longer required to live from them. The Lion's Gate has become a meaningful symbol in many spiritual traditions because it reminds us that there are moments when we can consciously pause, reflect, and choose a new direction. Whether we see this portal as an energetic gateway, as a sacred annual ritual, or simply a powerful opportunity for intentional self-reflection, the invitation is the same. Who are you becoming? What are you ready to release? What are you finally willing to receive? As we move through today's activation, I encourage you to remain open, but also grounded. Notice what resonates, observe your thoughts without judgment, and allow emotions to arise without resistance. When you're done, you can write down your insights, but most importantly, remember that today's work is only the beginning. Transformation isn't measured by what's happening during the experience today. It's measured by the decisions you make afterwards. And so this is about the boundaries that you hold, the conversations that you have, the opportunities that you act on. And so, and it's also about the discipline that you cultivate, the values that you create, and the consistency with which you choose to embody the life that you're calling in. So my hope is that when everyone leaves here today, that you won't simply feel inspired, but you'll feel clear, lighter, more aligned, and you'll leave with a practical experience that can help you in your future. And so if everyone is ready, we're going to begin this transmission. So if you've never worked with me before, I do all sorts of different metaphysical operations, but for groups, I like to do light language transmissions because I feel like it's the most impactful, and it's a passive way for people to receive, clearing, activation, etc. And so if you aren't already, I would like you to find yourself in a comfortable position, either sitting up or laying down. And I want you to close your eyes and start by taking deep rhythmic breaths, with each breath falling deeper and deeper inside of yourself. Breathing into your heart, you're going to open your heart as wide as you can from the front and the back as I connect to the back of your heart chakra in 3, 2, 1. Then you're going to breathe into your heart again, and as you exhale, expand your heart energy into a sphere, 6 feet in all directions. Then breathing in and up through your upper chakras, we're going to open your upper pillar up to source, where we anchor and activate a temple of divine union. And then breathing in and down through your lower chakras, we're going to open the lower pillar to the core of Mother Gaia, where we anchor and activate a temple of Mother Gaia grounding. And then we're going to breathe into the heart as we anchor and activate the temple of higher self communion. This is the place in the heart space where your higher self is stationed. We're going to breathe into the heart as we see, visualize, or intend golden light spiraling down from above into the column, into the crown, into the heart, where we welcome the higher self into the heart space. Take a moment and try and see and feel that golden being walking towards you as they get close, connecting heart to heart, embracing them, allowing them to merge into the physical body here and now. And then with each additional breath, more of that liquid golden light pouring down into the heart space will begin to fill the heart from the bottom to the top like a liquid glass of golden light. And as it begins to overflow, the heart will begin to resemble a seed that begins to germinate, where golden root-like filaments begin to grow from the bottom of the heart, spiraling down around the spinal column, down through your middle back, down through your lower back, down to the tip of the tailbone. Breathe into the tailbone as it glows white hot and it opens, extending your etheric neural network into the earth below, where we feel the cool earth on the white hot roots as it spirals down. This is the internet, down, the World Wide Web, down, the mycelium of the mushroom that connects all things together. I'm going to pull everyone's roots down and secure them now to the core of Mother Gaia in 3, 2, 1. Triaeria sokotungua kaini iri itrea shur usa tairiakia. And then once you feel those roots connect, what I want you to do is just breathe into the heart, pulling more of that golden light into the heart. And then as you exhale, just allow that liquid golden light just to go down the roots. Think of them as like energetic, like a drainage system, just allowing it to go down to the core of Mother Gaia, illuminating those roots with the golden light. And then we're going to begin. Now that we're all plugged in, we're going to start with the light body areas to clear and activate for abundance. So since we're plugged into the core of Mother Gaia, it's appropriate to start with the root. And so we're going to start with the root chakra. First, we're going to begin clearing any fear of survival, any scarcity conditioning, any financial insecurity, any fear of hopelessness or loss, any family patterns of poverty, any chronic expectations of crisis, any belief that money is never enough, any fear of receiving more than your family members, any attachment to survival mode, and any instability around work, housing, or safety. We're going to clear the root chakra in 3, 2, 1. Tisa aereo ruakata indrea. Rio ruasate kriika ernindria tre sharotusu songu ruanda area tatringingeria suru ruakai kia at area nandria shirio suruturua. And then we're going to activate the root chakra with safety, stability, grounding, trust in life, capacity to hold resources, financial responsibility, consistency, long-term security, embodiment, and permission to remain prosperous. We're going to activate the root chakra in 3, 2, 1. Tisa aereonguru ananari ketre chetreria ri itoro sukutuai yaka area tanda ririo kurusutu rungusha ere ingai nanzerio rushatria ri ikititreria aereo. Very good. Next, we're going to be moving on to the sacral chakra. For the sacral chakra, we're going to begin clearing shame around pleasure, guilt around wanting more, fear of desire, creative suppression, emotional dependency, receiving blocks, sexual shame linked to worth, any fear of enjoying wealth, any belief that pleasure must be earned through suffering, any emotional spending or self-soothing through consumption, clearing the sacral chakra in 3, 2, 1. Vambrea aereo kusukunduria tatrisha katrinindria riata area kasakiria tosoruanga rinda aereo sututuanga riito suturu sirirai kiaka aereo nunguruandai riita aereo sututukiria riindururu angaeri riae shutu sukuruairi. And then we're going to activate the sacral chakra with healthy desire, creativity, flow, receiving, emotional abundance, pleasure without guilt, creative monetization, flexibility, magnetic self-expression, and healthy relationship with enjoyment, activating the sacral chakra in 3, 2, 1. Surugeria nandreria kiria tusukutur siri itae rae oru kasaker nindri ata eria kietrasakeria shurusai rangaeria taskiri shusur suru angaeri nindriri. And then next, moving on to the solar plexus. In this, we're going to clear the solar plexus from low self-worth, any fear of success, fear of visibility, fear of leadership, powerlessness, shame around ambition, self-sabotage, procrastination, perfectionism, the belief that wealth belongs to other people, fear of charging what you're worth, fear of making decisions. We're going to clear the solar plexus in 3, 2, 1. Tiriu rombai rambaria kiatrasgiriu ruate ringairia tatsgeria shukuru sir ambrairia nandria kiria siri ituru suri akir nandria shia tatasgeria tusukuru. And then we're going to activate the solar plexus. We're going to activate personal authority, confidence, decisiveness, self-worth, leadership, courage, initiative, healthy ambition, boundaries, action, and capacity to execute. Activating the solar plexus in 3, 2, 1. Triario rusunguru anderia tatrishetria rambro akataeria tatrishkiria sirira eoru sutora kata dandria shatrashatrishkira suru sur ushatai ri atraskitria nindria tre shrutusur tuteri ri ioru sokotu kair ningria sarraeria toskotu si itreria eri. Very good. Next, we're moving into the heart chakra. In this one, we're going to be clearing the belief that money and spirituality are incompatible. Any fear that wealth makes people selfish, any resentment towards wealthy people, any guilt around receiving more than others, any overgiving, any martyrdom, any rescue patterns, any fear of disappointing people by raising prices, any belief that love must be earned through service, any emotional attachment to scarcity. Clearing the heart chakra in 3, 2, 1. Hamberunguru asatare tresha tre tria kiatanandaria sunguru anguru andriairia rirakatairia sokuturu sir iri angaria dandria shir atairia sokuturu sir iri angere nanduru sokutuate raatairia suturu angai nindriairia suturu. And then we're going to activate the heart chakra with worthiness to receive, generosity with boundaries, compassion without self-sacrifice, gratitude, trust, the ability to receive support, healthy exchange, love-based prosperity, and the capacity to give from overflow rather than depletion. Activating the heart chakra in 3, 2, 1. Riongoro asateria shatreshakitria sotorongaria titretre shatreria sotoko tupaeria angaeria sotorua tuparningirio tusakitiria shunduru sambrearia candrieria sindrurunguru atarea ringaeria tasakitiria turuangai nindriraerio soturu akai. Very good. Moving next into the throat chakra. Here we're going to begin to clear fear of asking for money, fear of naming prices, fear of selling, fear of self-promotion, fear of being judged for success, shame around speaking about wealth, undercharging, difficulty negotiating, fear of saying no, fear of communicating boundaries, and fear of asking for what is owed. Clearing the throat chakra in 3, 2, 1. Triar suru angeria tatashkeria na yambraeria taterio runguru sindriria keria shiuru tatoskeria ambae randaeria taskirioru suru riiri angaeria nansakero tutu angai kiakataterio suturu. And then we're going to activate the throat chakra with clear communication, confident pricing, sales communication, negotiation, authentic marketing, truthful self-expression, asking, receiving, boundary communication, and value articulation. Activating the throat chakra in 3, 2, 1. Tringeo runduai nandriria keria yambro toro ateriae ricatur sutur ricatarneria tadishkatria strutuatria riataskatria tashkaro ruangai bioto tuapia per trapria treniria riututuai rio kutukutur ningri ae shiotur siriakatange nindrio tutaeria riikata Saeor suturu kietrandrieria. Next, we're moving into the third eye chakra. In this one, we're going to be clearing any confusion about purpose, any fear-based forecasting, any catastrophic thinking, lack of financial vision, fantasy without action, the inability to recognize opportunity, receptive scarcity narratives, over reliance on signs instead of practical evidence, and fear of choosing the wrong path. Clearing the third eye chakra in 3, 2, 1. Tururu eria nangeria tosukuturu suru atai rira eria kiatata eria nungruru atai riituru suguru turu andiria riata eria kiatano suru tua ruturu siri ingeria sata erio turu tu etreai. Then we're going to activate the third eye with vision, discernment, strategic thinking, opportunity recognition, pattern recognition, long-term planning. We're going to activate intuition balanced with evidence, financial foresight, creative problem solving, and clear direction. Activating the third eye chakra in 3, 2, 1. Triae orungur toskatria tatria siririo rununguru tu sirio tuturra ningriaeri sirituru su atta eria kiakatateria nundruai shioro suturu akia riituru ningrioro tosatai kiakataeri riotu sutunguru sindriatai riituru tutukir ningiatai shiatas Saria, Sario Ruakai, Saro Dushai, Sarningrioru Turui Triai, Saru Kushandai, Satiria Andaeria, Suruta Eria Tatakiri Nindrua, Saerio, Sututu Shatairia Kiatranandri. And then moving into the crown chakra next. In the crown chakra, we're going to clear belief that poverty is spiritually superior, fear that prosperity disconnects you from God or source, any vows of renunciation, religious guilt around money, belief that receiving wealth is spiritually impure, belief that suffering makes you more worthy, and separation between spirituality and material life. Clearing the crown chakra in 3, 2, 1. Krongo amme ambro angere nandrioro tsakate ambro rua sombro ruangere nindria nambro andambre riakateriangoro nongoro toai rongo ambro ombre angere nindriamba aereo ombro sokrotongoro siri atae ringere ongoro
Mambarairia tu soro shiata eriambro rukia karinindria sinduru rningeria sambro andriria singriuru tu shareria.
And then we're going to activate the crown chakra with spiritual permission to prosper, alignment between purpose and prosperity, trust in higher receiving, higher perspective, inspired action, ethical abundance, recognition that resources can support service, and integration of spiritual and material life. Activating the crown chakra in 3, 2, 1.
Triamborunguru asatriria katraneria turu ombru ataeria kiatraniro turu sirita eria kiatraniro tu suru andrai shombru akaeria kiatoro suru ai rioro sindriria keria tatrenindrioru andai kringurunguru anderi nindriakai kioturu tosakateteri andai Ruturu turu enderia kandai nandriai shiokuru aeria.
Next, we're going to shift from the chakras into the emotional body. We're going to be clearing the emotional body of any financial anxiety, any shame, any guilt, any envy, any resentment, any fear of losing money, any fear of having money, any fear of being judged, and any emotional attachment to financial struggle. Clearing the emotional body in 3, 2, 1.
Sambairia kyokotsuai miongo airia tate kiatasai sirio tu saro apai piakatanini airia sirio tua ruto akai akiakatanindria sirita aereo suru tu akai riatandai ra akairia kyosotutu aishai ritoro ai nunguru atatreai rioroa riitasai Chiarnandai, Sutairia Tatriningria, Sundoro Andreai, Ritoro Akai Kiakatai, Nindriae o tua, Sitru Akai, Kiriandai, Nioro Andai, Ritoro Sutoruai, Rikaerio tu Satairia.
And then in the emotional body, we're going to activate calm, gratitude, emotional regulation, capacity to receive, contentment, healthy ambition, and resilience around financial fluctuations, activating the emotional body in 3, 2, 1.
Tiu aeria koru andai, mio mai miangai, niongo nongo agairia tanga, ningianga niongo nundua, nindriae, surturu ashakia, riatoru andai, ritae kioro, sutaeria tandria, riaturu, siriria, shiakaerio, suturu, sirirai, niria kirio turuangai, Ritoro atai ra atai riatusai kirio turu andai trai.
Next, we're going to be targeting the mental body. And this one, we're going to be clearing the thought of there is never enough. Money is hard to make. Rich people are bad. That I always lose money. I am terrible with money. I cannot charge that much. People will not pay me. Success is for other people. I must struggle to deserve money. Money always disappears. Clearing these from the mental body in 3, 2, 1.
Suru angeria taskeru ruango ruatai prikae rianana grotsukoduru tuai rioko totor sototor nindri ateria kiatoskototor ruai reageria tasko nungur nondur nindriata Nandria Torosuru Akirio Shatria Chatria Surua Siria Arur Ningri Atateskateruai Nirio Turuai. And then we're going to activate in the mental body financial literacy, strategic thinking, possibility, realistic optimism, problem solving, planning, resourcefulness, and responsible decision making, activating the mental body in 3, 2, 1. Triaru sukuru andai, nindri riaerio tu sukuturu andai, rituru atai, kri uturu ruai, shiakatairia tatraningria, suruturu tutrieria nindria, siriru ruakai, nandriru toro eria tetrikitrin nindria, sirieteriaria taraningria oro aturua, krioto sotoruai, riranga aerea to sokototuru aingiai rita aereo sokototuara niriita aereo suru shatai krita aereo nungruandai rira aereo to sokotunguru andre aerea. Very good. We're going to be shifting gears now, and we're going to be pulling the contracts. And this works through our higher self connection. So anything that comes through, if you are meant to learn lessons in a way that isn't inappropriate for these to be cleared, that won't happen, but you'll only get what you are ready to release when it comes to the contract portion. And so I'm going to be connecting to the Living Library of Creation through everyone's Hall of Records. That way I can pull the appropriate contracts for everyone. Give me 1 second while I connect. Very good. So the first area of the contracts that we're going to be clearing is we're going to be pulling forward, clearing and burning the survival and scarcity contracts. We're going to pull forward and burn any vows of poverty, vows of scarcity, any vows of deprivation, any vows to live with only the minimum, any contract stating that there will never be enough, any agreement that requires struggle to survive, any vow to remain financially unstable, any contract connected to safety having very little, any agreement that says money disappears as soon as it arrives, any vow to remain dependent on others, any agreement that prevents accumulation of resources, any contract that prevents savings, any vow to live paycheck to paycheck, any contract that causes constant financial emergencies, and any agreement that makes crisis the primary motivator. Clearing and burning these contracts in 3, 2, 1. Surorongo aerea tatrekero soroturiatai riatoru siri ikanda aerea nandruatai rio kototoro andai nindri reoro nduru ange nindriata aerea tu sotukutuai raata aerea tu sorondiria shiri ituru akai kriata aerea tu sotunguru andai. Now, between each of these, there might be a dump of emotions, or you might feel you might see images, you might feel sensations, you might feel all sorts of different things in the body. When anything arises, what I want to do is just move that energy out of your field. So that pillar that we connected up to Source, down to Mother Gaia, what we're going to do is first activate the violet flame in the heart space. This will help us move any energies through the pillar. So we're going to activate that first in 3, 2, 1. And just see that violet spark erupt in the heart. And then as you breathe in, it'll grow brighter. As you exhale, it'll expand out into that 6-foot sphere first. And then I want you to breathe in and up to Source, sending it up like a tornado up to Source with your in-breath. And then as you exhale, it'll pass back down through your body and almost like a whirlpool of purple fire down to the core of Mother Gaia. And we're going to just set that up with our breath, with our intention. So each breath will be moving that out. And we're going to move on to clearing the next set of contracts, which are the religious and spiritual poverty contracts. We're going to pull forward from the Hall of Records to burn and destroy any vows of monastic poverty, any vows of renunciation, any agreements to reject material possessions, any vow that wealth separates me from God, any agreement that money corrupts spiritual people, any contract that says suffering purifies the soul, any vow to prove devotion through deprivation, any agreement that says abundance is sinful, any vows to give everything away, any agreement that says receiving is selfish, any contract that says charging for spiritual work is wrong, any vow to provide services without compensation, any agreement that makes poverty a sign of spiritual purity, and any contract that separates any contract that separates sacred purpose from sustainable income. Pulling forward to burn and clear the religious and spiritual poverty contracts in 3, 2, 1. Tu akeria tatakandai non rutuai rio rokuto sakitiri andai ria kasai rio tusoro andrea rio turu akai kiatai ria tasakai ruakai ria nonguru andrea rio turu andrea ria kiatranangai shirior sur rio turu angai ria tandria ria nandrioru akai rio turu akiria tatriatra rio turu tuguakai kriata eria tantarea nangrea shiri usoro andai riaturu akiria nandria aereo. And then continue to bring your breath back into that pillar, breathing up to source, down to Mother Gaia, just seeing and visualizing those flames spiraling up with your in-breath and then exhaling and sending them down to the core of Mother Gaia, just to purge anything out of your body into the pillar. Next, we're going to be pulling forward to clear and burn any family and ancestral scarcity contracts. We're going to be asking to pull forward any agreements to remain at the financial level of my family, any vows not to surpass my parents, any contracts that say success betrays my family, any agreement that causes guilt when I earn more than relatives, any vow to repeat ancestral financial struggles, any agreements inherited from war, famine, displacement, depression, poverty, or financial loss, any contract that says money must always be saved because catastrophe is coming, any inherited fear of banks, government, taxes, institution, or investment, any vow that wealth creates family conflict, any agreement that says prosperous family members are selfish, any contract requiring me to financially rescue relatives, any agreement that causes family guilt around boundaries, any vow to remain financially enmeshed with my family, and any contract preventing healthy financial independence. We're going to pull forward and clear the family and ancestral scarcity contracts in 3, 2, 1. Turungo ataeria tatreiningri ataeria soturuangai rioro sotuturi angoro anderia nandria siri ataeria kusokutuai riangaeria tusokutunguakai kriata eria tusotunguru andrea rioro nungruotoru atria riitreria tusuruangai nindri uruai shataeria siri ikaeria nunzuru andrearia. And then just take a few more breaths, breathing up to source, down to Mother Gaia, purging out your pillar. And then the last thing that we're going to do before we finish here today is anytime that we clear out any energies from our chakras, our mental body, emotional body, any part of your cells, any part of your energy field, anytime we create space, we need to then fill that back up with the light of source. So what I want to do is bring your attention back to your body, back to your heart, and we're going to breathe into the heart. And I want you to see pale rainbow light spiral on from above. Pale rainbow is 12-dimensional light, all 12 of the spectrums of the dimensions are going to pour down with this liquid pale rainbow light down into the pillar, into the crown, into the heart, and then we're going to fill the heart, allowing it to overflow. And as it overflows, it'll drip down all the way to the tips of your toes, and we're going to fill in the feet, up through the ankles, up through the calves and shins, up through the knees, up through the thighs into the pelvic area, filling the reproductive organs, up into the lower abdomen, filling the digestive organs, the abdominal walls, the lower back, the spinal column, all the digestive organs, up into the diaphragm, into the ribs, filling in the heart and lungs, filling up through the chest and back. As it reaches the armpits, it'll drip over the sides all the way down to the tips of your fingers. And then we're going to fill in the fingers and the hands, up through the wrists and the forearms, up through the elbows, up through the upper arms, through the shoulders, filling the upper chest and back, filling up through the neck now and all the structures of the throat, filling up into the jaw, the face, filling in the teeth, filling in the tongue, the sensory organs, filling in the face and the skull, filling in the brain stem, both hemispheres of the brain, all of the glands in the brain. As the pale rainbow light fills the top of the head, it'll drip over, filling in the skin and the hair. And then we're going to leave the crown open and allow it to fill the light body. We're going to fill in that 6-foot sphere that houses all 12 layers of the chakras. So we're going to allow it to just fill over. This will fill much faster because the sphere is much less dense than the physical body. So as it pours over, it'll pool below your feet, filling up over your ankles, and then over the knees, over the waist, over the chest, over the shoulders and the head. And then just take a few more breaths as it fills to saturation. And if you're feeling called to it, you can continue to breathe this in for as long as you would like after this transmission is over. But I would like you to, at this time, bring your attention back to your body, breathing into your heart, exhaling into the body, into the heart, exhaling into the body, into the heart. And you can breathe into the eyes and then exhale through your eyes. And then when you're ready, you can bring your attention back to your surroundings. And that is the end of my transmission for the Lion's Gate. Thank you.
Wow. Do you want to talk about how people can find you or anything else? You have a couple little more minutes.
Yes. So if you would like to experience more of my work, you can go to jeromemartin3.com. And there's also in the chat, there is a link to my free ebook, which is the lightbodyblueprint.com. It's a free ebook that sort of maps out the direction of the way that you can begin clearing, activating all the areas to embody more light. I specialize and focus on light body development. And so through the Light Body Blueprint and through my website, you can come check out my school group, which is called the Light Body Bootcamp. This is where I teach people light body development, how to integrate the higher self, activate the clair senses, how to journey, how to engage with your guides, how to activate all different faculties. And I approach it through, a grounded means that involves not only activation, but integration, nervous system, regulation, and things of that nature. So if you'd like to come find me, there is a 7-day free trial to my Light Body Bootcamp, which is a bunch of courses. And we also do 2 live events per week as a group, which are classes, transmissions, and we do a group activation each week. So if you would like to come check that out, that's available on my website. And like I said, there's a 7-day free trial. Come check out some of the free events and some of the classes. And if you like it, you'll find an awesome community to engage in. So thank you so much, everyone, for having me today.
Jerome, that was so powerful. I haven't heard those clearings that you did, those contracts. Honestly, they just like penetrated through my body. And I know we got some really fabulous feedback on that, just really powerful. And then what so interests me is how many affirmations and clearings and contracts we have about money and abundance, on this planet. Like, it's just a surprise to me that it's almost like that thing of limitation was imprinted on us, and we come in to learn how to bypass it.
And that was just a small portion of what I felt like was important for today for this event. But obviously the your soul has incarnated on this earth over and over and over. So the records go back 9.5 billion years. So there is so much that can be addressed, but that was just a small taste of what we could, pull forward in the limited amount of time that we had today. And so if you enjoyed that, you guys can come find me, and we're always doing progressive work like this over at the Light Body Boot Camp. So thank you so much, Joan, for having me. And thank you so much, Neil. And thank you to the Portal of Ascension. And thank you everyone that's here, because without everybody that shows up for this, we wouldn't have a place to do this. We wouldn't have a purpose with this. And so thank you everyone, because you guys are the reason why we show up for this.
We love you so much. I'm going to see you next week. I'm excited about that. And keep doing what you're doing, Jerome.
Thank you, Joan. You have a great day.
All right. Oh my God. Ann, come on up. Man, let's talk a minute. We have a couple minutes before we bring Tony on. Wasn't that powerful?
Yeah, it's so interesting how vibrationally different it is from Jessica, right? And how these right? So the different frequencies that each person brings through, and everybody here too, that you bring through in your own work, what resonates with you, what pours through you. Yeah. And what I was so delighted, because it's been about 20 years since I got online, and my first classes were about the spirit of money, and then about, handling the beliefs and the contracts that we have on all these levels he was talking about. And this is just like a new evolution of how to deal with it, rather than just in our heads, right? Or in hypnosis or other things like that. So I'm very curious, people, it's really important to, as you're receiving it, if you're resonant, affirm what you've received during the day, right? As you go through the day, be like, that was wonderful. It's, my life is so different now, because that acceptance and affirmation of what you're receiving here is what will really get it to integrate into your life. And you're going to see profound differences in how you feel about that. Yeah.
Right. And it's interesting. It was like the power of his words sort of like blew through my arteries and veins, like just blew through my system to wipe it out. And then there was a new series of, and I'm really focusing on the financial, because so many people are struggling, like it just whole new things about money I hadn't even considered, and things that you bring in from the past, like future life, but realizing the extent of how much, first of all, 8-8 is all about overcoming these limitations, but it's almost like he laid them all out for us to see what they are, and then clear them specifically. And as he said, he has a lot more behind those. And the more we can empty ourselves out, the lighter we get. Yeah. So absolutely. I'm going to go back and listen to it.
Yeah. The ancestor trauma that we carry in our DNA is rarely really understood. However, it's like we are the pinnacle, right? We are here at this moment because of the possibility to shift. And we are supported by the frequencies and the up-leveling of the consciousness and the breakdown that's happening. It's all really good, because we're used to carrying these contracts, fear of what other people think. Oh, I shouldn't make more money than my dad. What if I make money and I become an evil, greedy person? What if I make money and I lose it? What if people don't like me? What if I got attacked? We all have these past lives. We all have these traumas that we experienced around this. And think about how we think about, like, how do you think about wealthy people? Everyone wants more money, and there's no limit to it. It's in the energy from source. There's no limit to source. It's like whatever you want. And yet we're attracting money because we are in an era where we don't have to work for 40 years and get 50 degrees and kiss everybody's ass anymore, right? To have money and prosperity and be happy. It comes directly from source. So this is very powerful, because you got a chance to clear things that you're not conscious of. And we're carrying so much stuff in our subconscious and in our bodies that have these patterns that are like Teflon sometimes, right? It's like, I'm working hard to bring the money in. Where is it? And it comes in and, comes in. So you need to be receptive, and you need to feel safe with money, right? And you need to have these different concepts. So yeah, it was a really powerful lesson. Thank you, Jerome.
Right, Jerome. And that was very insightful, man, because You know, when you look back on our planet, it's not an easy planet. And if we go back generations, everything was about survival.
Yeah.
So we may have come down with our wings on, but the planet itself was all about survival. So some of these contracts go back to the very beginning of time. And Jerome, thank you very much, because it's really stepping into this new blueprint, this new timeline, this new energy. And, you know, think of it, everything's converged to this moment today, 8/8/2026. It's 10:53 here in California. Everything in our life converged in a most synchronistic way to get each of us here. Like right now, we have over 160 people sitting and watching right here. What happened to bring us all together in this most powerful moment, this most powerful transmission on some of us who've been here in this mystery school of Portal to Ascension also for so many lifetimes. So it's really exciting to see you all.
I just got chills when you were saying that. Like, here we are, we're all together right in this moment, right?
And that moment in time.
Yeah.
So profound, so profound. I want everyone to breathe that in before I bring in the next powerful speaker, because everyone here is a really exciting
Yeah,
speaker.
definitely. So what a blessing. And then if you are able to spend time seeing more of these speakers or coming back, right, to see them, you got that clearing. And then the next one will start from that level, right? It's going to amplify and bring it up. And so, you know, this is about the renewal. So you're going to go into a new cycle after this, really, really clear. It made me think of having a shower, you know, like we've just been showered with this light that does way more than wash mud off, right? It's revealing these old attachments. And you know, the Buddha said the root of all suffering is attachment. It wasn't desire, it was misinterpreted. It's attachment. And so these attachments are a very powerful way to...
We're letting them go. And now we're going to be bringing on Tony Ghazi. It's been really exciting. Another powerful speaker. Thank you so much, Nan. Thank you, Jerome. Love you both. Oh my God, I'm just getting higher and higher. But this clearing today, because it's 2026 and we're in this new solar uplifting energy right now galactically, it's more profound than ever. I think it's one of the most profound ones. So our next speaker, some of you probably already know him, Tony Ghazi. Okay, he is an angel. I was going to say an angel in disguise, but he's not really in disguise. He's known as the Ontarian Heart, trance channeler, spiritual guide, praying mantis beings. Oh my God, you walk by his table. I wish he had his table here. You see all these cute little crystals and ETs, and it's just the most exciting thing I've ever seen, these praying mantises. Tony has this very unique approach. He is who he is. That's all I can say. He is here to help you remember and activate all of us. So I think, Tony, I'm just so excited to see you. I can't hear you. Can you guys hear Tony? And maybe, okay.
Is this better?
Yes, okay. See,
you can hear me.
Turn them on. Yes.
You can hear me.
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
How have you been?
Oh my God, a lot has been going on. I was going to say I'm not in my normal studio. I'm actually in Nicolette's house. But I recently bought a painting. You see those mantis beings back there?
Oh yeah.
Incredible, from Canada. So I don't have my normal lighting and stuff. But we had a ceremony for Bella, her dog, like just passed away yesterday. So it was a very emotional past few days. A lot is changing in my life, and I'm looking here, although the camera is here. This is not my normal side, but anyhow, I'm looking at you. I'm going through a separation. I'm selling my house. I'm restructuring my whole life. A lot of drama happening in my life that is grand level. I'm going through a divorce, not just like a separation, but like a legal divorce. So
oh my God, Tony. So I was thinking about you before I introduced you. I was going, he's got this other day life. He's a real estate agent. How is he actually managing? So you actually answered my question. I'm so sorry to hear it, but you know what? We're all up leveling. We're all letting go of people, places, and things that we're perfect for when they were perfect and now are not going into this new level with us. And it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of courage to share that with us.
Yes.
Too. So.
Are you able to hear me on this now? Is this good?
We are able to hear you. Do you have a presentation? Should I take myself out?
I don't have a presentation. I'm just going to be here. I thought of channeling the praying mantis beings, but before I bring them in, and I don't know if people like want to ask questions, like they're welcome to, but if not, I can have them like come and like speak about abundance and money and like things like that. But before I get into the channeled state, I'll speak as a human about a lot of the things that we do as like spiritual beings, right? There's no, and this is through the praying mantis lens, guys. Okay, again, I want to preface by saying this for everyone: there's never right or wrong way, ever. If anybody stands in front of you or says this is the way or that, like what I call like absolutism, run the other direction. There's never any absolute. Why? Because we're infinite beings. Even conceptual ideas of about anything, love, money, whatever it is, universe, dimensions, whatever it is, everything is forming and reforming as intelligence, as an actual essence of creation. That literally our mind, our physical mind, our construction, our construct, our construction of what we built the world is and what we think is always like forming and reforming. There's no like solidity into things. There's no really density as we think it is. It's just the lens in which we have chosen to experience an infinite consciousness. We experience it through the lens of density, through the lens of separation, through the lens of forgetfulness, through the lens of, I guess, disempowerment, all these things. And you get to experience that. But underneath all of that is creation. Underneath everything that we experience is unconditional love. And I say that very powerfully in a very convicted way because that's what the praying mantis, those beings, the insectoid beings, are all about. At least the ones that I connect with, the frequency in which, and it could be all of it part of my theme, my exploration, or like whatever it is, but they're always very consistent in their messaging what unconditional love is. And we absolutely do not comprehend what that is. And probably will never will, because even the idea of unconditional love is forming and reforming in its many forms, in its many layers, its many multidimensional aspects. So how do you begin to live a life of abundance, let's say, since this is about money and scarcity and all these things, in a way where you begin to see God in everything? That's what the menses really teach about. Within the spiritual community, we talk about release. We talk about exactly what Jerome did, which is absolutely like beautiful. It's the facet in which he sees his world. It's his theme of exploration, his blueprint in which what he needs to bring to all of us here, but not all of us will resonate with like certain things, right? Not all of us are meant to, and that's the point. So you follow your heart where you are meant to resonate. But when we talk about release, it is not releasing, pushing away anything from you. It's releasing the grip of a belief system. So be mindful when you try to release something and get something out of there. You literally are pushing away an aspect of you, when in reality, to remember yourself as an infinite whole being, you got to remember that I am scarcity, I am success, I am this, I am that, I am depression, I am happiness, I am this. It's the yin and the yang. You're everything, right? So what we are like releasing when these like modalities or like when these teachers out there are like teaching and are giving you those codes to release, you're not releasing that concept, you're releasing the belief system behind the grip of, because that grip, that belief system, that fear is allowing you not to experience an aspect of creation, because through the mantis eyes, they are very clear. Until you fully surrender into what is and begin to see God, whatever God means, consciousness, whatever it is, however you want to define that label, that there's a creative force behind it. And why did such a creative force create this aspect of creation? Until you fully surrender to meet God in that place, meaning if you're homeless today, you have no money, you're living on the street, you're going through whatever drama to you is the most dramatic up to that point. When you have the awareness to fully surrender in it, as much as you're freaking afraid, as much as you're breaking into pieces, as much as you think the world is ending, you cannot breathe anymore. When you fully surrender into that fear, that depression, that like scarcity, that like homelessness, and challenge your mind, Talk to the universe. I'm a crazy person, guys. I'm showering, I'm pooping, I'm peeing, I'm driving, I'm in between clients. I'm talking to myself all the time. And I always am constantly listening to my head and like listening to my mind and like listening to my logic, where it's driving me, how it's constructing the explanation and the rationalization of what just happened. And I catch myself and I'm like, okay, how can I? And literally I speak to God. I say, or whatever, or the mantis, I say, please allow me to see with clarity what my head cannot see. Allow my heart to open to see God in everything. The moment you put out that invitation, your lens literally shifts. You put on new lenses that allows you to see. And when you begin to see, guys, you are not seeing things with drama. Universe, God, creation isn't dramatic. We are. Spirits speak in subtle language, in subtle frequencies, in whispers. Because listen, when you know you are everything and you are so powerful, you don't need to shake the world to remind yourself your power. You are so powerful that all you need is a little flicker, like a little whisper, and you know that is full power. So the universe speaks in that language, and you begin to see like synchronicities, messages. You may be driving when you invite yourself to rebuild like your relationship, like with money or with scarcity. Go in and ask God, why am I in this situation? What are you trying to show me through what I am trying to resist and push away? Because oftentimes what we do, guys, is we don't allow ourselves to experience and really understand that God is in scarcity. God is in poverty. God is in this. God is in the spectrum of like negativity, or what society said, oh, you should be here, you should have a white picket fence, you should have kids, you should be married, you should be happy, you should be meditating, you should be going to yoga, and all that foo-foo fluffy thing. Well, yeah, it's easy for the mind to fully surrender into the positive aspect of the spectrum, but it's not easy for our minds because we have been conditioned to stay here, or this is the way, or this is where you're supposed to be. Oh no, you ascend here. But when things are not going the way that they're supposed to, and we're on this spectrum where there is no money, or you are feeling depressed, where you're unhappy, or you just broke up with your boyfriend, or whatever it is, or he cheated on you, or whatever it is, all this drama and trauma and the darkness, or whatever it is that you want to call it, the like low vibration. There is no low vibration, guys. Yes, it's our mind. It's trying to comprehend something larger. Everything is a vibration of God. So how do you challenge yourself in those moments that are the most challenging, where you begin to speak to God with conviction? Speak to God, saying, God, I know you also reside here, but I cannot see you because my heart's not open. That is the key. That is ascension. Light doesn't need ascension. Light knows itself as light. It's already ascended in a way, right? And again, there is no ascension, there is no descension. There's just awareness of something larger. So light already is aware of itself as that. And it keeps expanding and becoming like different forms of light, different like fractals of like different sacred geometries. But the darkness, aspects of us that we push down, that we pushed away, that we don't want to see, that we don't want to come into contact with, that we don't even want to think about, those are the pieces, literally, that will complete the wholeness of who you are. So, how do you begin in your everyday life? When I began awakening, guys, and I knew nothing about spirituality, I was a Christian all my life. I'm Lebanese. I'm like Greek Orthodox. Went to church every weekend, and all these things. Prayed to Jesus and like Mother Mary. And I literally awoke when COVID came, and it took me a few years, like 2 years, to comprehend what's happening. But when I first began, I'm like connecting like with the praying mantis beings. I had what I didn't realize then is an escapism. Like I would escape to the stars, and I'm Pisces on top of that. So you add the Pisces element, and I'm like dreamy and out of this world, and always like searching out there to complete who I am. Like, oh my God, the praying mantis beings are my people, and that's my first emanation. And this was my initial way of understanding where I came from. But along the way, the more that I began diving into myself, like listening to teachers, and of course trusting my intuition and my antenna. And I'll get to that in 1 second. About money. When I began to dive into self, in like doing a lot of retreats for myself to understand me, I realized everything resides here. That even those ideas of praying mantises and Jesus and Mother Mary is an aspect of me that is conscious of itself as that somewhere within. Because all of my consciousness, my totality, my wholesomeness, my infiniteness is literally here. But that totality has chosen to see itself through the lens of limitation. So how do you begin? Through the weaving of the limitation, of the forgetfulness, of the non-remembering, of the trauma, of the drama, begin to see sparkles and hints of you, the God, all the gods that are like within you. And how do you honor? The mantis beings are very clear about honoring everything that is. They always say there is never a point within creation that is more ascended than any other point. There is never a point within creation where where an idea has more value than anything else. Everything is of equal value. The depth of poverty, the depth of homelessness, the depth of depression, the depth of negativity, depth of the darkness is of equal value to creation as anything that is of light or of success or of money or of everything. Because the moment you say this is more than this, and I have chills, you are judging. And the moment you judge, you literally create distance and you separate an aspect of you from the other aspect. So how do you begin to honor everything that is unfolding in your life? Oh my God, the chills are out of this world. How do you begin to honor and see God and challenge the mind, challenge the construct, challenge the society, challenge what your parents taught you, what school taught you, what social media is teaching you, what the stories you created for yourself. We are such powerful beings that we believe our own stories when oftentimes they are just stories. But we are so powerful as beings that even that story seems everything when it is not. It is just a little glimmer, a little piece of sand of more sands that exist within the infinite. So honoring what is and fully surrendering it as it is with the intention to see God in it, with the intention to see the creator, whoever that is, allows you to begin to integrate that piece into your heart, integrate that piece into the puzzle. So eventually you see yourself. The praying mantis said this over and over again in many of like their channelings. And like when I close my eyes, guys, I'm more into the channel state and I'll bring them through like later. But they said this many times. One day, listen to this carefully, everyone. One day, you, every listener here and every listener that will listen to this, you, your facets, your frequency, your story, your decisions, who you are as totality will complete the puzzle for God, for it to see itself as complete through your precious lens. That's how precious your story is. That's how precious your experience is. That's how precious your forgetfulness is. That's how precious your depression is. That's how precious poverty is. That's how precious scarcity is. And yes, that's how precious everything else that is positive and beautiful and money and success is. So how do you begin to see everything that has occurred in your life up to the age you are today with a view and a lens of honor, that underneath the label that we have created as human beings, success doesn't exist, poverty like doesn't exist, like scarcity doesn't exist. These are just ideas we created to understand something larger that will eventually allow us to realize everything exists all at once. All these experiences are gods, are pieces of the grander puzzle that are key and of equal value to everything else. So the moment that you begin to equalize the value of poverty as the same as whatever you think is like success, is the moment where you neutralize all of that. Those are the teachings of those beings. They are so, I don't want to say the word like ascended, because I feel in my heart they're not more ascended than anything else. They are just more conscious of whom they are as an aspect of something much larger. And even like, and even them, like they tell me, we don't know everything. We are still uncovering, but we know what we know up to the point. And you as humans, and as each and every one of you, know what you know up to the point. You are conscious of what you are conscious of up to that point, and everything else you're unconscious of. But why are you unconscious of all of that, but you're only conscious of this? You see, ascension begin happening, the expansion of consciousness, the expansion of your awareness begins happening when you begin to value everything that is you. And when I say everything, they have said this also many times. Imagine writing a book. Each and every one of you. Imagine you have a moment where you have the opportunity to write a book. Every microsecond of your existence, from the moment you were conceived until the age you are today, is contained in this book. Every experience, every thought, every depression, whatever experience you had, from the positive, from the negative, from the neutral, everything is in finer detail and the greatest detail in this book. The moment that you are able to begin to read that book. And as you read it, every word, every emotion you're going through, everything you're witnessing, you begin to honor as God, as it has a purpose, as is of equal value as anything else, is the point in which you begin to reconstruct and remember again. Because unconditional love, love without condition, is the integrative force of everything. Everything. It is the glue that holds all realities, all existences, everything that you can ever imagine and more together. And God loves all of us, whoever that is, frequency, creation, whatever you want to call it, source, loves us without conditions. That's how much it loves us, that it allows us to experience all shades of everything. And how else, as a being, are you able to remember and experience your infiniteness unless you are present and honoring every microsecond of that infiniteness? But when we deny, we say, I honor this on the spectrum, but everything on here I want to bury, I want to release. And I'm being a bit dramatic with the word release, right? We said release the grip of. But even in your mind, if it's translating, I'm going to release its experience. I'm going to forget that I was ever molested, which I was. I'm going to forget that I ever that I lived through the Lebanese war, because I was. I'm gonna forget that I ever started, because I still do, and like this where the ums come in and likes, as many of you know. But when I do channel, like, I don't stutter. So if I keep pushing those away, those are aspects of me that are as valuable as whatever the construction of the mind has created that somewhere else is more valuable. When I bring those pieces back, as much pain as they may allow me to be, the experience that I just had in like the past few days. So Bella, the dog, is not my dog. She's Nicolette's dog. Like many of you like know that I travel like with Nicolette Morgan, and we've been at all these like events with like Bella holding space for us. She's not my dog. I have 4 dogs at home. We lost one like a year and a half ago. But anyways, when we knew that she's passing away, and like we had to like give her the like euthanize her like yesterday in a beautiful ceremony with flowers and like feathers, and we had music, and I began grieving. And when I say grieving, I didn't grieve for my dog this way, but that was because 2 years ago my heart wasn't opened yet. About 3 or 4 months ago, my heart cracked open. When I say cracked, there's a little crack, and I began to experience the frequency of love that I realized that, oh my God, all my other years that I've lived, and I'm 46 years old, the idea of love I lived was not like love. It was a performance of love. Yes, it was a shade of love, but this shade of love now is very different. I grieved as if humanity was dying. I was crying for the past 2 days, and I still am, in a way where I can't breathe. The amount of breath I take in would not quench this feeling of void, this shattering of the heart. And I tried to escape it and like bury it and get distracted with emails or whatever. But then like there are moments where like literally like Bella would come and say, sit in that moment of grief. And a dear friend of mine, Christine, God, I forget her last name, she left me a beautiful like message, on Instagram about grieving has no time. Allow yourself to grieve the depth of grief. And being in that moment, I like realized when I allowed myself to grieve and feel that super powerful pain where you feel like your heart literally is shattering into pieces and nothing could heal it, there was a sense of joy in the depth of it. Not joy that I'm grieving, but there's a sense of joy of creation. There's a sense of beyond what I think grief is, God is residing there. And I allowed myself to cry so much, feel my heart to be shattered, and then I would heal. So allowing yourself at times through the idea of like scarcity to feel afraid, to imagine, because oftentimes we don't even want to imagine what the worst case scenario is around money. I make a lot of money. I sell real estate, but I also give a lot of money away. My money is like this, literally, and I'm being very transparent with you. Like I can make $1 million a year, I can make nothing the next day. It is absolutely dramatic, traumatic to the mind, to the heart. It's just crazy. But I needed to surrender. I literally had to sit down with myself like last year and say, why is this happening to me? And I literally began like seeing, I wouldn't allow myself to think what could happen in the worst case scenario. And I've always been a creator, and I've always created things, and there's always a flow of things. There was never an ending of flow, but to come down and then go up and come down like a freaking roller coaster for the mind, for the logic, freaks the shit out of it. So I imagined, I said, what is the worst case scenario? I can't afford my home. I go into foreclosure. I let go of everything and I live on the streets. Literally, I had to sit with myself. The idea of imagining that idea was traumatic. I was pushing that away, and a lot of us do that. But in that moment, I challenged myself. I said, what is the worst case scenario? Fine, I'm on the street. What happens then? If I start from zero, I have no money, I have nothing, I'm on the street. How would abundance look like then? How would God look like then to me? What lens would I be able to see the world that I will unable to see unless I'm in that position? Like I have insane chills right now. Like the idea, and this is just imagination in my mind, allowing myself to neutralize the idea of poverty and of not having money or having money and being up and down. Like, and I began to see that unless I allow myself to be okay and see that even I may be on the street homeless with no money is of equal value to where I think in my mind I should be or success is, really like neutralize both, will bring everything together into one. That perhaps I will never experience the idea of homelessness. I just told you, like when I began, that I'm going through a divorce. That I'm reshifting my whole life about everything. Like I'm gonna sell my house. I don't know if I'm gonna continue like doing real estate, and that scares the shit out of me because I make good money in real estate. I have a great trend. I've been doing it for 16, 17 years. Scares the crap out of me. But my heart tells me I'm a teacher. My heart tells me I'm going through this like spiritual path, whether it's channeling the menses or some other modality. My heart's telling me to go into a different direction, but my mind literally is fighting the idea of safety, of predictability, of consistency. I'm so good at real estate. I'm so good with people. So good at selling. That what are you gonna do? But how crazy that I'm even struggling with the idea of letting go of that. Because if I create real estate, I can freaking create whatever like new way is, right? So the point that I'm trying to say is the mind will always go in depending on the inputs that have been inputted in our head, whether you create your own story or your own definition system, or the traumas you've gotten in your life, the experiences with parents, with schooling, or you caught on and like you believe somebody else. So I'm gonna bring you back to the mantis beings like for a second. It's 2:20. We still have time. The mantis beings are very clear about it's good for you to come to me or like to go to Jerome or to go to any teachers that your heart like calls out to receive codes, to receive healing, to receive release of trauma, this and that. But do not forget, they will always say that do not disempower yourself and go to these spiritual like teachers thinking the codes only reside there, because reality is the codes reside within you. So the mental beings are very clear about re-empowering you, that you are the antenna of God. You are the conduit and the flow, and all the wisdom and all the answers and everything is within you. Always will be. It's never out there. Even the idea of going to Jerome and getting the healings, or if you come to me and I like channel like the praying man's beings, is only a permission slip and a trick for the mind to begin little by little to begin believing concepts that are a bit beyond you. But be mindful, don't disempower it. The answers only lie there. They are very clear on that. Because the idea of ascension, the idea of awakening, that you are the conduit of everything, that you are the success, you are the failure, you are all of it, you are the infinite, right? It doesn't reside outside of you. Even Jerome is you. Even I am you. You are me. So how do you begin to live this life of the matrix? There's no escaping the matrix, guys. Good luck, right? There's no escaping the matrix because you are the matrix. The matrix is even part of the infinite. Is God playing out its own frequency of, right? So, Joan, was that good so far? Hopefully she's paying attention there or taking a break. Because Joan, if you want me to channel, I will need your help and to keep, and it's 222 right now, by the way, guys, in New York. I live in Washington, D.C., but I'm at Nicolette's place. If you want me to channel, when I go into the channeling state, I like lose track of of self and of mind. I would need your help to bring me back a few minutes before my time. Are we good on that, Joan? Or Nan? Anybody there? No? Should I trust?
Yes.
Oh, there she is.
Yes, okay. I have
okay.
it all done. Okay.
Does anyone want to ask questions on like the chat, like to the menses, or do you just want me like to bring a message and then just bring them back?
Why don't you bring your message, and if there are questions, I'll bring you back a few minutes earlier. Okay.
Amazing. Okay.
All
I mean, like to ask them while I'm under the channeling state.
Okay, guys, you got your mission. If you have any questions, put it in the chat.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, John. All right. So wherever you are, if you're driving, please don't close your eyes, but imagine your eyes are closed. If you are not driving near home, please close your eyes in the first few minutes as like they come in, but when they begin speaking like with messages, you're welcome to open your eyes. There's no right or wrong way. Just be you. Okay. And from the Antares Stargate, we come through in this way. To co-create with you this beautiful reality of oneness. To merge our heart with your heart. To be one with you in this way. To be one with the energies of the divine that each and every one of you are. And as we connect with you in this way, we are here to remind you that you are everything, that you are the infinite, that you are all aspects of creation. And when you begin to comprehend that beyond the logic, beyond the intellect, beyond the idea of construction of things, when you begin to fully reside into the heart of what an infinite being is, then you will begin to experience the glory and the wisdom and the manifestation, the existence of what the infinite is within you. Because you see, oftentimes within your communities, oftentimes within your own minds, as you are ascending, expanding your consciousness to become more of who you are coming from a place of construction of ideas into another place that has no construction whatsoever. You are bringing in the logical understanding of your reality into a place that has no logic. Listen to us carefully. The heart has no logic. The heart fully trusts the folding and unfolding of energies and of the infinite intelligence and the many forms and shades and the sacred geometrical structures that each and every one of you are, as a conscious entity, as a sliver of something much, 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 much larger. Oftentimes you look at your world, you look at the stars, and you see all of these planetary bodies, all of these billions and trillions of stars outside of you, and you experience them through your forgetfulness, through your separation, through the choices that you made as an infinite being to see them as separate than you. But have you ever wondered that all of these planetary bodies are cells similar to your body cells of a grander being? Have you ever imagined the idea of what you see outside of you? All of these planetary bodies as literally being the accumulation, the collection, the collective cellular structures of a grander being, that even Mother Earth itself is a cell. Even each and every one of you on it are beings, life, intelligence, even the trees, the animals, every other being. Do you comprehend the idea beyond the logic that what you are experiencing is your own godliness? That even what you are attempting to release and escape from is an aspect of the God that is? Listen to the words. Listen to the frequency. Listen to your hearts as you hear that concept. That the escape that many of you oftentimes goes to or desires is the answer that will unravel the reality underneath such a veil. Because the veil doesn't exist to begin with. The veil is simply a frequency of an experience that you chose to experience your infiniteness in many shades. So how do you begin to value that what is? How do you begin to value your experience of forgetfulness as the most valuable thing within creation? When you open your heart, literally open your heart, loving what is that you are desiring to push away without condition. Speaking to it what you desire to push away as God, as a aspect of you, as the one piece, as we have mentioned many times, that will complete your own totality. And then when you realize that you are whole, that realization will complete a piece of a grander aspect of you call God. And the idea of abundance isn't only tied to money, our dearest ones. Money is a construction of your own logic. That paper, those numbers that you see on your screens in your bank accounts, are simply a construction of your logic, as each and every one of you lives in the abundance of Mother Gaia and Mother Earth. And the abundance that each and every one of you truly is seeking is the freedom of being thyself. The idea of having more money is an illusionary experience. But being thyself fully as the creator, as the abundance, as the source, the flame that is able to mold everything into reality is what each and every one of you is attempting to remember. And perhaps your path isn't meant for you to have the money that the mind holds onto for value. Perhaps your path is designed for you to go back to your natural being, to the nature that is around you, that is surrounding you, to begin to experience the joy and freedom of everything that is alive and conscious within you and around you. That placing the value on Mother Earth, on its waters, on its beings, and the co-creation with it, perhaps may be your path. Or not. You get to choose with your own consciousness. You are the creator to begin with. Money is simply energy. And money is one piece of sand of a much larger Sahara of sands within the infinite. Your monetary system will change. Everything will shift eventually. The more your hearts will open. And when we speak of heart opening, we are meaning self opening. Beginning to open that heart to thyself first. Because when you begin to dive deeper into thyself, deeper into the darkness, the many shadows that exist within you, that you have shut off the light, pushed away, buried so deep. When you begin to go within such self, to realize that God is everywhere, that God is you, then the lens in which you see the world, our dearest ones, will shift. You will gift yourself the opportunity to see beauty and joy and abundance in everything and everywhere that is around you and surrounding you. Neutralizing the energy, the importance, the value on these systems is the key. And you see, the reason that many of you desire to be somewhere up here, speaking of idea of money, that you desire to have abundance and less scarcity, it is because you are in a state of judgment. We will say that again. The reason that you desire to have more money for today's sake and less scarcity is because you have placed more value on the idea of having money and less value of scarcity. And what your heart is attempting to tell you is both are of equal value. That even the idea of scarcity will open up the keys to the many heavens within you when you fully surrender into its energy. And the moment that you begin to understand your own value system within your mind, the judgment truly is when desire falls away. Because when you appreciate everything as is, when you see God in everything and everywhere in your experience, then desire doesn't exist within such equality of everything. Desire only exists because of the idea of judgment. Because somewhere else, somewhere out there, some imaginatory idea is a lot better and much better than where I am today. Meaning you are judging and pushing away and not seeing God into what is. And that shifts your frequency. That frequency shift and neutralization of the equality of everything, the non-judgment of, will begin to shift your physical realities, our dearest ones. Will begin literally to shift your molecular structure within your physical bodies, to begin to see from a new lens of energy. You begin to literally move the curtain, open up the shades to see beyond. Loving thyself is the key to heal. Not healing something that is broken, but healing something that has been separated from self. And yes, witnessing others enjoy the idea of money, witnessing others having more money than you, witnessing others somehow are able to create more than you can create is another token, is another shade in which you challenge yourself to see the equality in. It is an invitation of the judgment that goes on within the self. Then why do they get to experience that and I don't? In that statement alone, there is judgment of where you are today is less than, because somehow where they are is more than. When in reality, when you get to know these people, when you get to know these humans, you will realize every emotion, every depression, every self-judgment they also have similar to yours. So be mindful on how you interact with your surroundings. But oftentimes the interaction of the surroundings of the outside is predicated and begins from the inside. So begin to challenge yourself to see the outside as an invitation to find self. Become the monitor of your own self. Begin to see the trends in which your mind begins to go in the moment you experience the idea of judgment. And our dearest one, judgment comes in many shades, oftentimes wrapped, as we have said many times, in a beautiful bow of love. You are frequency beings. You are beings of sound. And that frequency will begin to shift and reorchestrate when you begin to realize self. When you begin to interact and have a relationship with self first. Because ultimately, our dearest ones, from our perspective, each human outside of you, every tree, the wind, the sun, the moon, the waters, the rocks, the mountains, the insects, the animals on your planet are all residing within you. Nothing is truly outside of you. You are simply experiencing your infiniteness that resides within you through the lens of separation. It is simply your vision that tricks you in thinking that everything that is outside of you, including wealth, including those people that have more money than you, that is already within you and is you. When you begin to realize and you begin to interact with the exterior world, the illusion of exterior world, as truly being you, you'll realize that you are in abundance, aren't you? But because you have forgotten that you are everything, you allow yourself to experience the idea of lack, of scarcity, of struggling to receive more, when the more is out there, is really within you. And the frequency of love without conditions towards thyself will shift the lens in how you also see the idea of money and scarcity. And that scares many of you. And this doesn't mean that you may not desire the idea of money or to survive or to have this or that. But the lens, once it shifts the definitions of everything else. It literally restructures your world. And many of you are afraid of doing so. The channel is going through his experience of that fear. And he knows fully that the moment he decides to shift that lens from the self act of love towards himself, will literally reorchestrate the idea of his reality that the mind feels safe with. Our dearest Joan, are you there?
Yes, we are. We're bringing you back to the planet.
With our unconditional love. Bright, 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 bright white light of creation. And the darkest shadows of the infinite. We thank you for this beautiful co-creation of oneness and for allowing us to fully be present in your preciousness, as we know we have expanded our own understanding of whom we are as infinite conscious beings through each and every one of your precious moments of creation. We will bring the channel back momentarily as we head back to the Antares Stargate. Hi guys.
Beautiful. I feel like we're off planet.
It's very quiet here. It's like there's like complete silence.
Yeah.
There's like yeah, they're very thank you, honey. Their energies is quite profound. I mean, all of our energies are profound. There's no more, but they're unique in the way, they experience things. So
I loved it, brother. Thank you so much for that. Just continuing on that money, but that deeper level of that scarcity construct, right? And Joan had said in the break as well, like it's crazy how many layers that we have that we've built upon ourselves. That it's almost like the route to breaking free is there, but becoming aware of all the layers of what we created, we just need to take the actions to kind of reverse all the different layers that we've created upon ourselves to step into a more abundance, not only for ourselves, but the whole planet, right? We're surrounded by abundance, but the mentality of most of the people is that we don't have that. So it's time to make that shift. Yeah. Love you, brother.
I love you too.
So much. Yeah, that was great, Tony. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Joan. Thank you. Thank you. I hope everybody resonated. I mean, I'm sure everybody resonated. There's no hoping or anything. Yeah. So look, we've been conditioned, right? Since we were like little children,
Mm-hmm.
how money works, and even the school system. Don't even get me. We should have a whole thing about the school system. Don't even get
Yeah.
me started there. I'm looking. I know the camera is there, but I'm looking here for now. It's all restructuring of,
Yeah.
you know, but all of it is also serving. This is the other thing. From their perspective, always remind me, okay, be careful, Tony. You're judging the school system. Like, okay, there's a reason why even that forgetfulness was created. So beginning to honor and like see that, and begin to challenge
Yeah.
yourself to literally like see God in that, neutralizes it, and it brings it back to your
Mm.
heart, and things will begin to shift, because the idea isn't, there's no destination. There's no like ascension and next level in 5D and 7D and 8D and 12D and 25D. There's none of it. It's just,
Yeah.
there's this now moment. But when we keep pushing this now moment away and trying to be something else, well, if you're never present with this one, it's going to come back. That's the idea of karma. It's just coming back so
100%.
you can see it, so you can be present with it. But it's like, oh, I'm not going to be
Yeah.
present with it. So, you know, and believe me when I say, because I'm going through this like right now, when you make the toughest choices in your life that your heart knows, the physical reality shift, I began seeing that literally
Mm.
unbelievable. And it was the hardest choice to really, to to like to tell my husband that I want a divorce. Like, it took
Yeah.
me years to even get to that courage to say that. But the moment I said it, I knew things were going to be like literally shifted physical reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. And you just said it right there. It's the shift is in your heart, right? And being in this world for so long, and how much information we're taking in, and we're always trying to conceptualize things through our mind into our heart. And sometimes we convince ourselves that we already know, what's better for us, but have we implemented it? And to me, it's like moving information to wisdom, and wisdom is that of the heart.
Yeah.
So that's what we really need to do. And you do that so beautifully, man. You always like lead with your heart. So yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
I'm sending you
Thank you.
lots of love for all the shifts happening in your life right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And,
Mhm.
we don't trust God or source or whatever it is, whatever it is you should believe in as a human. We just don't trust them, because if you do, you literally would
Mm.
not question, and you would begin living. But we tell God, like we tell you the like we communicate like with the universe with distrust, and with
Mm.
things that we only feel safe with, like, okay, universe, I'll fully surrender if you show me everything's gonna be fine. When
Yeah.
the universe saying,
Yeah, right.
when the universe is really saying, I will show you, I am here for you, when you fully surrender, because that is
Mm.
full trust. That in the depth of like of the darkness, whatever trauma and drama you're in that moment
Yeah.
where everything seems to be so dark, when you fully surrender, you realize light is everywhere. God is there. And that belief system, that trust will literally, I have chills again, will change everything. But we don't do that because we're so conditioned. Predictability, I need to see the next step before I surrender this. Well, good luck. It's just not going to happen. You're going to experience another reality, another like shade of something. But the true trust happens when things aren't rosy, when things aren't happy, when you're not successful,
Oof.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
full trust.
Yeah. And the light that you talk about, that of who we are, right?
Yeah.
It's so powerful that when we surrender, when we accept that everything is perfect, like you were saying, that light, it dilutes. It's like one drop of ink in the ocean. It dilutes it, it absorbs it, and then we do exactly what you said. What I love, Tony was on my show a couple days ago. So where is that idea that accept it all and honor it all, because it's all divine, it's all here for us, and that deeper part of us can start to be birthed inside of it instead of waiting till everything's perfect.
Yes, and
Mm.
the Mence has made it very clear. Like even as you speak and I speak and Neil speaks and people speak, it's all from the construction of words that's all based on fear. Like the fact we say accept this is a big slap to the face of God. Like, what do you mean accept? I am God. Like something God created. Even the idea of lack was created.
Yeah.
Like go
Yeah.
beneath, like the men's beings are really like surgeon of words energetically. Like if something is created, that means God is behind it. And why in the hell would God create that if there isn't a purpose and a reason?
Yeah.
So how do you find that unconditional love of God to allow you to experience that? And when you begin to
Right,
experience your life every day, the ups and downs, everything, as freaking God just playing out its infiniteness through you with honor and love, things will shift. Your life becomes lighter. You begin to become less burdened of like society's freaking rules and regulations and whatever they input it in our brain that this is the right way and the wrong way. I'm supposed to be here. Like you begin to flow with life, with God, with creation, with honor, like literally honor. Like I am, it's so, but it's a constant like struggle because the mind, look, I'm like 46 years old. So like for 44 years, 43 years before I awakened fully, I've been conditioned every day, every second. You should think like this, So now we're reversing. We're like reconstructing that. It takes a little bit of time sometimes.
Exactly. Tony, thank you so much, brother. And if you could just let everybody know, where they can find out more about you and what you have coming up as well.
Yes. So ToniGhazi, TonyGhazi.com. I've always started on my name. I'm like, fuck my name. But anyways, so ToniGhazi. I'm not doing any one-on-one channeling sessions. I kind of cut my books for the rest of the year. I'm really taking a break. I'm gonna be in Pennsylvania this weekend, and then at the Awakened Expo in Orange County the weekend after, and in the UK with you guys the week after that. I'm also on the Gaia stage, on the Gaia Sphere on September 26th with Bashar, Matthias, and a few other people. That's September 26th. And I think those are my events for the rest of the year. Because of my shift that's happening in the next month, a lot is changing. I'm restructuring everything. I'm trusting the flow. But you can reach to me. You can ask for like channeling sessions depending on my schedule. I have a thing on Patreon that I began kind of advertising, but that's also like shifting. Like going into a bigger platform to speak to the masses, like beyond the aliens and like the woo-woo. So literally, my life is completely changing. I'll still do like the immense like beings, but I'm really truly like being like pulled into more kind of coaching and in a grander way through the mantises, but not necessarily behind the mantises, because not everybody gets the mantises.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things happening. I have three documentaries, I can't remember, 2 or 3 coming out for me on Amazon soon. So we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated on like, social media. At the Antarian
amazing,
Park.
brother.
Thank you.
Love you, man.
Thank you.
So make sure to come to Glastonbury with Ascension Glastonbury, to see Tony and me and Neil and many, many more. And thank you for being so authentic and so vulnerable and embodying these transformations for us instead of hiding it. This is what we need from our spiritual guides. We really do. I love you so much.
I have chills. I just want to say like one last thing. Thank you for saying that, because the mantis beings like last year clearly were clear with me. It's time for you to walk the talk. So all the lessons like that I teach aren't something I read or whatever. I lived through because I understand frequentially, and this is how I will continue to teach as my life unfolds into these dramatic, traumatic, crazy, insane deconstruction and reconstruction of self. That's the only way to experience.
Thank you, brother. Beautiful. And I think the last words that he said is definitely valid for everybody. It's time for everybody to walk talk, really, And I would say the first thing that I see with that is the division in the world. How can you create unity when the world tries to create division? When the systems and institutions separate us, how do we realize that we're all on this planet together? And how do we move forward in unity? And we're sharing yesterday, Nan, what you resist persists, and quite literally, if you are trying to hold that frequency of a new ascended planet, but at the same time, you are finding everybody that you don't agree with as the other, you're sending out conflicting messages to the universe. Also, Tony said another thing about escaping. And I think I shared this with you yesterday, Nan. I'm actually creating a conference. This is like a debut title. Yeah. There is no escape conference.
Right. We're talking about the way out is through, right? The only way out is through. Yeah,
that's that, and because ever since I started this whole process, I would have people that were frustrated with me using the word ascension back in 2008. because they thought it was about escapism. And then there was, if you guys remember, pre-2012, oh, the ETs are going to land. Don't get on the craft. They want you to they're going to look all beautiful and take you on the craft, but you're supposed to stay on the planet. And, you know, even with a lot of this information, this world has been very dense. And it's really easy for us to be focusing so much on another reality, another world, where we disconnect from this world. And working with literally hundreds of thousands and having millions of people watch our content, I've noticed that a lot. And even within me, I was like, I had such a troubled childhood that I realized in the beginning of doing all this work, I was just waiting for a world where I wouldn't feel that anymore. So I really appreciate, you know, what everyone's sharing today. And it's very interesting to me that the first three people are professional channelers. And even though Tony did a bit of channeling, it was the human speaking, right? It was really like that embodiment, that next level of what the human is reflecting. And I feel we're getting more and more into the embodiment energy now, where we aren't bypassing this information and realizing, how do we get to the depths of this? How do we get to the depths of who we are and come into alignment with something greater, you know?
Yeah, it isn't about getting rid of anything. What he said was so perfect, because it's about accepting everything. It's about not saying, I don't want that. And when that goes away, then I'll be happy. When that goes away, then I'll make money. When that goes away, then I can be spiritual. And then I can feel safe. It's going to be going on forever if we keep doing that. It's that judgment and separation. It is all one. It's two sides of the same thing. It's all for us. It's never against us. And that is so difficult with the way we were dense in so long now, and we were conditioned here. Is like, well, you have to wait till that's better, and you know, what's the perfect timing? And it's like right now.
Yes. You
know what? I was listening to Billy Carson tell a story the other day online, and he didn't do something right away, and he said, I lost billions of dollars. I actually lost billions of dollars by thinking it was in the bag, and you know, and not doing it right now. So I just want to throw that in. That really woke me up.
Now it's the only thing that exists.
Like no if then statements, right? I live my whole life on if then. Like when this is fine, I'll be like, okay, here when my health is okay, then I can go ahead and do these things and interact with these people, you know. Like let's just do it now. So now we're going to get into our next presenter, but I just wanted to say how amazingly awesome everything is in the regards to the flow, and how everybody's really like contributing to adding on top of what the last person was speaking on. And Tony did not even know, because he was talking about the education system. Little did he know, we have literally a conversation that will talk about the education system and the new school, and probably more. I don't know, maybe he looked at the roster because he knows Julie, but I think this was just intuitive. And so it's just like really funneling into this next level. And I'm really excited to bring on Julie Swen next, because not only is she a transmitter of light codes and frequencies, and different beings and energies really are communicating and expressing themselves through her, but she is really about the grounded change on Earth, having a little starseed herself. She's been so much about how can we change the system, or how can we create a new system in order for us to cultivate our gifts in a way where we see the children as masters, and also give them a platform where we don't inhibit them from becoming their full potential, or even have them forget the gifts. How do we start with that foundation? So she and I have been, you know, we've known each other for a couple of years, but we have just teamed up even more deeply in the last few months. So before we bring her on, I'm going to just show an event that we're doing here together. And it's called Star Children Summit, Telepathy and the Future of Humanity. This one's coming up. This is our next free event, everybody. And let me know if you see my screen, Joan.
What was that?
Do you see my screen?
Yeah. Yes. Looks good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going
so
in and
this. So this is the next event we have coming up just in a couple of weeks. Free summit. This is with Julie's organization, the New Earth Trust, and Portals Ascension coming together. Star Children, Telepathy, and the Future of Humanity Summit. And I'm just going to read like a paragraph from it, just so you kind of get a feel for Julie's intention, what we're creating, and what this event is. And I'm sure Julie's going to go deeper into this. The Star Children Conference is a powerful gathering dedicated to amplifying the voices of the next generation and exploring the emergence of humanity's evolving consciousness. This immersive online event creates a sacred space where children, teens, parents, educators, healers, and wisdom keepers can come together to listen deeply, spark meaningful conversations, and build a supportive global community around the future of humanity. Today's children are arriving with powerful gifts, heightened sensitivity, intuition, creativity, empath, emotional intelligence, and expanded awareness. They are not here to fit into outdated systems. They're here to help us remember and reimagine and co-create a more compassionate, conscious, and heart-centered world. And I think that's a great introduction in general just for Julie. So let's bring her on.
Yeah, she's so lovely.
Hey, Julie.
You guys are so lovely. Hi, aloha.
It's like
Thank you so much
children
for
are
having
excited to see you.
me.
Yeah. Our seat, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that was such a beautiful introduction, and thank you for sharing our event here, introducing that to everybody. And it's, you know, it's really the heart of my mission. Like you, Neil, you are amplifying the voices of consciousness leader and teachers on ascension. You've been doing that for many, many years. It is my dream to amplify the voices of children, not only the physical ones, but also our inner ones, the ones who've been really wanting to speak out for a long time, the cosmic. And today I'm actually going to be talking about the hybrid children, the cosmic hybrid children in all of us. And then the children who we claim do not have verbal skills, who are also constantly communicating with their frequency and their transmissions, and whom I believe are the ones who are essentially like the tuning forks for our planet. These so-called nonverbal children, I really want to give them a space to share their wisdom, because they have so much, and their wisdom do not come in words. It's just being, and I was going to share, and I will be sharing this in my presentation a little bit, being around nonverbal children gave me such an insight and downloads into their world and what they're here to do. And yeah, it's incredible to be able to collaborate with Portal to Ascension on this, and to give these children, as well our inner children, a voice, and to really speak on the truth of what the future of humanity is holding for all of us. Because at the end of the day, what is our future? It is these children. And when I tuned into this galactic gateway today, what was coming through is, you know, the ancients made this into a celestial gateway, not only to remember what the past and where we come from. They wanted this special gateway to hold where we come from, because we know that's where we're bringing the future to words. What the words that came through, where it's our cosmic legacy. This gateway holds the key to our cosmic legacy, because when we talk about 8-8, infinity, right? Like 8 is the symbol of infinity and eternity, that there is no time, that the now is the future, and it's also the past, and it's connecting all of that into the present. That's what we're here for. We're living our cosmic legacy right now, and let's not forget that.
Yeah,
I love that. Yeah, we're living a cosmic legacy right now. Yeah. Beautiful. And so Julie, are you going to be sharing about the Star Children Summit and what you want, and your whole intention and purpose with New Earth Legacy today, or you're going to be sharing some codes as well?
Yeah, so both.
Okay.
But yeah, well, while we're, just because, you were talking about the event. So this event, it really started as a vision where I saw a council of children. And when I tune into this, I know that in other star systems, in our future selves. This is the role of the children. They are our councils. And I have remote view different star systems or future selves. What I saw was a lot of so-called problems I see in the future. We will tap into the wisdom of children because they are the next evolution of us. They are the future of ourselves. And by virtue of being this version 2.0 of ourselves, they have insights that we don't carry. They come with perspectives from other spaces, other timelines, and having the memory of what we already hold, they can see a further trajectory of where we could be next. So, how I see our world evolving is also through the wisdom and the counseling of children. So, last year I got this major download of hosting such a council. So, what came through was to host a roundtable of children. And what ended up happening is I thought, I can go and talk to different parents and ask them permission, ask their children if they want to be a part of this kind of council. And the subject that came through was the future of education. So here I am. I had this grand plan of going out, talking to kids, talking to parents, round up these children, put them in a roundtable on Zoom so that this can be a global broadcast of what it could look like, what it looks like for children to gather around and be councils for us. And it didn't really turn out that way because it turns out, children are not accustomed to setting a time and sitting in front of the computer like we are and getting on Zoom. What ended up happening is when I started talking to these children around the US, and they were so fascinated by one thing. They were so fascinated by the fact that I live in Hawaii, and they all want to go to Hawaii. So in 4 weeks, I put together this retreat on Big Island, Hawaii, and it was called the Star Children Retreat. And that was, the first rendition of this. And 11 children showed up. And we did have a council. They sat around the couch and we filmed them talk about the future of education. So to me, it was like if my mission ended there, I die happy like that. It was such a fulfillment already to anchor that template, to show the world what the children are really here for, that we've had it backwards. Like so much of this patriarchal paradigm that we've been living in, we flip everything backwards to learn what it is to return to the organic blueprints. And the organic blueprints of New Earth is the other way around. Is the grown-ups listening to our future selves, who are the children. And so to have that happen, to have that filmed and broadcasted, that was like, I'm anchoring the templates of New Earth. Okay, so that was the start of New Earth Trust, and there are going to be more gathering that will be taking place. The next one that I'm dreaming of and that I'm putting the steps to creating right now is a star family gathering. And this will happen in the iconic Waikiki of Honolulu, Hawaii, next summer. And there's going to be more updates on this. But I just wanted to seed this into the field right now because it's very exciting for me. And that one is going to be a gathering of star families, not just our cosmic family, as well as our biological families. For those of you who have children, I want this to be an intergenerational event. It's important also for my mission to bring back gathering of intergenerations in these consciousness spaces, because of the importance of every role, regardless if you're a child, if you're an adult, if you are a community leader, of an elder. Every one of these roles initiate one another. And I want to bring back the theme of initiation and rites of passage into this event. So that's coming up next. And I just closed out a cohort of a membership that was a membership of star families. And this was the space where we can talk about things as parents and for children, for us that we can't talk about on the playground or at school. And I know if you're here, you're listening to this, you totally get what I'm saying. I don't even need to go into what it is that you can't talk about, but like star lineages, things like that on the playground, you get those looks, and I've received them. So I'm going to resume that membership cohort this fall. I'm also seeding this right now, and you can find out about all of these things on my website, trustnewearth.com. Okay, so what's something else that has been coming through when I was tuning into this 8-8 gateway? Other than the words that were coming through, cosmic legacy, and what that really means is we are here to prepare our planet and humanity for the next evolution of who we are becoming. And as I tune more deeply into that, what I felt was the presence of hybrid children. Oh, I felt like we were all, let's take a deep breath, because for some reason, when I said those words, I felt the collective kind of like a little fear. Okay, so what I received was these hybrid children collective. They have messages to share. Let's take a deep breath into that, into our heart space, because there's absolutely nothing to fear around that. And this is not where I had intended to go, but I feel like I'm feeling so much in my solar plexus right now. When I talk about the hybrid children, there may be something that's ready to be released. So I am going to dive right into that so we could release it. Yes, there were programs where human genetic material were collected and were used to create a species of hybrids with galactic species. And the reason why, and when I'm tuning into this right now, I'm seeing specifically the grays. And again, there's no fear at all around this, because this was something of the past. Okay, long, long ago. I don't even need to mark the timelines or anything like that. Yet I feel in my heart this is coming up for a reason. So let's continue to breathe into our hearts and let it go. Let go of any fear that's coming up around this. But yeah, so this did happen, and I'm being shown, and it involved the Greys. And so they collected genetic materials from humans to create a program where hybrids could be created. And the intention behind it, though, is important. And this is really pertinent to our cosmic legacy. So I do want to just tune into this for a while, for a very short while. The intention actually came from love. And love is truly our cosmic legacy. Because these beings who are the Greys, they are, in a sense, our future selves on a certain trajectory of time. And they knew if we were only going to continue to operate from our intellect and our very base desires, that our future would be kind of sad. Yeah, like we wouldn't be able to reproduce naturally, and we would be disconnected from one of our most powerful gifts, our intuition, and one of the things that really define us as human is our love, our love in the sense of being able to empathize and be compassionate to one another. This is really beautiful and unique to who we are as cosmic humans. And so in order to preserve that, they created these children by preserving by collecting and preserving human genetics. Okay, and with our human genetics, they were able to tap into different galactic lineages and to create the species of hybrid children, which are being introduced and has been introduced onto our planet. Why do I want to tell us about this right now? Tuning back into this Syrian gateway, I feel like this year there has been a lot of polarization on our planet. And this year, I feel like on a collective level, it's learning about unity and what it means to be human, what it means to love and be compassionate and to be able to see from others' perspectives and to recognize that there is truth in everyone's perspective, and to know where people are coming from. And this Sirius gateway feels like a potent portal to bring that message through, that as the ancients and us recognize that this gateway is about remembering our lineage, but remembering for the sake of what? Remembering for the sake of our legacy here, for remembering so that we could evolve to create a space for the next evolution of who we are. It's important to remember as a collective what makes us very unique is the ability to see all these different perspectives, and precisely why we have all the memories and all of the galactic lineages within us. It gives us that special ability, that multidimensionality to witness, to understand, to, like Tony mentioned as he was channeling in this beautiful channel, to accept, right? But not from the human perspective, from the greater, higher perspective of source that we have separated so that we can learn to accept all of the perspectives and to know that in and of itself is unity, is oneness. Okay, so hybrid children. That is, as I was communicating with this collective of hybrid children, that is really the key. And I love how it really jives with the rest of the messages that were coming through today. It jives with that. Is like they were specifically created to preserve and to remember and to attune our frequencies to what it means to know oneness from the place of love, from the place of empathy. And how I really got attuned to that myself is from the telepathy tapes. That was like my first round. So really quick, I never like to just tell people the messages without kind of giving you a backdrop, because I have to share how I experienced it, at least initially myself. Various people have come to me to tell me to listen to that podcast, the telepathy tapes. And for those of you who are not familiar with it, it is amazing, highly recommended. And actually, one of the children that was featured in the telepathy tapes, they will be presenting, Alex, he will be presenting on the Star Children Summit, the event that's coming up with Portal to Ascension as well. So anyway, so telepathy tapes, this collective of children that are, which the show calls the Spellers. That was my first connection to them, is through that podcast. And funny enough, one of the people, the last person to tell me to listen to that podcast was Neil. And then I was like, okay, there's something to this. There's enough people who told me to watch, to listen to this podcast now. I am really going to listen to it. And within 5 minutes of me listening to this podcast, I was like bawling my eyes out, just like full on sobbing. And why I was feeling this way is because these children, and it's almost uncomfortable for me to just say children, because they are timeless. This collective of so-called spellers, neurodivergent, autistic, whatever labels you have it, our human minds created to label them. Oh my goodness. When I was listening to this podcast, I was like on the ground, like full on sobbing, because their frequency that they were showing me is pure, unconditional love. Crystalline, just crystalline, timeless, eternal beings that are here to transmit crystalline, pure love. We speak about New Earth. We often speak about Lumeria. Right now, I don't know if you feel them the same way as I do, because they're very present in my field right now. So I don't want to bypass this frequency and tune into your heart space. Tune into your womb space. And for those of you who are in the male form, it doesn't matter. It's in your dantian, your lower cauldron of power, your sacral, your lower belly. They're here to remind us of our original blueprint. And how are they connected to hybrid children? These children were meant to be reintroduced onto our planet. And there's a part of me, of course, there's no way for me to prove this with any concrete evidence right now. And being an attorney, it's like such a big deal for me to like have that caveat. But there's like a deep knowing that these so-called neurodivergent, blah, blah, blah labels, these children, they are it. Some of them are these hybrid children that were precisely meant to be introduced onto our planet. They have been here for a while, but right now, even more so. And this is why these labels become more and more commonplace. But these so-called hybrids, you know, I'm just going to go off labels for a bit. These multi-dimensional timeless beings that carry our genetic materials. And when we talk about genetics, some of it is not even like physical genetics. It is our energetic blueprints of what it means to be human, and being a human carries certain energetic blueprints as well within our matrices. And so these children are so special because they're here. I don't want to talk about this collective of children as if like they're still out in space, because yes, they are, and they are here. If there was like one thing that like was the main key of what I wanted to share today, is that, yeah, they're here. And we are it. We are one version of it. Yet there is another version of that that is more, if you will, obvious, because they don't function like us. Some of them, yeah, they don't speak in words, because words is it's a 3D construct. It's very limiting. They cannot transmit the frequencies which they were meant to come and transmit to us if they started talking. Just cannot. And yes, a lot of them, they move around like because all day long they are just attuning. They're attuning their spaces. They're attuning our frequencies just by being around them. So yeah, like I mentioned, my first connection to this group of children, hybrids or whatever, if you will, was through the telepathy tapes. And I'm not saying all, you know, I'm not saying all of these children are. And because the focus of what I want to speak on today is the hybrid children, my knowing is that some of them are. Some of them are these hybrid children that are being introduced back onto this planet. Okay, and then the second contact, if you will, was earlier this spring. I got a last minute download to sign up for this expo in Honolulu, and it's the spiritual expo. So I signed up as an exhibitor and presenter, and last minute, it's like so last minute that they didn't even have my presentation up. They just wrote in a pen, like at 3:00, this gal is speaking on. Last minute, I just said, "Awaken your new earth gifts." Okay, that was the title of my presentation. So 3:00, I go into this room, and maybe there were like 18, 20 people there. And what was fascinating was that 3 autistic children came in. And there was nothing in my presentation title or whatever that alludes to children at all. And I was like, okay, I wonder if this is why the guys wanted me to be here today. And so I was kind of just playing this game with the audience, like, let's introduce ourselves with our soul sounds just for fun. And so each of us did that, all of the grown-ups, and then I was going around in a circle. And so one of this nonverbal children, she looked around maybe 10 or 11, and nonverbal. So she wasn't speaking, and she was looking at me. And so I was called to go up to her. So I went up to her, and I telepathically asked her if I can hold her hands. So I held her hands. Okay. And oh my goodness, like the world disappeared around me. Pure love, just unconditional love, crystalline, just frequencies of new earth right here in this child's heart. And then I started to channel, because then I felt her speaking, this is my purpose here. This is why I'm here. I'm here to transmit these frequencies of light, of love, of purity, and that this is how this is how I fulfill my purpose. It's for others to listen and to tune into who I am, not in the way of how most grown-ups and people perceive one another. We are here to witness another kind of contact. We speak many times of contact, as in starships and forms of, it almost makes me uncomfortable right now to speak, aliens. We are here. We, in the form of contact, does not necessitate communication, questions and answers, while channeling is a form of contact. We want to remind you that contact comes in even a more pristine form. Heart to heart. Your human heart carries an advanced interface that no other species can replicate. Do not confuse this with any other form of communication. Your heart and its ability to receive and to transmit, that is the key to the entire planetary's evolution. So that's what this kid was teaching me. Like, just being in that frequency, and then there's three of these children in that room. So one was so-called autistic, but he's very verbal. So he went up in front of the room and did this whole act, and that's different. Like his gifts were different. But the second child, so I did that with the first child, and her name is Bridget, and then I went to the second child, and she was all womb energy. Like, she carried this frequency of the cosmic mother plasma, like, and she brought me to just like the depths of creation just by holding her hands. Okay, so I'm just looking at the time right now. So I wanted to share that because that was a form of contact for me, a form of contact with what we call as neurodivergent children, or whatever labels, and also as hybrids. These are a part of what we call the hybrid children and what they are here to do. And also, before we wrap up, I wanted to share too that some of them, of course, are in other time, in in other light years. Some of them are in ships and other star systems. The ones that are coming through, some of them cannot come through yet. And this is also another thing that I've received through what I've been doing with New Earth Trust and talking about the next evolution of education. They are waiting for us to set up systems so that they can come through. And of course, one of the primary systems that we have to shift for them is education. They cannot fit into the schools we have today. And right, like, and I'm not even just talking about, like, when we envision hybrid children, we might be thinking of like, wow, like, really cosmic, like maybe they have blue skin, blah, blah. No. They look like us. Like, yet their gifts cannot be expressed. Their missions cannot be played out unless we have systems that are ready for them. And this is another reason why, education, and I keep talking about it, is so important. Just bringing it back into my life, how in the beginning, Neil says, I have a little star seed myself. I know for a fact that many of his gifts are not being expressed right now because I haven't set up the systems for them to be. And I haven't raised my frequencies high enough to attune our fields so that to allow him to fully express his gifts as a star seeds. I want to be the first to say that. And, I'm working on it. We all are. I just really want to be very honest. It's not easy as parents, as if you're a parent, you understand. We're always doing the best that we can. And this is why I started New Earth Trust. And this is why I'm speaking out about this. It takes all of us. When we say raising children requires a village, raising this generation of children composing of, and of course, star children, I mean, we came in waves. You are a star child. I am a star child. But this wave is even more, is like even more because their frequencies are so pristine and so important to the next wave of evolution of what our planet is going into. And also, one of the main things that they are here to do is to make this call, a call for all of us to shift our systems so that this evolution of human beings can come in. So I, do I have more time? I do want to maybe do a very short transmission. How are we doing,
100%.
Neil?
We started 10 minutes late. We still have around 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. Let's do a super short transmission. Because I think it's really important that we connect with our inner hybrids. And just so it's not something like I'm speaking about, like it's something out there. These children are coming, they're here, they're out in space. We are also that. We're not talking about something that is outside of us. Just a few minutes. So, let's open the field, connect to our sacred space. Take a deep breath. If you can, gently close your eyes. Let's attune to this field of the highest and the purest collective of hybrid children who are aligned with love, sovereignty, and the next evolution of humanity. Where we are listening. While you've called us children, because you perceive us through the little bodies that we come into form, know that we show up as children also because you recognize this as the innocence and the purity that we all carry. And you too were a child, full of purity and full of innocence. And I invite you to just gently envision a pathway before you. This pathway is not very long. And look down at your feet. And in this vision, start seeing yourself slowly treading down this pathway. At the end of this pathway, know that there is a very powerful light, the light of the blue star. So we're going to go about 10 steps forward on this pathway. Just focus on your feet. What shoes are you wearing? Take another step. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, closer, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Full stop. You're standing right in front of a very powerful blue light, allowing this light to emanate while you receive the light of this blue star. Allow it to release everything that you've been holding on. And for this one moment, bring your attention to what's revealing itself in front of you. As the star light gently dissipates, you see in front of you a child. That is your cosmic hybrid child, yourself. Notice if this child has any gender, because it doesn't have to. Look at its appearance. How tall? How short? Is it wearing anything? Now look into the child's eyes. This is how we communicate. Eyes to eyes. Heart to heart. Connect your heart with this child's heart. And now you see this child lifting its hand towards your heart space as it gently rests its hand upon your heart. It's communicating with you. It's presenting a gift that you have long forgotten. Allow that to be transmitted to you. Whether it comes through a message, a frequency, a symbol, an object. Allow that to be placed within your heart space. Now, once that is complete, remember you can always come back to the space to reconnect with your inner cosmic child. Now it's time to say goodbye to this child. Allow any last words to be transmitted between the two of you. And you see in front of you a bright blue star starting to emanate again. And your child dissipates into this light of the blue star. And you turn around, retracking your steps back to where you came from, back to the present, into your body, feeling your hands and your feet, the bottoms of your feet. We call all of our energies back into this body now. And gently reopen your eyes. Remember, the presence is already the preparation. And our task is to witness that. Notice the differences with this generation of children, because that is precisely the activation. And more importantly, remember why they're here. Their main message is the message of love. They're here to remember, to remind us, for us to remember that love, it just transcends all forms and perspectives. Thank you so much for this space today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
That's the
Delightful.
hybrid in me.
Yay.
Yeah, someone said that spoke right to their soul.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
beautiful.
it's really beautiful. You know what I love, Julie, is how when you started talking about the children that aren't verbal and how we categorize that, but when you meet someone who speaks a different language, right? You meet someone who comes from a different tradition, and this is what we're awakening to, right? These different ways of being and speaking and channeling information.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that reminder. I am staying with my mom and her partner right now. I'm visiting Canada, and I know I just did this whole transmission and all of that. And as soon as you said that, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Like, I too have to remember they're from a different generation, very, very different backgrounds, and I just have to see from the other person's eyes and understand where they come from, and that really is the love that transcends. It's accepting and knowing that is the God in us, right? Like we created the differences to remind how special we really are.
So
100%.
You know, one thing I really loved also is to reminder that the children are so special, and the teachers themselves have to be advanced spiritual beings. None of this, just because you got this degree makes you a teacher. It's the resonance of who we bring in and how we train those teachers to align with our children. And that's and they should be the highest beings, truthfully.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And congratulations, Julie. I see you taking this worldwide as the new earth comes in, and many teachers from our tribe working with you to just grow them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've watched you for a few years. It's great.
I love that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Julie.
So
And yeah,
much.
sharing
Very
that
honored.
love transforms all perspectives. And I'm just thinking, like, you know, they used to say that mathematics was the universal language, right? And then they changed it to music is the universal language because music and math are one and the same. But then when you're on Earth, love is the universal language because I'm traveling the world, and I can't speak to half the people I can connect with. But then when we have that love, that look, and we connect with each other, it's truly something beautiful. It transcends all distance. It transcends all communication. You know, Nan and I, we're going to in a second show about our tour in the Yucatan. And yesterday, I reconnected with a local Mayan here that I had actually funded to build the Temescala sweat lodge in the middle of the Yucatan about 10 years ago. And I hadn't seen him in like 8 years. And when I spoke to him, when I connected with him before, I knew no Spanish at all. But when we hugged, it had been like 8 years, that love. Like Nan was like, "Where's the camera? I must take a photo." We're hugging in the middle of the Yucatan Peninsula, and this love exchange was just so profound. He just started crying, and it just reminded me. I'm like, wow, look at this bond I have with this individual. And all the times I've ever connected with him, I had no words to say because I didn't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just beautiful. It's a constant reminder that we have to constantly remind ourselves, really, that we are love, and through love we're going to create a beautiful new planet.
Yeah.
Wow. Absolutely. Yeah. So
Yeah.
stay tuned. Stay posted on the work that we are co-creating. My website again is trustnewearth.com. Trust New Earth. And just really quick, I am taking a special group, a very small group of people to Egypt to witness the full solar eclipse next summer. And this is known as the eclipse of the century because it doesn't happen very often. So if that sparks anything in you, check out my website.
Thanks, Julie. And then also, everybody, once again, our Star Children Summit, August 22nd and 23rd, a couple of weeks away. We have over 400 people signed up already. So I'm assuming almost all of the people tuning in now might be signed up for this as well. But if you haven't, go ahead and check it out at portal2ascension.org. And we're going to go deeper into all the things that Julie's passionate about, and then also really understanding about these children, their gifts, and how to cultivate for the future.
Yeah.
Right, Julie?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Love you guys.
Okay. Love you. Talk soon. Bye. All right, so let's take a pause here. I'll get into Christine in a second here. Christine Page with us, so we'll bring her on. And I want to share about a tour that Nan and I are doing. So right now I'm in Merida, Mexico. I'm about an hour south of Nan. She's up in the northern part of the peninsula. And Nan's been living down here for 11 years. And this is the Yucatan Peninsula, not too far from Cancun, a couple of hours from Tulum and Playa del Carmen, if you want to know that area. Also, the central area of the Mayan wisdom. And Nan is a huge advocate, priestess, and connected to the Mayan wisdom. She has not only brings the Mayan codes, but also works with a lot of local Mayan. And myself, this is the place I have the biggest connection to. When I first came to the Yucatan, I felt like literally, I probably did. I felt like kissing the ground, like I had come home. And for 2 years in a row on my birthday, I literally just sat on a pyramid in Palenque all day, just having memories of my time there and just like feeling so connected. So now, after conversations over years, Nan and myself and our friend Chris Noble have created a tour together where we're going to be coming down here in January, taking a group of people. So Nan, I'll hand it to you. Maybe you can share about the tour while I pull up the website.
Yes, absolutely. So it's very exciting. Like Neil said, you know, this is really dear to his heart, and it's been a really healing process. And yesterday, I have to say, was so profound because we went to Uxmal in the morning, and we're going to be staying there right on the sacred land, literally across the street. And we're beautiful pools and a gorgeous restaurant. And we're going to be going into the sacred sites, and we're going to have a Mayan elder wisdom keeper with us. We also have access to private places that is sacred land in order to do ceremony, because you can't do ceremony in the pyramids anymore. And so when we connected to Neil's friend, he just started crying, the Jaime, and it was truly heart opening. I felt like it opened up something in the whole planet of this idea that you changed his life when you did something of love because you felt that connection here. And that's what I find. People come here and, we saw the jaguar all throne yesterday, the dual-headed jaguar throne there. That's very sacred. It's the masculine and feminine coming together. That is in Uxmal. And they have encoded in the stones, and the land is full of light and full of cenotes and water that waken people. And even if you don't have any conscious memories of past lives as a Mayan, you have that essence, because to be Maya is actually a state of consciousness. And so if you're called here in any way, the way Neil is or the way I've been, you were definitely Mayan in another life. Yes, in form, but now we're all going to the state of consciousness they embodied. So we were at the Sacred Feminine University yesterday, and we were looking at all the classrooms they had and all the carvings and all the symbolism and everything that they had that tells you even still now what was going on there. They were opening the portals to the wisdom within the universe of how creation happens. How do we function? How do we operate in a physical body, but we're divine, because they had that consciousness. So you're going to get a chance to, operate from that and come. And we were talking about language with Julie. Well, we went to the Temescal with Jaime, and we were talking, and I was asking him questions about ceremony or different things we could do. And he would just break out in a Mayan ritual chant. And it was so beautiful. I was just moved, right? It was so beautiful. And he was glowing. I mean, this was coming from him. This wasn't like a sales pitch or anything. This is authentic. These are like truly authentic people that we're going to be with at these different sacred lands, doing the ceremonies that you can't do normally and you don't know about, because this is definitely not a place that most people know about. So we're going to be going to these sacred places in such a beautiful way.
And so I'm going to show a couple of videos here. Nan, let me know if you do not hear the sound. So this is us literally yesterday, not even 24 hours ago, with lots of videos, but I'm just going to show you a couple of them.
I can't
sound
hear
coming
it.
through?
No.
You can't. All right, let me just change the setting real quick.
Yeah, and I was so happy. I got videos of Jaime doing his chants and Neil and I getting around. And next week we're going to Itzmal together, which is another one of the sites we're going to be going to. And it's the first site. It's the first site of the Father from Atlantis coming.
Here we go. And so this will be one of the sites that we come and visit. It's going to be our main site, really, right?
Well, we're going to be here, right, at a beautiful, beautiful lodge with pools under the jungle, and we'll be able to walk here, walk to the Chocolate Museum.
Yeah.
We'll be coming here with our Mayan elder.
Yeah.
This is actually the real name of this place is the City of the Kindness of Mother Moon. And then we're going to be going to Kaba as well, because we're on the Ruta Puk, which is a whole series of sites. And we're going to go to Lebna.
So join us year in 2027. We're going to be coming out here, and it's going to be how long's our journey for?
7 days.
7 days. And then one more. Now yard, and again, this is where one of the sites we're going to be at in Uxmal, And Nan, you were saying that we are surrounded by classrooms?
Sacred Feminine University, this was the main classroom area. And all of these rooms were specific classrooms that would have had murals on the wall that told you exactly what you were doing in that room. And above each room, you'll see the carvings that had many, many symbolisms. This one's evolution. So what you learned here was creation, sexual alchemy, and the sacred feminine intuitive aspects that are able. Up here, you'll have the two-headed jaguar, which the throne is over there, which is a masculine and feminine side. You can tell the difference in the heads. And many places you'll see phalluses and other things that tell you, like this over here in this area is some sacred sexual magic. And all the rooms you would progress around them. And then these ones, you see how over you have almost like a pyramid going up with the two-headed snake above them. Mm-hmm. So it's similar to the pyramid being the 9 waves of consciousness. Mm. This is evolution. You went in here to evolve up those 9 layers. And the serpent being the sacred knowledge and unconditional love. It's the Christ consciousness. The feathered serpent, meaning that you're reconnecting to your spirit, right? Your feathers, you're growing your feathers again so you can fly back up to spirit. You can open your crown. So each of these classrooms were specifically related to that. And then there's different images of people inside, in the middle of those pyramids. And
let's see if we can get the Temescal one here. Do we have the Temescal? I don't think I have it. You mentioned somebody that came through this area and kind of outlined all the different sites and wanted to make it look like Atlantis. Say that name again. And is this the same as Quetzalcoatl? Is this the same as Thoth? Are they all three the same person?
No. Itzamna came from Atlantis. When Atlantis fell, because they intentionally sunk it, right? Because people were misusing. So they took people like Thoth and Itzamna and other people who had reached king priesthood or priestesshood, and they geared them up and said, we're going to be doing this, and you're going to take your technology, and you're going to go to Egypt, and you're going to go to England, and you're going to go to the Maya land, and you're going to go here, because our entire culture is all seeded from Atlantis, which of course is connected to Lemuria and so on. But that's the most recent connection. So we're all Atlantean in that sense.
Interesting. Yeah. So it makes sense why people think it's the same person all around, but it was actually a group of people that were sent all over the world.
Yeah,
with different
exactly.
names. All right, we'll leave it at that. So yeah, if you're interested, please do join us at nanakasha.com/Stargate. It's going to be an incredible event, tour, and it's also kind of like a homecoming for myself, for Chris. We all have this deep connection, and we're coming together with Miguel Angel, who is a Mayan elder. He's going to be joining us for quite a bit of the tour as well. And then we're going to be with Jaime. We have a 2.5-hour Temescal ceremony with clay bath experience where we put on this clay and then we go into the Temescal. Then afterwards, we're going to be doing the Mayan meditation. And then Chris is going to bring his guitar. We're going to be singing out there under the stars, which is going to be amazing.
Yeah, we're really blessed because we can go because you know him. You were part of creating his land, right? We can go there after hours. So we were talking about actually getting to go there in the evening or at night. And that's a very different energy, right? The energies. And we can bring all of our instruments and celebrate with music and dancing and cleansing. So amazing. And the people you'll meet here, their hearts are so big. They're so beautiful. And you will feel like you've come home.
Yeah, so nanakash.com/stargates. Hope to see some of you guys there. All right, and with that, let's get into our next presenter for today. We have 2 more people, 2 more speakers here, Christine, and then we also have Joan coming up as well. So Christine Page. Now, I got to say that I am so grateful for the fact that we got to spend like 4 or 5 days together in India just about less than a month ago. And Christine came onto my radar a few months ago when she reached out to me, and now we're working together. She's going to be featured on some events on Portal to Ascension, and I also interviewed her. But then I got an opportunity to actually connect with her and experience India, but also the Mega Meditation Summit, which you guys are going to learn more about because Portal to Ascension has teamed up with PSSM Global in order to create conferences around the world called Mega Meditation Summits, in which they're doing one pretty much every 2 months next year. And Portal to Ascension is assisting them with a Mexico City event. But anyways, Christine and I were both speakers there, and we got to drop in really deep, and now she's become a good friend and close to my heart. So Christine Page is described as a mystical physician, has almost 50 years of working in holistic healthcare using innovative healing methods to enhance the soul's full expression here on Earth. Intuitive since birth, she enjoys telepathic communication with guides, star families, nature spirits, and other multidimensional light beings. As a star being, she maintains an eternal connection to her galactic heritage by embodying dragon, whale, and serpent energies. Her fascination with the quantum universe, alchemy, acoustics, holograms, astrology, helps her understand early visions of someone's parallel lives, and an ability to psychically interact with rocks, trees, and a deep connection to Gaia's powerful places and sacred sites around the globe. Now, after decades of teaching internationally and the author of 10 books, the latest being The Magic Mother of Nature, she sees herself as a messenger and a translator of universal wisdom, encouraging everyone, especially women, to become empowered by embodying their unique creative gifts. Christine, hello.
Hello, lovely to be with you again.
It's lovely to be with you too. How are you?
I am doing good. You've been all over the world since we last met.
I know, right? It's good to see you, though. Everything good?
Everything is good, and I'm really, been a beautiful conference. I've been so excited to be part of this. So
beautiful. And what are you sharing with us today?
I'm going to share with you about the Lion's Gate from a mythical side, but when you spoke about circles, the language of love, I mean, that's just magical. But also, I was an original Maya. I was here when the grid was built in this earth. And I remember building the grid and setting up time locks, as I see them, that certain things in this planet will come alive when humanity reaches a certain level of expansion of consciousness, or when there's cosmic energy that we're working with. So, I know that it's everything that we will ever be and ever has been is already in Gaia, in her imagination. So what I've been listening to is all these wonderful thoughts about what's coming to the surface. And it's all coming to the surface because we are inviting it in, which is so exciting. So I do have a presentation, and I'm hoping that you'll help me to tell me what I click for that, Neil.
Yeah, sure. You see the screen at the bottom with the plus sign?
She says.
The little icon there is a computer screen with a plus sign.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yes, I've got it. And that share screen. Perfect. Yep. So maybe I'll just set that up right now, and then I can make sure it's working. So this
100%.
Lovely. So entire screen. No, not that one. How do I find the one that I want to share?
Go ahead and click entire screen and then just navigate towards it.
Let's just see if it shares. There we go. We're on.
Yep. It's coming up.
Okay.
There we go. Beautiful. Okay, we're excited. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, it's wonderful to speak to everybody, and thank you for inviting me, Portal to Ascension and Neil, to this wonderful 8/8 event. And as always happens when I'm invited to speak about something, it's as if this is allowing me to go to the best university in the sky. That's why I write books. I'm a Gemini. I love learning. I love writing. I love speaking. And when I get a subject like, come and talk on 8/8 Lion's Gate, it's as if the universe is telling me everything that they want me to speak about in this event. And even as I was listening to these other wonderful speakers, everybody inspiring me, I was like, okay, that's something that I'm being inspired to put into this talk. So I hope you'll enjoy it as much as I will. And I am a communicator, so I am very visual. That's why I've created a presentation, which I hope you'll find visual. And at the end, we will go on a journey to enter into a portal stargate so that we may experience ourselves in this very expanded way that is available to us now because of the amazing energies. So let's just start off. So when I was asked to talk about the Lion's Gate, my mind immediately went to a visit that my husband and I in a group did to the Lion's Gate Mycenae in Greece. And this is just an amazing space, which is over 7,000 years old, if not older. And you pass through this Lion's Gate to get to the city that was created probably around the 2000 millennial BC, but it's a much older place. And so my question was, well, what does this Lion's Gate really mean? What's this all about? And that's always my question, my curiosity. And so we'll come back to that. But having listened to so many wonderful speakers, I wanted to put my piece in here to say, we need to start remembering and living that we are already eternal beings of light. We're not trying to get somewhere. I think other speakers spoke about ascension. You know, it's not necessarily we're ascending, we are expanding. And so we're expanding into ourselves. And 95% of us, of our consciousness as a light being, lives in the fifth dimension and above. So we don't need to go to the fifth dimension. 95% of us is already there. But our higher self, which is part of that 95%, said, this is a great time to go down to this wonderful playground, this creative playground called Gaia, Mother Earth, where the particular circumstances make this a time of extraordinary growth for us all. So it coalesced 5% of itself, created what we know as the soul, and that soul created around itself a personality, a physical form, an etheric form, which I like to call our earth suit. So we all have the perfect earth suit, even though you may look in the mirror and say it's not perfect, but this is the perfect earth suit for your soul's incarnation this time. And when your soul and the higher self say, okay, that's enough, we've had enough of this time in this particular earth suit, then we drop the earth suit and we move back into the 95, and then off we go again, and we may go to a different planet, a different galaxy, a different universe, etc., for the soul to continue its destiny. And I want to make sure that we all understand that we're not here to fulfill our total destiny of our soul in this life. Now, you might do it, but we've all had many different lives in many different dimensions. And this is just a time to say, wow, what a lucky thing. I drew the lottery ticket to come down to Earth at this time because of the circumstances of the cosmos actually being a very unique state where there's a galactic current sheet sweeping across the solar system, including obviously ourselves, Mars, etc. So we're all being engaged in this galactic current sheet of information, which is why there's so much information out there at the moment. We don't lack information. We lack our ability to stay centered. But why are we here? We're not just here to express heaven onto earth. We're here to express heaven onto earth so that we may see ourselves reflected in those expressions. So everything that happens to us, whether an event or someone we meet or something else, it's our expression of it that allows us to say, so what did I learn from this? Why did I create this as a mighty being? And I'll say this more and more. And I had that little picture of a multi-petaled flower, because what I see is diversity is the key to God, the one, whatever you want to call the creative energy, knowing itself. It says, I'm going to create diversity. And I'm going to create diversity within the planets, the galaxies, all living beings in their own right. And I'm going to create diversity across this beautiful planet, including every human. So we don't want to be like anybody else. We are diverse, unique beings who are expressing God's light in a very unique way. And what I say is that all we have to do is express our piece of God's light, divine light, onto this planet. We have to lay our piece of the jigsaw down onto this planet. And that's what we came here to do. Of course, what I see people doing is, well, I'll go and help that person with their piece of jigsaw, or my piece of jigsaw isn't very interesting. Maybe we better just put your piece of jigsaw on the planet. That's all you have to do. And then reflect it. I see myself reflected in my creations. And when we say that, then God says, I see and know myself through my reflections. And this is an infinitely expanding universe. It's not like, well, there we are, done it. So once again, I come back to my multi-petaled flower. Not only do we have a personality, but we have multiple sub-personalities or personas. Some of us, we call that the child, the mother, the teacher, the carer. But what our soul wants to do is to shine its light through as many of our petals as possible. The challenge after my 50 years of working in health professionals and as a spiritual guidance counselor, we want to stay in the same damn petal and nothing changes. So our growth in consciousness occurs when we shine our light through a new petal or a petal that was closed. Otherwise, we come in on one level of consciousness and we go out in exactly the same level of consciousness, because we've never expressed a new part of us or shone our light through another petal. So today, choose to do something different. Just because you can do something, it doesn't mean you should keep doing it. That's my motto. When you're not growing from something, move on. Be it a relationship, work, whatever. Our purpose is to grow, expand, and discover ourselves through our experiences. There we go. I thought I would start with that. And I am an astrologer and I love astrology. And we are in this amazing time of air. Well, again, as an air sign, I love this. But Uranus in Gemini between 2026, 2033, we are going to see such an expansion of information. Consciousness, you could call it, but we are being bombarded with information that is literally blowing our minds. And this is why we're seeing such an increase in AI and other forms of communication. It's interesting that we were talking about the language of love, because there is one language we all have. We're also with Pluto in Aquarius, which is about community. It's about collective consciousness. It's about doing things in a collective way. Until 2044, we are seeing a breakdown of the sort of Piscean guru leader and a collective movement. But what this means is everybody is taking responsibility for their particular piece of the jigsaw, for what they came to do. So don't follow anybody else. What is unique within you? What's your passion, as Bashar would say? What's your bliss? Follow your enjoyment. Just do it. So we are constantly putting our ideas out into the world, so we should know ourselves as multidimensional beings. Again, if you're bored, if you're losing yourself in some computer game or something, you're bored. Move on. What needs to change? Because there's lots of opportunities, and we can come up with the old chestnuts or fear. They're just stories. If there's fear, do it anyway. That's a very old saying. So everything we see or imagine is part of our holographic reality, reflecting us back to us. And I'm telling you this because I want to talk about portals, etc. So this may be new to you, but whatever is in your mind, the question is, what is it? How would I describe that particular energy? In other words, if you say, well, like I'm a Syrian or a Palladian, that's great. That's a name. But what would be the three descriptions you'd give of that type of individual? Kind, loving, intelligent, because whatever you can describe in someone else is what is being reflected back to you. And that's how we know ourselves. And what I see 88 is about is a reflective portal. I mean, look at the numbers. It's a stargate, a portal into this infinitely expanding universe. Hope that excites you. So let's just look at portals and stargates. I've spent quite a lot of time since I was invited to give this talk looking at this. I believe that portals and stargates are not the same. I think portals are like windows. So they reflect resonance between our inner and outer worlds. And I'll show you a little bit more of that. Stargates are different. They are like the doors or the roof, allowing movement between the inner and outer worlds. And when I looked at that shape, I then came back to my Lion's Gate in Mycenae, and I went, oh, look at that. That's both a portal and a stargate. This shape is common across the world, this T shape. In fact, in Göbekli Tepe, Karantepe, where I've visited, this T shape is very common, as it is here where I live in New Mexico. The pueblos often had these T shapes, symbolizing a portal between the worlds. The lines on the top are symbolizing the stargate. Hope that's exciting for you. So when we go through a doorway like that, we're changing consciousness. At least our perception of consciousness is changing. So here's what I see as a portal. Portal is a window into different realms of consciousness that resonates with something or someone that is already in our Akashic memory. So our awareness travels, but our physical body stays in the same time and space. Now I've got a little list there. I'll put dreams. You know, when you dream, you're going through a portal into a different time and space, but your physical body is still probably in the bed, hopefully in the bed. You come back to it. Synchronicities are portals. Synchronicities mean something happening that is we say in the same time and space. That's the meaning of the word. But a synchronicity doesn't have to be at the same time. I like to tell a story about a synchronicity that occurred for me, that I was looking through some very old photos. And I came upon this photo of a man who I'd lent some money to, and he had never returned it. Now, this was something like 10 years previously. And honestly, I hadn't thought about it until I saw that photo. And then I thought, he never responded. He never sent that money back. But, you know, it was like 10 years. What the heck? I don't even know where he lives anymore. The following day, I received a check from him. He lived in another country. He had mailed that check 4 days before I found the photo. And the amount of money in that check was 3 times as much as he owed me. And it allowed me to have enough money to do something that I wasn't going to be able to do otherwise. That's a synchronicity. It doesn't have to happen, one could say, at the same time, but the coming together of an inner thought for you and an out of expression outside, something from the outside, is that portal that allows us to say, I'm on the right track, or something's happening. And I'm sure we've all had synchronicities where you think of someone and you call them and they were saying, I was just thinking of you. So synchronicities are really important portals to remind us to listen. And again, I've been intuitive all my life, but I've worked with people and they'll say, oh, this thing happened. It was miraculous. But they go, well, I'm not sure why it happened. And it's one of those things. When something happens like that, for instance, you might get your mother may be very interested in, let's say, feathers. And one day a feather moves. So she's in spirit. Feather comes down to you. Don't just say, oh, look, a feather. It takes an awful lot of effort from the spirit world to make that feather fly down to your feet. So when something unusual, magical happens, thank the universe and recognize, wow, that was a portal to remind me how much she loves me. Now, there are power places across the planet, which I'll be talking about. Places of harmony. You might just love going up that hill or to that tree or into your backyard or garden. These are all places, they're portals. And you'll say, when I sit under that tree, I feel at peace, I feel inspired. That's a portal. You're responding, reflecting a part of yourself. We have major acupuncture points, which are portals. Our chakras in the body are portals. And even a special birthday. You know, you think of someone maybe, again, on their birthday, someone in spirit. And what you're doing is asking them to come close, because that's reminding you how much you love them, what they meant to you, whatever it is. So portals are everywhere. I wanted to show that picture of the Torii Gate. And the Torii Gate's in Japan, where I love traveling. It's a gate separating the mundane from the sacred space of the nature spirits, Akami. I mean, all over the world, people understand the importance of these portals. And when we get there, like the Japanese, we should bow, we should be grateful, we should appreciate we're moving from one place to another. And ask permission. That's a big part of ask permission of the guardian. May I enter here? So, you know, I have a picture like that, but it's looking through a mirror, a window, saying there's something in that image that when I see it, I just love it. I feel one with myself. And all it's doing is reflecting part of my own Akashic memory of myself. So recognize there are mirrors everywhere. And even, you know, maybe something you're listening to, maybe you're listening to this wonderful conference. But whatever resonates with you, it isn't about the other person. It's about you remembering who you are. You know, we all do that, isn't it? We might come out of a movie and you'll say, wow, wasn't that character great? And the other person says, what character? And they didn't even notice that character, but the one that resonated with them was this other character. And in previous years, when I've run workshops, I've sent 200 people outdoors along the same street. And I've said, see what resonates with you and maybe gives you a message, an answer to a question. And they all come back with different reflections of what they saw in that street, even though it's just the same street. So this is a wonderful way of really helping us all to know ourselves, and you can ask a question and go out into nature for 20 minutes or into your street or wherever and say, there will be an answer there. Very physical, you know, be something you read or something you hear, and you will get the answer. Because everything is about, how do I help you to become all that you are this life? This is what the interest is in the universe. So as I've mentioned, we are a mighty spiritual being. Start with that premise. So if we have an emotional reaction to something or someone in our environment, they are a mirror for us. Heaven help us all. But ask that question, what are the 3 adjectives I'd use to describe that person? And then say, how easy would it be for me to be that person, that being? In other words, how could I integrate that energy into my heart, into myself? So you might see someone, I don't know, I'm a very responsible person, maybe you are. And I see maybe in the past, I saw someone being irresponsible. Of course, what I wanted to do is to change them so they could be as miserable as I am, being responsible. Instead, what I had to learn was to be responsible for myself, or learn to be irresponsible, not so responsible. So whatever you see in someone else may be helping you to be the opposite. It's not always an opposite, but asking yourself, how scary is that for me to become that? Is a great question. Then ask, why did my higher self, create this experience? Because you are a mighty being. Nothing happens by chance. You don't waste energy. How did that experience help me to know myself better? What strengths did I develop because of it? And now through which petal is my soul light shining that wasn't before? In other words, you may never have had courage before, but because of the circumstances, you picked up the sword of courage and you went, enough. And all of a sudden that petal opened. I wonder if any of you have had that, where suddenly you say enough and you get courage that wasn't part of who you were before. And all we're doing is every time we light up a petal, every time we accept a part of ourselves, we are saying, I accept this part into my heart as an aspect of myself, my true self, which is allowing my light to shine brighter. Simple. So you don't have to love it, I would say. You don't have to transform it. And there's been a lot of discussion today about that. You don't have to change anything. I love my pauper. I love my rich part. I love my lustful part. You know, the Thich Nhat Hanh book, poem, Call Me by My True Names. I love everything. And it is about meeting as many parts of yourself, as many sub-personalities, and many petals of yourself. You don't have to then live that part. But what I say is you can then put the clothes of that part in the closet. And one day you can say, do I want to be a tyrant today? And you go, no, it's too sunny. I'll do it tomorrow. In other words, you're not scared of it anymore. And you're not judging other people for being that. So what we judge in others is what we're scared of inviting into ourselves. There we go. Simple. So what's a Stargate? It's an interdimensional doorway, which allows travel not only for our mind, but also for the body. And it's very similar to the Star Trek transporter or teleportation room. And these are called jump rooms. And I've listened to different people who have experienced jump rooms. It's often been an elevator, or it's been something where they went in, it's almost like their body dissolved, their physical body dissolved, and then they were moved to another place. And I'll share that a little bit more. Now, the two ways people have described this is the Merkaba, two interlacing tetrahedral shaped vortices spinning in opposite directions, and two interconnected bubbles of energy with a lens-shaped compartment in the center. So here's my images. Here's the Merkaba. And the Merkaba is quite difficult if you're trying to imagine it, but if you can just see yourself sitting in that still place. And Neil talked about that zero still point. And that to me is the 8-8 now. It's how do we get into the still point? But it isn't a place to live. It's a place to come back to. So what I'm suggesting is you can breathe into the world around you, but when you breathe out, you bring all the wisdom and light back into your heart and back into the still point. And the same is true of the Vesica Pisces, which I love, two circles coming together, circumference going through the center of each other. And I think this is how Bashar describes it. You are in your first time and place, and then you dissolve that and you go into the still point, which has no time space. I think that's really hard for us to do because immediately we think about it, we're thinking about it. So it's in that moment of just peace or enjoyment, I like to say, that moment where there's no forward or back. And then you can imagine the second time place and move into that space. So I feel that this is going to be something we're all practicing, which how do we find that still point? Not to live in it eternally, because the more we experience in the world, the stronger our still point is going to be. The more petals we open, the stronger the center of that flower will be. So living in the center is not the answer. It's moving out and in like the breath so we can experience ourselves in that zero point in the center. And as I was just preparing this talk, I thought of this, the Freemasonry compass symbol. And I thought, wow, that is the Merkaba. And I'd never seen it before, so I just had to share it with you. But I thought, wow, that's what that's about. And we also have stargates in our chakras. And I like to call the stargate or star child chakra above my head, which is about 9 inches, a little bit more above my head. 9 feet above my head, 3 meters. Or the root chakra, which is 9 feet below my feet, or the true earth child chakra. And so because I work with the chakras and I go up to that stargate, that's where I meet the beings of light who are wanting to talk to the individual that I'm speaking with. But at the same time, we can root ourselves into Mother Earth, into inner Earth. And I'm very keen on inner Earth at the moment. because inner Earth has these powerful beings in it who are very enlightened. And when we root in there, we can meet ourselves and go through different doorways, stargates, into deeper and deeper levels of our higher consciousness. So higher consciousness isn't just above our heads, it's actually beneath our feet as well. So where are these interdimensional stargates? They're found throughout the universe, the galaxy, Sun, Sirius, the M42 stargate located in the Orion Nebula. You may know that that particular stargate has been the cause of many wars around the world and across the galaxies, across the universe. And I imagine those wars are still happening. We have those body stargates I mentioned. And we also have stargates within Earth. And I like to think there are 64 major stargates. Some people say there are just 12. I'm going to just show you those. Stargates allow travel into and out of this world through the different dimensions. And I've recently been hearing about this 8th law of physics, which again, I'm just starting to get a grasp of, where consciousness of one being is placed in an orb, and then that orb can enter the consciousness of another being. Now, my concern is, do I want someone else's thoughts? And this is part of the Uranus in Gemini problem I can see, is we have to be very mindful of who's entering our mind. And I feel this is a time of authority of the mind, because I don't know if I want everybody to enter into my consciousness. Let's call it consciousness. I have to be mindful that there are energies in maybe the lower astral, even the mental, I don't necessarily want part of me. And I think we're going to have to be more mindful of, what is that serving for me? Does this serve my ego? Does it serve my fears? Does it serve my feeling of not good enough? Or can I stand true in myself and say, I'll let consciousness come into my awareness if it expands my consciousness. Otherwise, let go. And I think we all know that there are beings that are already entering in to the earth plane and taking over the bodies of different individuals. And I think we have to be more mindful that this is happening, because it isn't that we've just got stargates where we can reach out, we're also allowing others in. Just a thought. So here's the 8 stargates that have been described. I'm not going to go through them all. The 12 stargates that have been described. And they're not places that I would think I'm surprised about. People, of course, are talking about the number 10, the one Abadan in Iraq, Iran, and Basra in Iraq. And this is possibly a stargate that is being fought over at this time. I've been to other stargates. I don't find them all comfortable to be in, but they are very interesting places to visit. But I also, when I was writing the book, I also saw this, that there, I believe the Earth grid is a rhombois icosahedron. Anyway, you get my meaning, a combination of an icosahedron and a dodecahedron. And they describe, in this book, 62 to 64 power points. Now, you may know that 64 is the creative number of the universe. So many things, when we see 64, it's like, why wouldn't we have 64 power points around the world? That makes sense to me. It's as if every power point is very different, unique, and they come together in diversity to create heaven on earth. And I've listed again my favorites here: Uluru, Lake Baikal in Siberia, Sedona, Glastonbury, Mount Fuji. All of these places, I believe, are stargates. But what I want to say is they're both portals and stargates, which is kind of interesting. So they can act as just you going through it with your mind, or if you're really prepared, go through it with your whole body. And that preparation is finding that still point. Here's a few stargates, which I, again, all pictures from myself, but I love going to all these different places. The Cat Stone in Ushnek in Ireland is seen as a stargate, the center of Ireland. Muru, Peru, many of you may have been there, a interdimensional doorway. There's so many. And what I want to say is that when you go to these places, it's not like, oh, I'm going to, travel away. They're just really powerful places where the dragon energy of the earth, which is the creative energy, which I love working with, is very powerful. So it's almost like it's messing up your old system, disturbing your old patterns so you can expand. So be prepared to be disturbed and be still and expand. That's all you have to do. They're gateways. They are meeting points of dual energies, or maybe more than dual. They have this center point. And there's evidence that they're guarded by lions, dragons, and serpents. And I really saw that. And I thought, yes, that brings me back to my lion, which I want to just talk about a little bit. So here are some of Gaia's star gates. The Omphalos stone. It's not uncommon to find these stones, or a meteorite. That's not uncommon as well. You can find a meteorite stone at these places because they were seen as power points. And remember, I might go to Giza, I might go to Stonehenge. Those were afterthoughts. All these power points were all there before any of those buildings were built. And I've been to places like in Egypt where they said, oh, we just moved that temple because we had a dam being built. And now we've still got the same energy. And it's like, you can't have the same energy. You moved it off the PowerPoint. What do you think is happening here? And poor old Easter Island, which I visited, it wasn't a hot spot. But those hot spots move, or the earth moves over the hot spot, I should say, the crust. And so it's no longer on a hot spot. So it no longer has that dragon energy in it. So in Hawaii, for instance, the big island, we have Kilauea erupting because it's over the hot spot, but it's no longer over Kauai, which is a much older island. So power places change, but the thing on the top, the temple, the sacred, is not as important as the point underneath. I think I put my point across. So here we have the Vesica Pisces, the Taurus. The Taurus, I don't want to go too much into today, but I say it is a three-dimensional Vesica Pisces. It is this self-perpetuating energy, eternal energy. It has equal energies of attraction and repelling that keeps it being self-perpetuating. So it means we have to accept our dark and light, or our male and female, whatever you want to call it, to be able to keep this going. So the more we accept all sides of ourselves, the
Christine, quick time check. You have about 10 minutes to go.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is the heart of the earth, the heart of ourselves, the stargate to other dimensions. And here our heart is our central torus, connecting all hearts. When you're in your heart, you're in the heart of the galaxy, the heart of the everything. So here, just wanted to just show that I believe these are not lions, but lionesses. And I really looked at that, and that was lovely to see an Uxmal. I'm not sure if there's a male and female leopard, or actually two females. Because Ishtar actually has two lionesses under her feet. She was Sirius, the star rising in Leo before the sun. She was seen as the great light, the lioness of heaven. So I think the lioness is not about royalty and power, but I think the lioness is about interdimensional travel. This is an image from Turkey, Catalhook. Again, she's been demoted to being just a figure of fertility, but she's got two felines with her. And I think she represents her hands being on these. I have power over the above and below. Sekhmet, who of course we all know, she is the one who is powerful, the one who loves Mart. I'm going to talk about Mart. And if she was born from the Eye of Ra, which they always tell us she is, why is she carrying the sun on her head? She's much older than Ra. Mart is the magical spirit of all creation. I love Mart. She is truth, justice, and balance. She is two wings surrounding a center. She is the magical trinity of multidimensional travel. So out of the one comes the two. The more the two are expressed, they feed the one, creating an infinitely expanding cosmic consciousness. And I had to put this in because I just saw this. Since they've just found the second Sphinx, I thought, here we go. Two sphinxes, two lionesses around a central pillar. The central pillar being that 0 point. So here I've spoken about all aspects bring us back to our center. So my last piece is allowing you to have an experience back to the Lion's Gate. You see the center pillar and the two lionesses built over cyclopean walls. These cyclopean walls are found in very magical places because they enhance the energy flow. And I just wanted to share that when we're interacting with the light beings, the conscious beings, the nature beings, this is the list I would say: approach with respect and gratitude, ask permission, introduce yourself in a way that expresses your frequency, open your heart and your mind, clear your mind of expectations, be clear and curious and innocent, and ask that whatever will take you to the highest frequency, may you meet it. So we're going to just have a quick, well, not a quick, we're going to use the last time to be able to move into a stargate or a portal. We'll use that as the same word at the moment. So what I want you to do is when you breathe in, I want you to expanding yourself, expanding your chest, your everything. And then when you breathe out, you come back to your central nothing. So you breathe into everything that you are, and then you breathe out into the central nothing. I'm just going to let that one go. But here, what I'm wanting to say is that as we walk into this Lion's Gate, the stone people of the pathway are reading you. So the more you introduce yourself and the more curious you are and the more open you are, that's what they are going to show you on the other side of the gate. So if you would, for this last little time, if you're able to close your eyes, please close your eyes. And feel your breath. Just allow your breath to breathe out, breathe into the fullness, and breathe back into the stillness. Breathe out into the breathe into the fullness and out into the emptiness, the one point. And imagine walking up between these two walls and tell the beings, the stone people, who you are. They don't care where you live, what your name is. What is it you want out of life? And as you walk up that path, open yourself to your highest frequency. I want to know myself in my fullness. And now imagine yourself standing under that Lion's Gate, in that portal, in that stargate. And breathe into the fullness of who you are. You don't have to name it. Breathe back out into the still point. I am everything as you breathe in, and I am nothing. And in that nothing, I am everything the universe has in store for me. I am everything in the outer world. I breathe into the nothingness of universe or intelligence and eternity. And one last time, breathe into everything you are in the outer world, back into the still point. And then step through the portal. Imagine yourself stepping through. And you don't need to see anything, but be aware that on this side you may see colors, feel energy, just sense tingling. Do not try and define it. Just feel it. Experience this full and new world that awaits you on the other side. And so it is. Thank you.
Wow, that was so beautiful. Thank you so much, Christine.
That's all right. Now I need to get out of this again. There we go. Ooh, that's my stop share.
Stop screen. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for that. And especially I love the synchronicity that you shared, because it's so funny, because you're like, no, that's a synchronicity. when it comes to your friend sending you the check, like, you can't deny something was aligned in that moment.
Right.
Yeah, and you're also sharing, be prepared to be disturbed, be still, and expand. And then you also ended with the nothingness and the everything, the infinite potential within the nothing. And that's what it is. It's that paradoxical nature, and even though the outside world may be kind of chaotic, it's about how you kind of navigate through that, right? So, and it's, I don't know, like, it seems, I would like to say maybe that's not the case, but it does seem that discomfort leads to expansion.
Yes.
Right? Would you say that's like the general theme of Earth,
Yes.
or what's your take on that?
Oh, I think it's exactly. And this is this other petal that's waiting for us. It's like, oh, I couldn't go there. Go there. You've done that all your life. I'm sure Nan has done all her life. Maybe many people have who are listening. It's like, feel the fear and do it anyway. It's not the sort of fear of don't go there, but it's like, oh, I'm so excited. I always say, 99% of me knows I have to do this, and 1% is screaming, no!
The human, right? The fear.
You absolutely know in your heart you have to do this, even if you have no clue what's on the other side of that gate or that portal. And I know you've all done that.
Yeah, it's an adventure. It's exciting. It's why we're here. We're creators, right? We're not here to be these slaves to this routine life we've had. I love how you wove in the sacred geometry, which I teach, and the Mycenae gate, and acknowledging the sacred feminine, in these places, because it's very easy to tell if a lion is a masculine or not.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
That so you're the one of the major themes of your presentation of stargates and portals. And I don't know if you guys have you ever watched The Daily Show, Jon Stewart?
No.
Okay. So anyways, it's like a famous show, Comedy Central. He left and then he came back. But on some level, all these late night talk show hosts have been kind of hijacked and co-opted. And so a few days ago, they did a whole thing on stargates, right? And so this is what happened. Okay, it's freaking insane what went down. Like, so basically, because of all this consciousness stuff taking over the internet at this point, like for example, they've done CBS has done entire things on starseeds because it's the number one searched. It was the number one search term for like a month on the internet, right? So there's all this information about a Stargate being in Iran, and part of the war in Iran is about the Stargate underneath there and them trying to hijack it. So there's so much information that they did a whole entire show on freaking Comedy Central it's like the same caliber as Jimmy Kimmel, literally on trying to like make fun of the fact that it's Stargates, but they brought on people within our community and brought them on to have conversations with them about Stargates, but they pretended to be actual news anchors, even though they were actually comedians trying to make fun of it. So, and like I think everything they do backfires. Like, you guys got to watch this thing. Like, I'm not going to show it here, copyright stuff, but now you're also bringing this up, and I think like that just goes to show that even though like we've been speaking about it, it's leaking over to the mainstream, whether they are discrediting it or not. It's like, when would you see a new age concept or a spiritual concept like this being broadcasted to tens or hundreds of millions of people that have no idea?
Yes.
Right. So
yes, exactly.
It doesn't matter if they were trying to make fun of it, because it just got into all. It was a seed into all of those people's consciousness.
Yes.
So all that old idea that all attention, good or bad, is all good, because that seeding and that consciousness and having somebody at that level talk about it, even if they think they're making fun of it, that's really profound.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Again, if you have a reaction to it, there's something waiting for you. It's like, thank you. If you're that upset by it, must be something here for you.
Well, it just goes to show, like, I started this whole thing out today, that what was once alternative is now mainstream. Yes. We're in the in between, and the discomfort is kind of like the changing of the guard happening right now, right? And this is just going to be more and more common knowledge, which is why we're getting together to do this. And I was even talking to Nan yesterday about this, that even though this is 8-8, even though there's alignment in the energy, the real power is the fact that we've collectively decided to create these gatherings where we get together on these days and create the intention. So the line with Sirius isn't helping us manifest. It's the fact that we thought that was the case, and what we did was we got together, and now hundreds of thousands of people are doing it, and that's actually now the consequence. We're actually going to create that world.
Yeah.
Good for you as well, Neil. You were leading the way.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christine.
So
yes. I would love for you now just to share more about yourself. You know, where can people find out about you and what else you have going on?
Well, I don't have as much as many of your speakers. I'm kind of semi-retired. So you can find me on christinepage.com. I have Instagram and Facebook. But, you know, I love traveling the world. I love speaking to the rocks. I'm a rock whisperer. I love talking to people. But I'm always about my soul readings are always about how do I help you to express all that you are as a soul on this earth at this time. Mm-hmm. So my work is at that level. I feel that I love going to places where I can aid in the opening of some of these portals. And because I remember them, I remember why we placed them there in the first place. And you know, this is, I think, again, something we're seeing is the right DNA will open up a different stargate. The wrong DNA will not. And so as we open ourselves up and our seeds, our DNA seeds, you know, from all the different star seeds, we are opening that DNA to say, oh yeah, I remember doing that. I remember being part of that. So I think this is an exciting time where everybody has a purpose and a specific, unique key to open the locks.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, and it's always been there, right? It's just we always talk about, oh, I'm growing it, or I'm expanding into it, or I'm learning it, but no, we're just aware of it because it's there, right?
We're in such a place, you know. I know we've got to this point before. I'm sure other people have memories of Atlantis going down Lemuria. I remember leaving several times into space arcs, but we're at a point where enough people now, I think we can get over the hump this time.
Yeah.
And I think that we're there, you know, and this is everybody owning themselves, you know, not just looking for someone else for the answers. It's like take authority of our own wonderful being that we are.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Christine, question for you. Have you ever, since you speak to the rocks, have you ever gone to ancient sites, touched the rocks and got downloads on the messages they have?
Which ones?
Any ancient site, like when you go to an ancient site, can you?
I know the Maya lands, Maya roots very well. I mean, I think, well, they're all just sitting there wanting to be talked to. So.
Yeah, the record keepers, right?
They're record keepers. They're like video cameras to me, and then, you know, I speak to them before I listen to an archaeologist or a guide.
Oh, please, and a guide and all that nonsense.
You know, I appreciate, but you know, these are millions of years old, if not, you know, and it's the same when we were in India. You know, it's like there were beautiful rocks outside the pyramids that I spoke to that really were the PowerPoint for the pyramid. And sometimes we get lost in the building, you know, and it's like, no, this was only placed there because the ancient people could read the energy that was coming through that PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Right. Well, just like if you think about crystals, you know, whether obviously all of us here believe crystals have power, but let's say the world that doesn't. Well, first of all, look at how the microwaves work. Look at how your computers work. It uses crystals, right? Yeah. But it's like it's this huge energy that has compressed something into a different type of expression. Yes. But the amount of electricity, compression, and power that it needs to generate, and then the stone or the crystal is literally the aftermath of all that energy going into that one thing.
Yes.
So how could you deny that it's not energetic, right? It doesn't hold information.
And minerals were the very first creation on this earth. You know, we came from stardust, this center of the core of the earth was stardust, gold, and then created minerals. You know, it's like they are the closest to the divine message.
Yeah. And they all have memory, you know, it's crystal, stones and bones all hold memory. So, you know, the Mayan elders tell me that these stones, and this is true for Stonehenge or anywhere, right? They've been they're full of their own wisdom, and then they've been stuffed with information from all the sacred people and all the people who've worked with them. So
they're still people. I mean, when I asked the stones of Stonehenge how they got here, they said we walked, and I went, okay.
Yeah. There wasn't any of these slaves pulling things on trees.
Yeah, they're like, what is your problem?
Yeah, exactly.
They're living beings, you know, and
They are. They're
in
stone
this
people.
world with us.
I think I've been a stone person, Nan. I remember it was thousands of years of boredom for a Gemini. It was terrible.
That's too funny.
When I was in the equinox, I was in Stonehenge inside where you could hug and touch and lay on everything. And I laid down on one very prominent stone. And the next thing I knew, I was inside of one of those tall stone pillars. And it wasn't scary. I was just saying like, oh, look what I'm looking at here. Right. And that's the kind of thing is our consciousness is one with theirs.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's just, and I also want to honor the trees. I love talking to trees. I mean, those light beings chose to take an earth suit that was a tree, or they took an earth suit that's a stone. We have to realize, and what the lilies, I'll just say lilies I met in Japan said, I said, you're beautiful. And they said, yeah, that's what we came here to do. We're a lily, we're beautiful, we'll drop our head and we'll go back. And it's like, how did we forget that we're not from here? Yeah. Nor are we from the galaxies. We're from the eternity, you know?
We are everything. Christine, I love you so much. It's so good to see you.
Thank you again.
Thank you for being here.
Bless you. Take care. Bye now.
Bye. You know, as she said, we're from there and we're from here at the same time. And I go back to the thing that, you know, when I first got with my ex-wife, she said to me, you know, you keep talking about space and ETs. I'm from Earth. I'm from Earth. And I said, don't you know that Earth is in space?
Yeah, that's right.
You know?
I'm a starseed. I'm a starseed. Like they're not from Earth, but Earth is a star, and you're also
in space
experiencing Earth, right? As well
exactly.
Sirius or any of these other places. Yeah, it's such an inclusive, beautiful universe.
It is. And now we are blessed to have our last presenter. So I'll let you officially introduce Joan of Angels, and she's going to take us home for today. So go for it, Nan.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm really pleased to share Joan with you. You probably know her. If you don't, you're in for a treat. Known as Joan of Angels because she was guided to paint 30 angels in 30 days many years ago. But Joan has been a chiropractor. She is helped thousands of people in different ways. She's had sacred art, and all the times I met her during COVID because I was guided to do a summit during COVID. And my husband had just had a massive seizure and couldn't even function. I was very ill. And I was like, you want what? And so I said, well, then you have to show me the people. And so I just would browse the internet like this, you know, and Joan was one of the first people that appeared to me, like we talked about, who comes to you. And ever since then, we go back and forth. We've been honored to meet. She came on my Greece retreat, and she is now using all of this wisdom, all of her experiences in her own life and in helping others really is the core of her heart. And you'll know that through Soul Vision Method, which is helping people with their discernment and trusting their inner guidance, which is what we need when we're talking about all of this, right? And recognizing the deeper intelligence already guiding our lives. So as a collaborator here, you see her on Portal to Ascension a lot. She's a podcast host, MC, and a 4-time guest on Coast to Coast AM. And she is here because she's helping you remember your soul. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
I'm here.
Hi, beautiful.
I remember that time so well. I remember when you interviewed me and we said we bonded instantly.
Yeah.
I remember introducing you to Nile, and we had that great retreat in Greece. Guys, if you have a chance to spend time with Nan, she's a saint. She's really fun. She's great to go on retreat with. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I love to watch our journeys, right, evolve. And I think it's brilliant what you're doing now with all of your wisdom, you know, and bring it on, share it with us now.
It has taken me a while, guys, to really step into who I am. And today I'm excited to share with you how to become radiant, how to really remember the soul you came here to have and to become radiant.
Oh.
So I think we're going to get started. I'm very excited to be the last presenter as well. And I'm going to say that the first presenter sets the tone. The last presenter sort of intensifies the tone, magnetizes it so you can take it home.
Yeah, and we open the portal. So we've had a renewal today, and now you're opening the new door that we've created for everybody to move on with all this information. So perfect.
So perfect. So thank you very much. Let's see, I'm going to put me there. All right, everyone. I'm so excited to see you all. I have so much love for Portal to Ascension, for all the speakers, and for all of you out there, because you've been such a dedicated audience. And we do all this, and we keep studying and learning and diving deeper so we can bring all this material to you. So first of all, before we get started and really dive in, I want you to tune into your own energetic frequency at this point, because we've been online for several hours. So where's your energy? So I always look at my horizontal, my discernment scale. On the right is 10, on the left is 0. We have a clock hand on a scale of 1 to 10. Where are you right now? Having synthesized all the information has been coming through to you, all the activations, the clearings, the wisdom, and start feeling into where am I right now? Put it in the chat. That'll give me an idea of your vitality. So when we talk about becoming radiant, it's about remembering that soul that you really came here to be. And I first want to mention that coming down to the planet, you know, all of us are volunteers, all of you volunteered to be here, but what does that really mean? You chose to come down here and undertake extensive training to get here. And I mean extensive. You come down here, and honestly, the planet is not a piece of cake. One of my friends recited to me years ago a story of how her angel wings were ripped off of her the day she got down here, or, you know, when she got down here. And her whole lifetimes was all structured around regaining her wings, her energy, and who you are. And so although we can talk about becoming radiant, that kind of means that there are times we are not radiant. And that is because of some of the things we're going to talk about. But I was also thinking today about the first time I ever stood up in front of a class to give a talk, okay? This was a talk in front of 6th graders. I was a student teacher, and they were 6th graders, and the teacher was in the back. And I was so intimidated, just so intimidated, that I basically couldn't speak, couldn't talk. I was terrified of groups like that and of showing up. And I'm actually remembering how far I came. But at that time, I actually flunked student teaching because I was unable to get over my fear of standing in front of all of you. I don't know how I would have done on Zoom. So I flunked student teaching, and I had to go to my advisor, and I had to beg him to graduate me from college, because my graduation depended on that D+. I finally talked him into giving me. But I promised him I would never teach again. I mean, I swore I would never teach again. I did everything I could to get that degree. And I didn't for years because I was afraid of the stage. I was afraid of the stage until I understood that actually that was really part of my destiny. And all those times that I failed at it were the training times to get me to actually express who I am. Now, the reason I was being a student teacher is that my father refused to send me to college unless I became a teacher. And so I found myself in college trying to push myself into a little box called student teacher, called becoming who my dad wanted me to be, not becoming who Joan had no idea who she wanted to be, but I tried to follow in that box. Now, I don't know if any of you have done that. If you have ever done that in your life, put it in the comments below so I won't feel so alone. But once you start coming into this body, our parents, our teachers, our jobs, our friends, all influence who we are becoming. And so it gets all mixed up because sometimes we have to start clearing away, and I mean literally clearing away, everyone and everything from our field. My dad died when I was 23. that gave me the freedom to go to chiropractic school. I changed my major. I changed it from elementary school teaching to high school science. And I went on to get a degree as a chiropractor, which I would never have been able to do had my dad been alive. And so how many things are you doing? Because everything I talk about, it's not just me. How many things are you doing or that you did or that career that you started that really wasn't you? Now, when you go to work every day and you're afraid of the students and you're afraid to stand up in front of the class, my frequency got lower and lower and lower until the kids set fire to the class. And I literally left that school in huge embarrassment because I wasn't meant to be there. And the universe had to do its best to kick me out. Kind of like bad relationships. Sometimes we stay in them way too long until something dramatic is required to move you along on your path to get you out of there. So it's interesting because if someone had sat me down, my parents, of course, maybe I wouldn't be me now because all that trauma in the beginning is meant to refine us. But the truth is, and that's why Julie is so important right now for children. But if someone had sat me down when I was 20 and said, you know what, Joan, you're actually a healer. You're very sensitive. You listen to people well. You could be a therapist. It would never have said teacher. You could help, but you could help people. If someone had tuned in at that age to you or you over there, and to me, it would have changed our destiny. It took me years to discover who I am. And that is why I am so passionate about talking about your soul vision. What are you here to do? The very first event I did that Neil came to many, many years ago, he probably doesn't remember, he and his wife at the time came to record me, and it was on stepping into your destiny, knowing who you are, claiming your power and stepping into your destiny. And I think that was one of my very first, it wasn't for Portal to Ascension, but I remember that because I've been teaching this ever since I heard that voice that said, go to chiropractic school. Because the moment I heard go to chiropractic school, number one, my dad couldn't stop me because he had passed. And number two, my soul started singing. I became a doctor. A doctor means teacher. Doctor really doesn't actually mean teacher, but a healer. It actually means a teacher, one who teaches the art of wellness and healing and how you can step into your more radiant self. And by the time we're done, I have a few processes and a song for you that I'm hoping will actually raise your resonance and your frequency. So let's talk about your soul resonance. People respond to our soul resonance. Our soul resonance is that energy field that we project when we walk in a room. Some people walk in a room and the whole room stops and can feel them. Other people walk in a room and they're invisible. It's the same room, but it's your soul resonance. You put out a frequency. You could call it even like a mating call in a certain way because it's going out into the universe, and it will attract those people who are at that resonance, lower and higher, but those who want to engage with you. And some resonances that I have found are balanced for me and I can get along with them really well. And there are other people I really can't. There's something that's a friction. And so that simple process that I do, that I showed you in the beginning, I do all the time. I go on a scale of 1 to 10, like, what is the resonance between us? What was the resonance between Nan and I on our very first podcast? We didn't stop talking. We just boom, 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 boom. That vibration was so high on that podcast because we matched each other's resonances. We intuitively raised it higher. Think of all the people that you have a really good soul resonance with, that you can speak your heart to, that the two of you together raise the energy even higher. That's the goal. How do we raise our energy and our frequency even higher? My concept of Gaia is that Gaia is like an orchestra. Is how I like to explain it. Think of it as a huge symphony. In fact, the sound of our planet humming is quite profound. Now, if all of us are the instruments, which we are, guitar, flute, whatever you're playing, whatever instrument you are, you have your own vibrational resonance. You have your own tone, your own tune. If you are out of tune, the entire orchestra is not out of 10. It's got some out of tune places. So these days, I'm seeing how important it is for us light workers and starseeds, those of us who understand we came down here to shift, to really raise this frequency on the planet. Our job is to get ourselves in tune, first of all, with ourselves, into our right resonance. And if you think you're at it, you might be, but let's even go even higher. And so my job is to explain this to you so you get into your perfect tone. When you're at your tone and we are all playing together, and I'm waiting for that moment because I think that's when the solar flash is going to happen and we are going to be ascending collectively onto that new earth that they've been talking about. So resonance is not just your resonance, it's the resonance around us. It's the resonance of, I'm imagining Julie when she spoke today, she's at her in-laws' house or her brother, I couldn't remember who, but I can tell you that she was not in a place that was a sacred high frequency. You saw him in that darkened room. I didn't understand why she was in that darkened room until she explained that she was actually with other people who, let's say she's here, and they're radiating, and this isn't bad, this isn't a criticism, but they may be radiating over here. There's a gap. You see that? There's a gap. So one thing that is important to know is to be aware of people, places, and things. What's the resonance of my family? Now, for me, I hope my family doesn't see this, but I can say my daughter finally, she's now 36, finally took out the bowl of crystals I gave her from her hidden drawer so no one should ever see it. And she told me she'd put it out. And I told her to put it under the light. But, she's 36 years old. It's taken her 36 years to actually think about these crystals that I've given her all her life and to take them out of hiding, to show them. So I would say her resonance is getting a little better. She's waking up. But when we look at the people around us, it explains sometimes why there's a different energy. I'll go to my sisters and she'll say, Joan, can you calm down? You're so loud. Must you keep talking? And I'm just being me. I'm a manifesting generator. You cannot keep a manifesting generator down. That's just their energy. And so being yourself is really important. Understanding that you are energy, you are consciousness, and you came into your life to express that, to raise that frequency so that you can become a part of, I'm going to use again, that great Gaia orchestra. Now there's other reasons, but I'm using it as a symbol today, as we're part of that uplifting of the planet and the shift that is happening now for everyone. As we go through the next period of time, there's going to be a great unveiling, a great disclosure, a disclosure about things that have happened on our planet, hopefully the history of the planet, the beings that have been there, the dinosaurs, the dragons, the little people, the mermaids, that the trees talk. Do you know that trees walk? I have seen videos of trees that walk. Just like she was explaining about rocks that can move and talk. We are all alive. We are all radiant. We are all frequency. Now, how do we raise that radiance? Okay, now what is I'm talking radiate. So I want you to just imagine right now you're placing a sun right in your heart. And that sun is radiating out, radiating out. Radiates so far out that we feel it here on Zoom. It would be kind of exciting. But when we become radiant, we express our full self, 100% authentic, raise that frequency to a 10. So how do we do it? We have to be connected to all aspects of ourselves. We have to be connected to our consciousness, connected to our sensuality, connected to our playfulness, our joy, our inner child, our ability to connect with other people. We have to learn how to embody this radiant higher dimensional frequency being here on this third dimensional planet. And that's always been the challenge, because once you get up here, who wants to come down here? And sometimes, I'm a Pisces, some of us don't want to come back here. I used to walk into everything. I don't know, I would be in the clouds wherever I went, tripping over everything, until I finally got that I had to learn to connect my third, so I could actually walk in the world. Now you can't cultivate radiance by starving yourself because you think you have to be thin or you don't have time to eat. You can't soften your heart by softening your exterior shell. Okay, you cannot command your energy if you are in a state of anxiety, or if you're being a type B personality, if you're hyper, if you're overextended, if you're not sitting in that center. So radiance is not about running around. It's actually about quietly centering yourself, raise your energy from the inside out so that you can tap into that flow state. How do you know you're in that flow state? Well, one way is synchronicities, just like our last speaker spoke about. Synchronicities are the confirmation that we all look for that confirms we're in the right place. We're doing the right thing at the right moment of time. I think synchronicity also goes like, isn't it amazing, all of you on this Zoom call right now, each of you coming from a different lineage, a different seed, being born, having your life, going through your trauma, waking up, getting your best self on, and coming onto here. That's just far more of a miracle to me that we are all here right now. So you know someone's radiant if they're smiling, and they're smiling from the inside out. Now, my mom used to smile a lot, but she smiled to cover up how unhappy she was because she was in an abusive marriage. And my mother was extremely beautiful. She came to me after she passed. I was like 37 when she passed. After she passed, it wasn't until many years later, like 10 years ago, that I was doing a plant medicine ceremony and my mother came to me. Only time. And she said to me, never forget, you're the daughter of Cleopatra. Now, my mom was extremely beautiful. Our family was known for its beautiful women. But my whole life, my younger years, I took ugly pills, as many as I could, if there's such a thing as ugly pills, because I equated being beautiful with having a miserable life, having a miserable husband, being yelled at, being degraded, being humiliated 24/7. So I had already decided being beautiful was not a way to go, and I would go to school as ugly as I could. I have genuine pictures to prove it, not that I want to prove that point, but being beautiful from the inside out, not just smiling because you're supposed to smile right now. And you can feel when people are joyful from the inside out. It's very apparent. You don't use it. You can't fake this until you make it. So radiance is not cultivated by turning off your light, by wearing a blanket over your head, by being so shy you cannot stand up in front of the class. All right. Radiance is when we bring that energy inside out and project it as that sun that is from here. Now, I know many of us, or many of you might have jobs where maybe you feel like, oh, I can't project that radiance. Well, you can. You can think of that job as your initiation, your training, your schooling ground, that family that might have been so hard to live with as your training for the next level of initiation. And you can do things that will protect your energy from many people so that you can clear your field. Now, sometimes people report being very tired after being in a crowd. What's the best thing to do with that? Wipe off your energy. Shake it off. Shake it off. Move it along so that you can be free and clear, because the meaning of 8-8 is also about letting go of everything that serves, that no longer serves, rather, so that you can step onto this new timeline that has been offered to us in this summer, in this energy of the planets, of these new alignments that are coming, has pushed many of us to this new timeline that we've been visualizing, we've been anchoring in. And so as we get on that new timeline, we have to let go of the old timeline. We can't hang on to it anymore. We can't even bring it forward with us, because, as I love to say, you cannot get to heaven with a barrel of your stuff. It just doesn't work. It's a buzzkill. It's a heaven kill. It won't get you up there. How else do we become more radiant to others? Well, practice. It's, we comb our hair, we brush our teeth, we can take care of our auric field. How do we get there? We can slow down. We can take time for ourselves. We could meditate. We could chant. We could start humming. Humming is beautiful because it actually, I understand, it breaks you free from that calcification. Or maybe just carve out time to do nothing, to just sit and stare out the window. I used to love to daydream. My daydreams were great, sit and daydream. These are very important things for us to do, as opposed to watching TV or constantly being busy. 1, 2, 3. And how are you nourishing yourself? And how are you nourishing your body? So with the gift of love, because love is everything. And time, taking time for ourselves, walking slower, speaking slower. I always try to remember to speak slower. It's as if I try to put all of my brain out into every second that I speak. Also listen to sacred music and the different frequencies for healing, for upliftment, for relationships, for calm, for speaking, for studying. The other day I was writing an article for Awaken magazine and I couldn't concentrate. So I went online and I went, okay, give me grounding sounds that I can focus in on and tune in on. And sure enough, the music became centering, because that's what I needed to do. Or grounding myself before I even began to do this presentation. I don't need to remind you not to watch the news, read the papers, do all that stuff that's sort of 3D and designed to bring down your frequency. I suppose this thing is easy about becoming radiant if you understand that almost everything out there outside of us has been designed to keep your frequency as low as they can. From the school system, the food, the air, the water, the earth, what's on the news, what's on TV, it's all designed to separate you from your soul, from remembering that your soul has its own sound. It has its own tone. They don't want us to know that. They don't want us to be able to hear our higher self, because if you can hear your higher self, or your guides, if your extraterrestrial friends come to talk to you directly, you don't need the system to tell you what to do or how to think or how to breathe or what to eat, because you're getting your information straight from source. That's the ideal. So we want to clear our field so we can connect with our guides, so we can connect with the beings that are here to give us that information. So we have to learn to practice mindfulness. We have to learn to open up this consciousness to receive information. We have to also rise above our troubles. Now, I don't know about you, but when I have issues, I just want to put a blanket over my head, literally suck my thumb in the corner. No, I don't suck my thumb, but that's how I feel. When I was a kid, my life was so traumatic that I hid in closets. It was my thing. I would hide in closets and wouldn't come out. And I took that with me as an adult also, periodically, when I needed respite. So I know that I had to learn how to handle those things, and yet take that blanket off my head. Learn how to shine. Learn how to become a leader, learn how to rise above my troubles, and becoming grateful for that. So Hathor, thousands of years ago, Hathor in ancient Egypt taught people the art of gratitude. She had people, the farmers, people who were very in lower economic situations. she would have the priest speaking to the farmers and asking them that if they were to die today, what would they miss? What or who would they miss the most? And so she'd have them have 5 people or things that they would be so grateful for, that if they died, they would miss the morning sun, the radiant sunshine, they would miss the full moon, they would miss their mother, their wife, their children. And she would do this in a way to, and it was paired with, if they were to leave you today, if they were to die, or if you were to die, what would you miss the most? And so that's the question. What would you miss the most here? So that you can start to wake up with a smile, so that you can start to connect with others. So part of becoming radiant and raising our frequency is also learning how to connect with others, whatever level they're at. If they're at a lower frequency, understanding that, and sort of maybe lowering your frequency for a moment so you don't overwhelm them and overpower them, which I had to learn to do when I walked into my sister's house. I'm not going to go in there like the shining light that just distresses the whole household. I monitor it. But when I'm out and I'm meeting someone that's at my resonance or higher, we're like this. Don't stop. So find those who resonate at your frequency, at your soul signal or higher. That soul signal is your inner state. It tells the world who you are. It's like a radio frequency. And by the way, one of my best tools for manifestation was and is again calling out to the universe. When I was a chiropractor, I would set up a little in my radio station at my front desk. I would go in before all my staff, patients would go in, and I'd sit there and I would pretend that I was on a microphone on a radio show calling my whole neighborhood. This is Dr. Joan calling all of you who, if you're suffering, if you have pain, if you're stressed, come on in. And that would be how you can, and that's another way, not telling you to bring patients in, but you can actually, from this radiant center, project, and what's the word? There's a word I'm looking for, but you can speak to the universe. You can call people into you that way. You can raise that field. So, and calling in also, if you're looking for a relationship, call in people who are similar frequencies to you so that they can help you. Now, oftentimes we might call in people who are a lower frequency, and that is to remind you who you are so that you can learn how to let go, step into your next step. So we have a little process that I'm going to take you through that I think you're going to enjoy. And this is all about coming to terms with our third dimensional body. Our body, which you can touch and feel, is 3D, yes, but it's got a higher resonance. It's got a soul frequency, your body does, that gives out. And we want to talk to that body. We're not talking like it's the fitness industry. We are talking about the soul, the body that was specifically designed for you. Because no matter how sick you might feel or how low you might feel, this body you are wearing, that you are in, was designed specifically to carry your frequency. And it's kind of interesting. Your body is a receiver. It's calibrated to pick up frequencies. Your cells communicate with light. Scientists call this biophoton emissions. So your cells are constantly sending and receiving energy. So right now, as we're sitting in this room, your body is already resonating. Your body's in that frequency. So before we begin, so I want you to think of your body as a crystal. Your body holds memory. Your body carries every heartbreak, every betrayal. Your heart, particular, when I work with people, in fact, we'll do it right now. Take out your heart, put it right here in front of your heart, of where that sun is, actually. Imagine that sun radiating over that heart. But look at your heart. Keep your eyes closed for this and look at your heart. And feel around that heart. Feel for any irregularities, any fractures, any holes, any puncture wounds, any leaks. In fact, at the very bottom, often there is a leak, a huge energy leak. So we're just going to smooth it around till it becomes smooth. We're going to patch up that leak at the bottom of it.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello? I hear someone talking.
Thanks, Scott. And tomorrow I will take a lady that I brought from.
Interesting.
I brought from. They asked me to take them like a day tour around the city. Just to...
Okay. All right. I muted you, man, because it was coming from you. All right. So now here's what we're going to do. We're going to start very slow. I want you all to do this with me. If we were on Zoom at some point, I'd have you turn on your mic. So take a deep breath in, let it all out, send your roots down to the center of the earth. So let's breathe in, sending our roots down to the center of the earth, going down, 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 letting it all out. And then right now, sending our antenna all the way up to the heavens and start thinking about our body. I want you to put one hand on your heart and feel it beating, remembering that this heartbeat has never missed a single moment of your life. It has continued to beat no matter what. It has continued to grow. I want you to feel that energy now going into your body, from your heart, going down into your arms. We're going to start to do a little simple thing. And here it is. And I'm going to tell you how the song is so you know it. There's a song that's been going out on the internet that I've been hearing for the last month. I cannot get it out of my head. So I took the song and I expanded it. It goes like this. Every single cell inside my body, every single cell is happy and well. I was asking my guides, how do I convey this energy of let's embody this radiance in our body? Well, the best way they told me to do it is to actually share with you my new song and have you activate and wake up every single cell inside your body. So as we do this, you can sing with me. You can feel it. All right. So it goes like this. Every single cell inside my body, every single cell is happy and well. I'm so glad. Every single cell is happy and well. Put in the chat if you've heard this song. Then we go to your heart. And this is what's new. Every single beat inside my heart, every single beat is filled with love. I'm so glad. Every single beat is filled with love. Can you feel it already? Go to your lungs. Now I'm telling you, I can't promise and guarantee this, but if you start singing this to your body, you will start to feel a new level of energy. You may even notice healing occurring. So we go to our lungs. Every single cell inside my lungs, every single breath is filled with light. I am so glad. Every single breath is filled with light. And now we go to our brain. Every single thought inside my mind, every single thought is angel made. I'm so glad. Every single thought is angel sent. Go to your blood, because why? The blood circulates all of this goodness. And I'm telling you that just by listening to this, you know how water carries emotions, water carries light, water carries love. So does sound. So do the words that we tell ourselves. Because this is crazy, because I'm vibrating sharing this with you. So let's go to our blood. Every single drop inside my blood, every single drop flows pure and bright. I'm so glad that every single drop flows pure and bright. So go to your bones. Your bones are so important. Every single bone inside my frame, every single bone stands strong and true. Think of all those people who have soft bones. I'm so glad that every single bone stands soft and true, strong and true. So we have a few more to do. We're going to go and get all the way back to your soul. So your nervous system, right, which regulates everything, every single nerve inside my body, every single nerve knows peace within. Imagine if you're in an anxious state and all your nerves know peace within. I'm so glad every single cell knows peace within. So now, there's a DNA song. We want to wake up our DNA. What's better than singing it to it? Every single strand inside my DNA, every single strand remembers who I am. I'm so glad every single strand remembers who I am. So we go to your intuition. Every single whisper from your soul, every single whisper knows what's true. And I'm so glad that every single whisper knows what's true. And now we go to your memory. If you have issues with your memory, every single memory inside my soul, every single memory has always been there, and it's still there. I'm so glad every single memory has always been there. Whew. So what else are we singing to? We are going to sing to, oh, I lost it over here. I had one for your soul. Oh, yes. All right, well, I think that's enough. Every single cell is happy and well. So I want you to hold that thought and bring it home. We've now woken up your body so that you can embody it, so that you can start to remember who you are, so that your body, you can wake up, teach your children this song. I think it's a great song for children and adults. I only hear adults singing it on the web. They're not singing the part about your brain, your mind, your soul, your neurons, your DNA. So if you want that, you can email me and I will send it to you, the song all written out, because if you're like me, it will get in your brain and you will not be able to give it up. Now let's talk about your name. Your name. My name is Joan of Angels. Joan of Angels resonates at the frequency, at least of a 10th dimension or higher. Some names do not resonate at a higher frequency, and that's why some people change their names. But we can energize our name whether we like it or not. And the way to energize your name is to start literally toning your name. So if I said to you, John, and you're John, you would start going, John, into a rolling tone. Now, my voice is not very good. I'm not going to necessarily do it, but that is something that we can all do. Start toning our own name, singing it out into the universe. Why? Because we are celebrating us. So today's chat was really not about, what is your soul vision? What is your soul purpose? What is your mission this life? Today's talk is how we raise our frequency to radiate, to become radiant, to learn how to walk this planet in a state of power and presence so that we can command our energy. We can actually consciously raise it. We can consciously send it. We can use it to infuse our life, our world, our relationships by stepping into that sense of what I call purpose, power, and presence. We are in the times, this new earth that is coming, where you are being mandated literally to step into your power and to be that soul person that you came here to be, to no longer hide in the shadows, to get out of the closet, to stop with your excuses and to start claiming the gift that we have of having come down to this planet, to have come down from the stars or the heavens to be here, to live this life here on this planet, to have found our soul tribes through Portal to Ascension and other groups that you are with, to be collectively raising our frequencies so that this 8-8, we not only get off the old timeline, but we have anchored in, we have embodied we have infused our energy with this new timeline, which is all about radiance, remembering, stepping into your power, your presence, knowing that you are here to lead the way, that you are here because you already knew this before the rest of the planet, because you were encoded to be here. So the time to live your truth is now. I'm Joan of Angels. I'm so happy to be here with you. I appreciate all of you. I'm sending you much love. And I'm going to see Neil hopping on any moment. And Neil, but just thank you all. I just love Portal to Ascension. I love all of you. And if you want to learn to sing your song, reach out to me.
Beautiful, Joan.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you. That was so fun and playful and uplifting. It was a perfect ending.
I was having an anxiety attack during the conference today because I'm thinking, how in the world am I going to get up and sing? I can't sing. My voice cracks. Neil tried to teach me toning, and I need more practice. And so I was like, but that song is so powerful that if we were on Zoom, I'd have everyone singing it because it raises that energy. So thank you.
Most definitely. Yeah, thank you so much, Joan. And this has been a beautiful day of transmissions. Joan texted me a little earlier saying like, wow, how amazing everybody is. Everybody really came with their distinct frequencies. And what an amazing acclamation of different types of vibrations today, right? Different perspectives. And I don't know about you guys, but I just feel like a lot of these events are just becoming more and more grounded and more real and more like, like this is what we're going through and how do we shift? And you know what I mean? And it's like, I think the lesson is to be more human, to really to know our humanness. You know, I was at the Monroe Institute for the last week, as you guys know. I just got out a couple days ago, and you know, in there, they were doing out of body experiences, meditation to create out of body experiences, and I only had one out of body experiences out of 5 meditations a day for 7 days, right? And but my download was I don't really care to have the out of body experience because all I really like, if you look at really what we want and why people want these specific experiences, comes down to we want to feel joy, we want to feel connection, we want to feel community, we want to feel love, and having these experiences, whether it's out of body, whether it's in your body, whether it's interaction with somebody, ultimately you got to think about what is the root of really what you want. And what's really beautiful to me is all of humanity wants the same things. And when it comes to the disharmony in the world, the criminality in the world, the chaos in the world, the atrocities in the world, it comes from a lack of one of those things that we always needed and wanted, right? This is truly beautiful. Like, and so yeah, just here today, just sharing this with you and everybody. I hope you really enjoyed and really received today. I would love for us to just close out in a few moments here with Nan. Maybe you can do a little closing ceremony, but I'll just hand it back to you, Joan. You know, just wrapping it up for today. Any final thoughts?
We are so fortunate to be in this time, this age, 2026. It's new, it's new beginnings for the planet. Is it 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years? New beginnings for the planet. It's new beginnings for all of us. You have all your gifts. You came here with all of your gifts. This is the season of the great remembering. And it's the season of this new timeline. So I'm encouraging all of you, first of all, sing that song. I mean, that song will wake up every cell in your body because we want all of us to be congruent. I guess that's the right word, congruent, like the three of us here. There's this song between us, an interplay. And I can feel it with the audience too. So I love you. I appreciate all of you. Remember who you are. I'm Joan of Angels. Very hard to forget. So, Angels, if you need help with your radiance, all of us, it's time.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to share a poem, and then Nan, after I'm done with the poem, I'd love for you to just take it away. Give us a 2-minute outvocation, if that's a word, and then we'll close it out with that. Let's do this, but first I'll let you guys know I have another show that's just started on our YouTube channel, on our new YouTube channel, Portal Ascension Podcast, with Brian Scott. They're doing their own thing right now. Just started 5 minutes ago. So if you want to continue with us right now, boom. If you don't want it to stop, there you go. Continue there. And then when that's done, you have enough time for dinner, because then afterwards at 6 o'clock at night, I'm doing Scott Thomas's show. And where did I put that link? I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in here when Nan's doing her vacation.
Yeah, we did that too. I'll be there and Julie will be there too.
Yeah.
Scott, good.
Yeah, and that one is basically saying introducing thousands of people tonight to the new website Portal to Ascension. So we're featuring a few people. So I'll repost this link in a second, but it's there in the chat. So if you want to keep going with us, let's go. Yeah, it's an amazing long day for myself. And as soon as the event ends, there's a theater next to me. I'm going to go watch the Odyssey right afterwards. So it's like, I think that'll be a good way to end the day.
Your poor butt. Your poor.
Yeah. All right. So here's a poem. This is from a new album. It's on Spotify. MC Resonance. It's the rap song version with my friend Chris Noble singing the choruses is on Spotify right now under MC Resonance. You can check it out. And it's called Heaven Calls. And actually, this is one of my first poems I ever wrote. And it was, I don't even know, like 2002. And you could kind of see like where I was at that point, but it's also kind of very relevant to now. And it's almost like that cry out to the universe, like, what are we, And on some level, I feel like a lot of us on the planet, especially our parents, mine at least, try to act like they had everything figured out. And maybe because they were also my superiors and the authority figures and my gods in my life, you kind of consider them to really know, but instead of being so honest about the fact that we're all on this earth and we're all trying to figure it out. And a lot of us are just making it up as we go along. And so this poem is called Heaven Calls because it kind of speaks to that whole component. Like, does heaven call? Like, what are we? Where is heaven? What is going on this planet? So here we go. Heaven calls from beyond the waterfall. From a twinkle in the eye to a man standing 6 foot high, heaven calls from beyond the waterfall. And I immediately let everyone know I'm lost. Words, action, thoughts ingrained in my brain, all I wish to be superficially sane again. Like these ants in this world, living, loving, talking, engaging, eating, walking. A bowl of grain that was picked by someone less fortunate, maybe in sunshine or rain, heaven calls, while I drown in the waterfall. And I beg for forgiveness from all. For when I was small, I believed there was more to this planet, to this universe. But they're only black holes. I realize I know nothing at all. Heaven calls! Or is it just writings on the walls? Scriptures, prophecies, laws that make us think that we're not alone in this planet, in this universe. God is in your homes. Does heaven call? Or is it just an echo in Earth's vast halls? Deep breath in, everybody.
I love it. I love it. It's very much aligned with like you were saying earlier, everything was more grounded, but to me it was more that we have risen to the point where we're not seeking these like exotic out-of-body experiences like you were talking about. We understand that that's our nature. And now we're having this more practical conversation of how these things work and what we can do together. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yes.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, everybody. Nan, please close us out for the day.
Absolutely. So thank you, everybody. So go ahead, take a nice deep breath in. And if you feel like closing your eyes, give yourself that beautiful moment to be here now in a different way. You've been listening. I want you to now take your focus, and as you let your breath out, let it bathe your body. Relax your muscles. Relax your chakras. Relax every part of you. And give yourself permission to stop listening, stop being alert, stop taking notes. Just be here now in this divine present moment. This is the portal. This is the portal to ascension. And we are here in a stargate, in a portal of such divine magnitude and blessing. Let go of everything you've heard, everything it triggered, everything it made you feel. It's here, it's within you. Let it all gather together and be in the eternal now, present moment. This is the place where everything exists, the past and the beginning, the potential futures, the times you were a guardian on other planets, every lion's gate that's ever aligned, they're all here now. As you get still and you receive everything that has come through for you, because while we were talking and your ears were hearing, your heart was receiving, your solar plexus was downloading divine light and infinite fire, and the lion essence, the heart, the royalty, the beauty, the strength, and the absolute certainty, that Leo energy that says, yes, I'm here, I'm wonderful. Pure humility, no need to be anything or anywhere. You are here in this now moment, and you've come here through an incredible portal. And together we've walked, we've released, and we've remembered. So as you listen to the divine stillness and feel the radiant light coming from you, because you are pure, divine love and light, and the light in the sun within you is more powerful and loses no strength in time or space. Everything here is here for you. This is a gift. Make sure you receive it and feel the joy. Gifts are wonderful. Allow it to unwrap itself in your life as you move into your day. Let the wisdom that has tickled your cells and awakened your glands and opened your mind radiate from you and shower this light out from you effortlessly, because you remember, I now am here, and here is all that is. I am ready. I am willing. I am infinite. I am the creator of this moment, and there is nothing outside of me that has the power over me. Embody the guardian, the guide, whether it's the 888 pillars of light and infinite flow, whether it is the lion or Sirius or all the divine beings through time and space who have come through today to help us, to remind us, to celebrate with us. Remember and declare, I am divine in a human body, and I am here with a radiant mission, and I am aligned. I cannot fail. There is nothing that I cannot do. And now is the moment that you allow it to fill you up. Feel the sun and the light. Feel the divine energies pouring in from the stargates and the portals around the planet and through time, and the ones that have shifted. And as they fill you up, receive it completely down to your earth star, up to your soul star, and begin to overflow. As that light overflows from you, your abundance and your generosity are creating a world of light and love. And you walk in it, and it invites in all the synchronicities, all the beauty, all the friends, and all the wonder, and all the triggers, and all the grief, and all the pain. It's all a part of the divine journey, and we are truly blessed to be on it. In Lak'ech Alakin, the Maya say, I am another you, and you are another me. We are one, and we're creating an incredible world of light as the era of peace is dawning. Thank you, everyone. Have a beautiful and blessed evening. Share this, come back and watch it again and again, and join Neil and Julie and I a little later tonight. And remember, everything you've ever desired and everything you could possibly require is waiting for you in every moment and point in time and space. Namaste. Nana Kasha, so honored to be here. Many blessings.